Chapter 2345. After all, Thousand Vines Venerable had always lived near this mysterious lake. He did not have the time to think so much. Therefore, when Yixian suggested this idea, he only used his divine telekinesis to scan Yixian's devouring space before agreeing without hesitation. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. Next, Yixian only needed to refine a restriction or talisman to separate divine telekinesis. After careful consideration, Yixian chose a restriction, a miniature restriction. A miniature restriction was not a miniature restriction. In fact, a miniature restriction was even more difficult to refine. Refining a miniature restriction required a high level of divine telekinesis. After all, a miniature restriction the size of a strand of hair could explode with terrifying power. One writ could be said that very few people would refine a miniature restriction. Of course, this wasn't a big deal to Yixian. Yixian had the system, so what kind of miniature restrictions couldn't he refine? However, Yixian could not understand why such a small restriction would require so many resources. Of course, compared to Thousand Vines Venerable, this expenditure was nothing. Soon, Yixian finished refining the miniature restriction. Yixian thought for a moment, then directly imprinted the miniature restriction on the Qian Kuan ring on his finger. Senior, you can enter my space now. You only need to split a strand of divine telekinesis to travel the world with me. Alright. He did not expect Thousand Vines Venerable to be so direct. He did as he said without hesitation. This saved Yixian a lot of effort. Countless vines in the sky and on the ground quickly retracted and surged towards Yixian's devouring space. Suddenly, a group of little guys attracted Yixian's attention. There were not many of them, only a few hundred. However, they followed Thousand Vines Venerable into Yixian's devouring space. System, what's that? Yixian hurriedly asked. Ding! System notification. Target is Thousand Vines Venerable's companion spirit god. Companion spirit god? Yixian had a feeling that he had struck gold this time. As expected, after Thousand Vines Venerable entered the devouring space, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the random mission of subduing Thousand Vines Venerable. Thousand Vines Venerable has pledged his loyalty. Thousand Vines Venerable has automatically changed his name to Thousand Vines. Thousand Vines. Blessed by the laws, a spirit god of heaven. A heaven and earth spirit god of its own accord. Because he had already produced a companion spirit god clan, he was promoted to an elementary spirit god ancestor. Temporarily unable to detect special abilities of God of Heaven, special abilities of God of Heaven growth. Unlimited. Yixian was overjoyed. Even though everything Yixian saw was unknown, that sentence of unlimited growth potential was the key. How could Yixian not understand what that meant? This meant that as long as Yixian trained Thousand Vines properly, he would be able to create a tribe of spirit gods. Not only would this tribe of spirit gods be absolutely loyal to Yixian, but more importantly, they would be able to grow according to Yixian's wishes. In other words, Yixian could use his free time to train this tribe of spirit gods. In addition, the devouring space's flow of time was faster than the outside world. Naturally, Yixian's training would bear fruit much faster. Moreover, even before the training was complete, Thousand Vines Venerable possessed extremely powerful combat strength. As a peak king true god, he would definitely be of help to Yixian. It could be said that this time Yixian had made a huge profit. Besides using some resources to create the miniature restriction, Yixian did not suffer any other losses. Of course, harvesting Thousand Vines Venerable would not solve Yixian's current predicament. Therefore, Yixian did not leave the mysterious lake. Instead, he continued to search for divine beasts to kill. As Yixian's strength increased, he no longer had to be on tenterhooks looking for weak divine beasts. At this time, Yixian already had the strength to establish himself in the mysterious lake's inner region. Logically speaking, since the mysterious lake was so mysterious, the closer one was to it, the stronger the divine power of the divine beasts should be. However, the distribution of divine beasts here was not like that. Instead, the divine beasts closer to the center had lower cultivation bases, while the divine beasts closer to the periphery had higher cultivation bases. Yixian also discovered something that surprised Yixian. There were very few conflicts between the divine beasts here. Even if a divine beast trespassed into another divine beast's territory, it would not necessarily lead to a conflict. It could be said that the divine beasts here seemed to be a little lazy. As long as they could solve a problem without fighting, they would not do so. Most of the time they just stayed in their own territories. This phenomenon made Yixian rather curious. However, wasn't this convenient for Yixian to kill the divine beasts here to level up? Therefore, Yixian did not pay too much attention to this. Soon Yixian found a new opponent. It was a divine beast with the strength of a mid-level 6th grade divine lord. Of course, although it was also a mid-level 6th grade divine lord this time, Yixian believed that this fellow would not suddenly transform like Thousand Vines Venerable. System, detect what kind of divine beast this fellow is. What's so special about it? Ding! System notice. Target specified. Purple Electric Raging Flames Divine Beast. Possesses lightning and fire laws. Dual laws, and both of them were law powers with powerful offensive power. It seemed that this battle would not be as simple as it seemed. At this time, the sea of purple electric raging flames divine beasts did not pay attention to Yixian. This fellow was lying on the ground, and lightning and flames were constantly spewing out from his body. The two violent forces intersected in the air, fighting each other. However, the purple electric raging flames divine beast was not affected in the slightest. Suddenly, the purple electric raging flames divine beast lifted his head. In his eyes, a bolt of lightning and a bolt of fire attacked in the same direction at the same time. Yixian was slightly shocked. He did not dare delay and immediately broke through the air. It turned out that Yixian had used the Ragnarok cloak to hide and stealthily advance. Who would have thought that the purple electric raging flames divine beast would react so quickly? Boom! Boom! Two huge holes appeared where Yixian had just been standing. One hole was filled with flames, while the other hole was filled with lightning. This fellow is really strong. Yixian's lips curled slightly, although he said that he had already launched his attack. Megatron Magic Treasure Form. Become the Godslayer. Kill. Chapter 2346. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Zhentian controlled the two Godslayer swords to circle around the purple flame electric beast, waiting for a chance to land a fatal blow. Thousand Beasts Swordsman Deity Swordsman. 1357924? 6810. Yixian waved his hand and summoned the Thousand Beast Swordsman and Deity Swordsman. In an instant, the Thousand Beast Swordsman and the Deity Swordsman charged forward with the 100 Flowers Deity Swordsman. The battle was about to begin. In the sky, the purple flame electric divine beast stood proudly. Around him, countless deity swordsmen sat up and surrounded him. Suddenly Yixian shouted, "Thousand Beasts Feast begin! Kill him!" Boom! 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 Following Yixian's order, the entire sky lit up with all kinds of energy attacks. Countless attacks were directed at the purple flame electric beast, but the purple flame electric beast did not listen and continued to attack. Boom! A huge mountain was blasted away by the violent energy. However, just as he rose into the air, he was surrounded by flames and kept burning. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. Flames, lightning, and other kinds of energy intertwined, making the sky look exceptionally beautiful. The two Godslayer swords kept swinging the Deity Slayer slash. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough. Yixian frowned. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to win. 6 Runes Mantra Wound. System. Use resources to exchange for the success rate of spiritual control. Wei Zhentian, get ready to move. Spiritual control. In an instant, with Yixian as the center, a vast and mysterious energy rushed toward the purple flame electric divine beast. In the next moment, the purple flame electric divine beast's body froze. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Wei Zhentian. Re-1R. The two Godslayer swords attacked the purple flame electric divine beast from both sides at the same time. Boom! Boom! Although the swords did not penetrate the purple flame electric divine beast, the power of the two Godslayer swords was not easy. The purple flame electric divine beast was already sent flying. So was this the end of the attack? No, the real killing move had only just begun. Since Yixian had obtained the 1,000 vines, he naturally had to use it. Hence, at this moment, Yixian raised his hand and roared, "1,000 vines!" In the blink of an eye, A vine suddenly grew out of Yixian's interspatial ring. Furthermore, as they continued to advance, the vine continued to spread rapidly. When they arrived beside the purple flame electric divine beast, the 1,000 vines didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly entangled it. Vines were constantly being set ablaze and destroyed by electricity. However, the thousands of vines grew out at an extremely fast speed. No matter how tenacious the purple flame electric divine beast was, it was almost impossible for him to escape the capture of the 1,000 vines. A moment later, a dignified middle-grade 6th-grade Divine Lord Realm Purple Flame Electric Divine Beast was actually trapped alive by the 1,000 vines just like that. Let's see how you're going to hide this time. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yixian smirked and gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Pooh! Pooh! Two sounds rang out. The two god-slaying swords actually pierced through the purple flame electric divine beast's head. Unfortunately, the purple flame electric divine beast's divine core was in his head. With the divine core shattered, how could the purple flame electric divine beast survive? Devour! Yixian waved his hand again, and the purple flame electric divine beast's corpse was devoured by Yixian. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a low-grade 9th-grade divine lord. He had finally leveled up. However, Yixian was a little hesitant after that. This was because the front crown title required him to cultivate again every time he leveled up. In other words, if Yixian chose to continue leveling up now, he would lose the current front crown title after leveling up, and his combat strength would be reduced. This front crown title gave Yixian the feeling that it was more like the blessing of the power of laws. Otherwise, how could it disappear just like that? Forget it. I won't continue leveling up this time. Since I've subdued Qianting, this trip wasn't in vain. I haven't gone to see Fian and the others in a long time. I'll take a look. Yixian muttered to himself. Yixian had thoroughly offended the Li family. So Yixian believed that the Li family would definitely try to kill him if they found out about him under any circumstances. And if he returned to the Kunlun realm, the Li family would also set up all kinds of trouble for him. Therefore, if Yixian wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, the Divine Talisman realm would be the most suitable place for him. Fian and the others were also in the Divine Talisman realm now, so Yixian had this idea. However, if Yixian wanted to leave this mysterious lake, he would have to teleport to the Kunlun realm first. However, this time, as soon as he teleported back, he found that his residence was surrounded. These people looked quite strange. Not only did they have a third eye, but each of them also had 4 ears. They wore special clothes that gave them the ability to hide, but they didn't use any treasures in their hands. System, detect who these people are. Yixian ordered the system. Soon, the system's notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Target 4-eared half-human clan. 4-eared half-human clan? What kind of clan was this? Ding! 4-eared half-human clan. Apart from having 4 ears, they are almost exactly the same as humans. As for their third eye, it is their innate divine ability, 4-eared heavenly eye. Ding! 4-eared half-human clan is good at joint attacks. When 4-eared heavenly eye is opened, they can communicate with each other. At the same time, every 4-eared half-human clan member will domesticate a special divine beast as their natal divine beast. Yixian didn't need the system to explain the specifics, because at this moment, the 4-eared half-human clan assassins had already launched their attacks. As for Yixian, he naturally knew what was different about them. The eyes on the foreheads of the dozen 4-eared half-human clan members suddenly emitted a beam of light. This beam of light wasn't an attack, nor was it a defensive method. It was just to connect all of them. Just as the system had described, the 4-eared half-human clan members. They had already completely communicated with each other. At the same time, the 4-eared half-human clan members stretched out a hand at the same time. At the position of their palms, Yixian saw that it was actually a teleportation gate. It was extremely strange. A teleportation gate, how exactly was it built in the palm of their hands? Even Yixian couldn't understand this at all. Even Yixian couldn't do it. Could it be another innate divine ability? What kind of ability did these 4-eared half-human clan members have? At this moment, Yifeng frowned slightly. Although Yixian had seen many divine beasts, Yixian didn't know much about the other races. Chapter 2347. Die. What would it feel like to hear dozens of people say the same word at the same time, with the same tone, the same mannerisms, and even the same expressions? Yixian would tell you that it would not feel good at all. Humph. Those who seek death are everywhere. Since these people wanted Yixian dead, then Yixian could only let them die first. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. Flower God Sword Attendant. In an instant, the two great sword attendants appeared once again. By now, the two great sword attendants had become Yixian's signature move. 1357924? 6810. After all, the God tier mounts and the 100 Flowers avatar were not weak. The key was their numbers. But this time Yixian had met his match. The teleportation portals in the hands of the four-eared half-humans glowed strangely. Then all sorts of divine beasts appeared from their palms. If there was one thing these divine beasts had in common, it would be their 4 ears. These divine beasts were of different levels of strength, but there were many of them. In just a few moments, there were already more than 100,000 divine beasts surrounding Yixian. And this number was still increasing. Were they trying to use the beast wave tactic against Yixian? Well then, Yixian would like to see if they could release them faster, or if he could kill them faster. Wei Zhentian magic treasure form. Kill them all. In an instant, 2 Godslayer swords appeared at the same time. Their attack was very simple. They just kept spinning. With the Godslayer sword's sharpness, they could easily kill these 4-eared divine beasts even without using the deicide slash. As for Yixian himself, he was already floating in midair. Yixian casually pointed a finger and calmly said, "Spiritual sense control." This time Yixian was using a large area of spiritual sense control. Who said that spiritual control could not be used on a large scale? Yixian could control these low-level 4-eared divine beasts on a large scale? In an instant, thousands of 4-eared divine beasts were controlled by Yixian, and they pounced on their companions. It didn't matter if the 4-eared divine beasts controlled by Yixian died in battle, or if they killed the other 4-eared divine beasts. For Yixian, this was a win-win situation. What's more, it could cause quite a bit of chaos, so why not? Every time Yixian waved his hand, thousands of 4-eared divine beasts would betray him. Even if they were to trade 2 for 1, Yixian would only need a few attempts to kill 10,000 4-ears mythical beasts. In other words, he wanted them to kill each other. However, the 4-eared half-humans did not seem to notice this at all. The seal in their hands continued to spray out 4-eared divine beasts. It was spraying. With such a fast release speed, if it wasn't spraying, what was it? However, even with the use of his spiritual sense, Yixian still discovered that the speed at which he killed the divine beast of 4 ears could not keep up with the increase in the beast's speed. It seems that this is the only way. Suddenly Yixian raised his hand. 6-syllable mantra. Annihilation. A mysterious power was suddenly activated. What was the use of the 6-syllable mantra, annihilation? It was an existence that could annihilate the entire clan, although it could only be used against opponents of lower cultivation levels. However, these 4-eared divine beasts were not very powerful. They were only using the beast wave tactic. Following Yixian's command, countless 4-eared divine beasts died instantly, whether they were facing Yixian from the front or the back. System, don't waste these corpses. Use the Godslayer to devour them all. Since these guys are willing to give me the corpses of divine beasts, why should I be polite? Devour them to your heart's content. Countless corpses were devoured by the Godslayer. One of the Godslayer's special abilities was to devour resources to level up. Although only a small portion of the divine beast's corpses could help the Godslayer level up, the sheer number of 4-eared divine beasts meant that the Godslayer had a bountiful harvest this time. The 4-eared half-humans could see that the beast wave tactic was not much of a threat to Yixian. Hence, the 4-eared half-gods stopped releasing their divine beasts. Instead, they looked at Yixian silently. Continue releasing your divine beasts. Yixian said nonchalantly with a smile on his face. Yixian, don't be so smug. You will definitely die today. Dozens of similar voices rang out. Unfortunately, Yixian did not care. Suddenly, the teleportation portals in the hands of the 4-eared half-humans started to spin rapidly. After a while, the portals changed their appearance. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword chi filled the entire sky. It was a frightening sight. However, that was all it could do. Yi Xian did not even need to use any tricks to counter the sword qi. He could just use his physical body to counter it. This was because the damage that the sword qi could do to Yi Xian was not comparable to the recovery speed of the blood of eternity. The four-eared half-humans frowned at the same time. Their sea of beasts and sword-light tactics were actually unable to harm Yi Xian in the slightest. They had never encountered such a situation before. The four-eared half-humans were actually a tribe of assassins for hire. The value of their existence was that they were hired to assassinate the target. However, this time, although they had sent dozens of people, they could not do anything to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to kill the four-eared half-humans, he heard a notification from the system. Ding! System notification. Devourable power of order detected. Divine thought sharing order. What kind of order was this? Although Yi Xian had seen all kinds of strange order, this was the first time Yi Xian had heard of the divine thought sharing order. However, no matter what, Yi Xian was not going to let go of the opportunity to devour the order. Then what are we waiting for? Activate Force Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand and an incomparably powerful suction force suddenly exploded out. The third eye on the foreheads of the four-eared half-humans was actually directly taken away by Yi Xian. Ding! Force Devour successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Thought Sharing Order. The Divine Thought Sharing Order allowed the host to temporarily share their divine thought with the designated target. According to the host's mastery of the order, the number of Divine Thought Sharing Order targets would increase. Currently, the host can share 2 targets. A trashy order. Yi Xian could not help but think. Indeed, this order was trashy. At least that was what Yi Xian thought. The divine beasts had not appeared and the order had been devoured. What should he do with the four-eared half-humans? Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian waved his hand and the god-slaying sword rushed out. Beams of light appeared. Wei Zhentian had finally used the god-slaying slash. Since these people had attacked Yi Xian, there was no need for Yi Xian to let them go. After all, if Yi Xian let them go this time, they would only do worse next time. Chapter 2348. After killing the four-eared half-human race assassins, Yi Xian was a little confused. 1357924? 6810 GGGGG. This was the Kunlun realm. Who could arrange for people to kill him in the Kunlun realm? The Li family? No matter how much the Li family hated Yi Xian, they couldn't be so presumptuous. After all, this was the Kunlun realm. Making a move here was equivalent to directly challenging Mi Li's authority. Unless the Li family wanted to betray the Kunlun realm, they wouldn't dare to do so. If it wasn't the Li family, who could it be? Could it be the Annihilation Organization? Could it be that the Annihilation Organization had made a comeback so quickly? Yi Xian had never seen the four-eared half-human race in the Kunlun realm before. It was very likely that they were from another realm. How could a race from another realm be arranged to infiltrate the Kunlun realm to assassinate Yi Xian? Clearly, the person or force that wanted to make a move on Yi Xian was no ordinary person. Did the Annihilation Organization have that much power? That old man? That old man who had suddenly brought Yi Xian to the Kunlun realm and stopped Yi Xian from continuing to search for the inheritance of the God Emperor? That was impossible. If that old man wanted to kill Yi Xian, he could do it with a single breath. Why would he use so many tricks? Yi Xian fell into a state of confusion. Yi Xian couldn't understand the four-eared half-human race's assassination this time. Why? However, no matter the reason, no matter who wanted to assassinate Yi Xian only knew that if he didn't quickly improve his strength, it would be very troublesome. Forget it. I'll go to the Divine Talisman race to see Fian and the others first. Yi Xian thought, then quickly left. At this time, Xian's Divine Talisman race wasn't very peaceful. It turned out that they had a group of guests, a group of destitute guests. At this moment, Elder Fu Yi was sitting with another elder, discussing countermeasures. This elder was called Elder Fu Fa, and he was the Grand Elder of the mysterious Divine Talisman race. Just a few months ago, the mysterious Divine Talisman race was invaded by a huge force, and they were almost wiped out. The mysterious Divine Talisman race was not as powerful as the mysterious Divine Talisman race. There were less than 300 mid-level Divine Talisman masters and above in their entire race, so it could be said that they were killed in an instant. Grand Elder Talisman spell had only brought the last hope of the mystic strange Divine Talisman race, 500 children, That's what happened. Our Xuanqi divine talisman race only exists in name. Great Elder Fu Yi, this time the relationship between our races has been good for generations. You have to save my Xuanqi race's last hope. My race is willing to offer our race's talisman and become a vassal of the Xianxian race. Don't say that. Elder Fu Yi, back then when the Xianxian clan was in trouble, it was the Xuanqi clan that saved us. This time, even if you didn't say anything, the Xianxian clan would do our best. Don't worry, I will immediately send someone to invite the honorary Grand Elder back. I believe he will have a way. Honorary Grand Elder? Since when did your Xianxian clan have an honorary Grand Elder? However, at that moment, a clansman suddenly ran in. Grand Elder Yixian is back. Haha, quick, invite Grand Elder Yixian over. I didn't expect him to come back at such a crucial time. Fu Yi was very happy. After all, once Yixian came back, Fu Yi felt a lot more relieved. After Fian and the others came over, those kids naturally couldn't hold back and told them what they had seen and heard. Among them, what Fu Yi cared about the most was that Yixian actually knew the divine master of the Kunlun god domain. Furthermore, the princess of the Kunlun god domain was actually a good friend of Yixian. With such a background, Elder Fu Yi naturally trusted him very much. As soon as Yixian came back, he was invited to Grand Elder Fu Ye's side before he could find Fian. After a brief introduction, Yixian found out what had happened. Yixian frowned slightly. The enemy of the divine talisman race was at least in existence on the same level as the divine talisman race. Yixian wasn't very sure. But since Fu Yi had said that the Xuanqi race and the Xianxian clan had been friends for generations, Yixian couldn't refuse. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for triggering the random chain hidden mission. Trouble with the Xuanqi race. The system notification sounded. Yixian was stunned. It was actually a random chain hidden mission. Once a random chain hidden mission was completed, the rewards wouldn't be too low. It seemed that Yixian had to be more careful this time. Alright, I understand. Grand Elders, reinforce the clan's defenses first. Grand Elder Fu Fa, please send a clansman to take me to your clan to take a look. I want to see who this enemy of yours is. Alright, thank you, Grand Elder Yixian. Soon, a young man from the Xuanqi Divine Talisman race led Yixian to the territory of the Xuanqi Divine Talisman race. The territory of the Xuanqi race was like that of the Divine Talisman race. It was very well hidden. Without a guide, it would be very difficult for Yixian to discover it. Soon Yixian arrived at the territory of the Xuanqi race. After breaking through the restrictions, he saw a dilapidated mountain village. The village had been completely massacred. It could be said that all the people left behind by the Xuanqi race were dead. However, what caught Yixian's attention were some corpses on the ground. For ears, corpses. For ears. Was it a coincidence? Or had it been premeditated? Why had Yixian been attacked by the four-eared half-human race in the Kunlun territory? Why had the Xuanqi Divine Talisman race encountered the four-eared divine beast here? Was it really just a coincidence? Come, let's go back first. Yixian was about to leave with the young man when a voice rang out. Since you've come, why are you leaving so quickly? Following this sentence, at least 100 figures appeared in front of Yixian. This place was actually a trap. Re-1 are the four-eared half-human race. It really was the four-eared half-human race. Although not all of them were four-eared half-humans, at least a third of them were. Who are you? Yixian looked at these people and asked calmly. Haha, you're asking who we are? Aren't you the Xianxian Divine Talisman race's honorary Grand Elder? How could you not know us? A mocking smile appeared on that person's face. Could it be that they were actually targeting the Xianxian Divine Talisman race? Not good. Yixian was alarmed. Clearly, these 100 people weren't all of the enemies. Then where had the rest of the enemies gone? There was only one possibility. The Xianxian Divine Talisman race. Damn it. Yixian was vexed. Without any explanation, he grabbed the young man next to him and activated the space law's infinite teleportation. In an instant, Yixian's figure disappeared. Even though these people could sense Yixian's path. But how could they keep up with the speed of infinite teleportation? System, don't worry about the consumption of resources. Hurry back to the Xianxian Divine Talisman race at full speed. Chapter 2349. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as Yi Xian had expected, countless divine beasts were attacking the Xian clan's protective barrier. 1357924? 6810 in the sky and on the ground, there were millions of divine beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. This was a terrifying number. After all, Yi Xian had never participated in such a large-scale battle since entering the divine realm. These were all gods. Within the barrier, the Xian divine talisman clan seemed so weak. Even though all the old and young were mobilized, they were severely understaffed. Fortunately, the Xian divine talisman clan's protective barrier was defensive, so they could still hold on. Loopholes kept appearing in the barrier, but they were immediately filled up. However, if this continued, the barrier would be breached sooner or later. Wei Zhentian, in your magic treasure form, open a path for me. Yi Xian suddenly shouted, and Wei Zhentian appeared instantly. The two god-slaying swords swam around Yi Xian. Any divine beast that dared to approach Yi Xian was killed immediately. Yi Xian did not delay at all. After all, in a battle of this level, not to mention divine sovereigns, even divine kings and divine emperors might appear. If Yi Xian could not break through quickly, it would be a tragedy. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not know whether it was because he had chosen a good place to break through, or because he had deliberately let him in. In any case, Yi Xian entered safely. Young master, you're back. As soon as Yi Xian entered the barrier, Fian appeared beside Yi Xian. Girl, what's going on? Why are there so many divine beasts attacking the Xian divine talisman clan? Young master, I don't know either. You can ask Fu Yi and Grand Elder Fu Fa. Yi Xian nodded, put down the young man in his hand, and walked forward. Yi Xian had to figure out what was going on. Obviously, Yi Xian was also implicated in this matter. Those four-eared half-humans who tried to assassinate Yi Xian in the Kunlun realm might have done so because Yi Xian was the Grand Elder of the Divine Talisman race. After asking a few questions, Yi Xian had a rough idea of what had happened. However, this answer was a waste of time for Yi Xian. According to what Fu Yi had said, the Divine Talisman clan possessed powerful Divine Talisman power, so it was natural for them to be spied on by other forces. So it was normal for such a war to occur. It could be said that countless tribes of the Divine Talisman clan had already been annihilated. The reason for this was because the Divine Talisman race possessed the power of the Divine Talismans. In that case, Great Elder Fu Yi, do you know where those four-eared half-humans came from? Great Elder Yi Xian, this old man was just about to tell you about this. These four-eared half-humans all came from another divine domain. If this old man's guess is not wrong, these four-eared half-humans should be from the demon god's divine domain. Demon god realm. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had thought of Luo. Wasn't Luo trapped in the demon god divine dominion? If that was really the case, then this was an opportunity for Yi Xian to rescue Luo. Alright, I understand. I'll go find Mi Yan and ask for reinforcements now. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time. After all, time was of the essence now. However, just as he was about to activate the wings of the gods, he stopped. Great Elder Fu Yi, I have some ancient resources here. Think of a way to refine some powerful divine talismans. You must hold on until reinforcements arrive. After saying that, Yi Xian took out countless resources. These were all accumulated resources from the devouring space. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't use them to raise his cultivation base or enhance his own strength. Instead, he gave them all to Fu Yi. Of course, to Yi Xian, Luo was far more important than these resources. Our Great Elder Fu Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately selected the elites of his clan and began refining the talismans. System: transfer all the energy of the wings of the gods to the nearest city with a teleportation formation. Ding! System notification. Host can only teleport to Huiwa City at most. Do you confirm? Confirm. As Yi Xian spoke, the wings of the gods activated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian appeared outside Huiwa City. Look, is that Yi Xian? That's right, that's him. Go inform the family heads that Yi Xian is here. The three family heads have ordered that in order to avenge the Lin family, they must kill Yi Xian if they see him. Alright. I'll go inform them. You take some people and stop him immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures blocked Yixian's path. Yixian, how dare you come to Huiwa City? Humph, I'll make sure you don't leave today. Yixian frowned. He didn't have time to waste on these small fries. Yixian could guess that the three families had issued the order to kill him in order to subdue the remaining forces of the Lin family. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you today. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yixian actually said that he would kill. Well, the four-eared half-human tribe in Lolua's whereabouts were known. Then the Xian divine talisman tribe was under attack. They could be in danger of being slaughtered at any time. Yixian couldn't care less. Ah, Yixian, who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous? Men, arrest him. That person actually dared to issue an arrest warrant for Yixian. I told you to get lost. All of a sudden Yixian's aura erupted. That powerful pressure swept across the entire Huiwa city. Some of the weaker true gods immediately knelt down on the ground in horror. What kind of power was that? It was incomparably powerful and filled with murderous intent. In an instant, the entire Huiwa city fell into chaos. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of figures rushed over. They were the people of the three families. Yixian, what are you trying to do? Do you want to make an enemy of the three families of Huiwa City? Yixian looked at these people anxiously. He only wanted to use the teleportation formation to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to care about so much. So without saying a word, he rushed out with the Godslayer in hand. Yixian only wanted to leave. Although he said that he would kill without mercy, it was only a threat. He didn't mean to start a massacre. However, there were those who didn't open their eyes. They just had to cause trouble when Yixian was so anxious. They were simply courting death. Kill him for me. Everyone attacked together. The patriarchs of the three families actually issued the order to kill Yixian. At the same time, a group of people had already blocked Yixian's path. How dare you? Yixian gripped the Godslayer tightly, his eyes already red. Finally, Yixian exploded. Even if there was a delay of 1 second, the Xian Divine Talisman tribe could be wiped out. Chapter 2350. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Thousand Beast Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants. Withered Bone Sword Servants. Skeleton Summon. Come out. Kill without mercy. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Host has entered a berserk state. Host has entered a berserk state. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Host has lost control of his thoughts. Severe warning. A series of system notifications rang out, but Yixian actually turned off the system notifications. At this moment, Yixian had already lost his mind. 1357924? 6810 His anticipation of Luoluo and his worry for the divine talisman race had caused Yixian to lose his mind. Thousand Beasts Feast begin. Thousand Vines kill. Wei Zhentian magic treasure form. Kill without mercy. Kill. 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 Boom. 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 The destruction happened in the blink of an eye. Thousands of beasts galloped and vines filled the sky. Yixian's berserk state caused Wei Zhentian to enter a berserk state as well. The two god-slaying swords scattered terrifying sword chi in the air. The entire Huiwa city fell into despair in an instant. However, even in such a state, even though Yixian had already lost his mind and was on a rampage, Yixian's attack didn't truly include the ordinary residents of Huiwa city. Regardless of whether it was Yixian himself or his god-tier mount, the targets of his attack were those who dared to block Yixian's path and attack Yixian. A terrifying aura spread throughout the entire Huiwa city. Countless people knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Some even wet their pants in fear. A god had actually been scared to the point of wetting his pants by Yixian. Yixian had only gone berserk for a few seconds, but in the sky, the disciples of the three great clans were falling down like rain. This was because they had all been killed by Yixian. The berserk aura caused the people around Huiwa city, and the divine beasts around Huiwa city to flee in panic. Those who knew Yixian from the Radiant Moon School were already scared silly. Was this still the Yixian they knew? How could it be so powerful and so terrifying? Ding! System notification. The host is mentally unstable, forcibly using the divine sense interference ability. Ding. System notification. Increase interference. Ding. System notification. Interference failed. Forced use of illusion healing. The system had not given up, even though Yixian had blocked him. Fortunately, the system was now human-like enough. It knew that whatever Yixian was doing now had already lost Yixian's original intentions, so it kept trying to get Yixian to reply. Fortunately, the system succeeded. Ding. System notification. Host has recovered. Ding. System notification. The berserk state of the host has disappeared. Yixian regained his senses and smiled bitterly as he stared blankly at the mess he had created. Sigh, there were inner demons on the path of cultivation. Although Yixian did not have any inner demons because of the system, he had never expected that he would be affected by inner demons. Sometimes people would really do some irrational things because they were too worried about the things they cared about. Wei Zhentian, come back. Yixian waved his hand, and the 1,000 beast sword servants and the others disappeared. Wei Zhentian also returned to Yixian's side. As for Qian Teng, he naturally kept it in his yin and yang ring. Sai, forget it. These pitiful people. I will put them in the devouring space for now. Yixian waved his hand and collected the tens of thousands of corpses that littered Huiyue City. In less than a minute, the damage caused by Yixian could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Especially the area beneath Yixian's feet, it was completely turned into ruins. The people who had survived the disaster, regardless of what they had done or how they had viewed Yixian, were now prostrating themselves on the ground. They did not even dare raise their heads to look at Yixian. Yixian immediately activated the teleportation array and left Huiyue City. However, even after he had left for a long time, not a single person in Huiyue City dared to stand up. Some people had even been scared to death by Yixian. It was unknown whether this was pitiful or sad. Of course, Yixian did not care so much. He rushed to the Divine Master Palace as fast as he could. Stop right there. Who are you? A group of Divine Master Palace guards blocked Yixian's path. Although Yixian was anxious, he did not dare to act rashly. He casually took out his identity token and said, "Hurry and inform Mi Yan. Tell her that I, Yixian, have an urgent matter to discuss with her." How dare you call the Divine Master by his name? You are courting death. Suddenly, a monstrous aura erupted. It actually had the intention of killing Yixian in one fell swoop. That aura was so powerful that Yixian was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move at all. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host has fallen into a desperate situation. Host has fallen into a desperate situation. A desperate situation. Yixian was terrified. Could it be that he had no other choice but to die here? Re-1R. Stop! A gentle voice sounded. It was Mi Yan's voice. This time Yixian finally understood the strength of the Divine Master Palace. After all, this was the core area of the Divine Dominion. How could there be no experts? Mi Yan's figure appeared in front of Yixian. She smiled at Yixian and asked, "Yixian, what happened to you? Why did you lose your composure?" "Divine Master, please send experts immediately. Enemies from the Demon God Realm have infiltrated our Kunlun God Realm. They are currently attacking the Divine Talisman race." There's such a thing? Mi Yan frowned slightly. This was too shocking. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war between the Divine Dominion and the Divine Dominion. It was undoubtedly equivalent to a war between two Divine Dominion. Where are the Divine Master Palace guards? Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless figures appeared. They were the elite Divine Master Palace guards. Greetings, Divine Master. Immediately follow Yixian to provide support. Yixian, as the law enforcer of the Divine Dominion, you have full authority to deal with this matter. You can mobilize the Divine Master Palace guards and any forces around the Divine Talisman race that you mentioned. After saying that, Mi Yan threw a treasure to Yixian. This was equivalent to an official seal. It was the proof of Yixian's status as a law enforcer of the Divine Dominion. Of course, it also had other uses. Thank you, Divine Master. Yixian naturally wouldn't refuse and accepted it. The desperate situation just now left Yixian with lingering fear. At this time, Yixian didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Mi Yan. Even if Mi Yan treated him very well, Mi Yan was the divine master, the master of this divine dominion. To the experts of the Kunlun god realm, no matter who Yi Xian provoked, no one would care even if he went against them openly. However, if he dared to disobey Mi Yan, he would be courting death. Chapter 2351. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It could be said that every one of them possessed incomparably powerful combat strength. 1357924? 6810J. There was no lack of godly venerables among them, and even the commander of the Imperial Guards was a low-level godly. The arch strength was secondary. The most important thing was that every one of these 10,000 people had a noble status, a powerful background. Through the teleportation array again, Yi Xian teleported directly to Huiwei City. The people of Huiwei City had just recovered from the shock caused by Yi Xian, but once again they were so frightened that they fell to the ground. An army of over 10,000 divine lords kept appearing through the teleportation array. This scene was simply enough to scare them to death. Although Yi Xian had rushed all the way through the teleportation array, the round trip still took a full day and a half. A day and a half was really too long for the divine talisman race of Xian Xian. At this time, the divine talisman race of Xian Xian divine talisman race's protective restrictions had been broken, and more than 2/3 of their warriors had died in battle. Elder Fu Yi led the remaining clansmen to defend the last territory of the race, using the divine talisman to resist with difficulty. It could be said that there was a possibility that they could be breached at any time. The million-strong divine beast army fought to launch wave after wave of attacks. The territory of the divine talisman race was blessed by the divine talisman tree, so it could be said that it possessed extremely powerful strength. However, no matter how powerful it was impossible for it to be invincible. Fortunately, at this time Yi Xian appeared. Ri-1R looking at the densely packed alien army, without Yi Xian's command, the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace directly launched an attack. In an instant, the sky shattered and the earth collapsed. Fierce battles could be seen everywhere. At the same time that the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace appeared, an incomparably huge teleportation gate appeared in the sky. A teleportation gate from another divine realm. No, not just one. After the first one appeared, thousands of such teleportation gates appeared in the sky one after another. This was a war between the divine realms, and it was a well-prepared sneak attack. Perhaps their initial target was the divine talisman race. But when the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace appeared, it meant that the war between the two divine realms had officially begun. The battlefield of the gods opened once again, and countless warriors had already poured into it. That was the main battlefield. On Yi Xian's side, it was just a small sneak attack. From the thousands of teleportation portals, mystical beasts and all sorts of strange demon god tribe members rushed over. In a short while, there were already tens of millions of them. If they really relied on these 10,000 Divine Palace Forbidden Guards, no matter how elite they were, they would most likely lose this battle. After all, the enemy's thousands of portals could provide countless reinforcements at any time. Almost unlimited support. A war in the divine realm was no joke. Not to mention a mere 10 million, even a 100 billion level war wasn't impossible. Yi Xian directly took out the magic treasure that Mi Yu had given him. This magic treasure was only a square imprint, but it possessed supreme authority. Yi Xian held the treasure and said loudly, "I am Yi Xian, and as a law enforcer of the divine realm, order that all sects, cities, aristocratic families and so on immediately come to my aid. The war in the divine realm has begun, and anyone who dares to disobey will have their entire family exterminated as a traitor to the divine master." Using the treasure as a law enforcer of the divine realm, Yi Xian's figure appeared in thousands of clans, sects, families, and cities. Following Yi Xian's orders, no one dared to disobey. Even Huiwei City, which had just been destroyed by Yi Xian, hurriedly dispatched its strongest reinforcements under the Radiant Moon School's command. Even the two sects that were fighting immediately put aside their hatred and joined forces to rush toward Yi Xian. A war in the divine realm. Once it started, there was only one result for anyone who disobeyed: extermination of their entire family. No matter who you were or what power you were, there was no chance of bargaining. A branch family of the Li family also received the order. Even if they saw that it was Yi Xian, they could only respectfully kneel on the ground and accept the order. dispatching the strongest elites of their family. This was a war in the divine realm. Once it started, everyone obeyed unconditionally. Of course, the powers that did not have the qualifications to accept the order could still do what they wanted. This was because they were too weak, so weak that they did not even have the qualifications to participate in the war in the divine realm. Just like Imo Beijing back then, countless figures constantly converged. It was like small streams converging to form a large river, which then converged to Yixian's side to form a great sea. Once the powers arrived, they would immediately enter the battle. This was something that they had to do without any orders. Although most of the war in the divine realm took place in the sovereign space, the war in the divine realm took place in the sovereign space. However, once the war in the sovereign space was lost, and the enemy was not satisfied with their gains and invaded the sovereign space, then there was only one result. The divine realm would be exterminated. Generally speaking, if the enemy did not take the initiative to invade the enemy's divine realm, then such a war would still be considered a regular war in the divine realm. Once someone entered, it could escalate into an ultimate war. What was the ultimate? You die, I die. That was the ultimate. Regardless of whether the demon god realm had intended to start an ultimate war in the divine realm at the beginning, now they were forced to do so. Slaughter, endless slaughter. At this moment life seemed so worthless. Even Yixian seemed so insignificant in such a war. Devour. Yixian casually waved his hand, and countless divine beast corpses were directly devoured by him. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is first grade middle grade divine lord. Continue devouring. Countless divine beast corpses were devoured again. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is first grade upper grade divine lord. Break through again for me. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is first grade upper grade divine lord. It was actually a major realm and upgrade of a major realm. But what was the use? Although Yixian had broken through to the peak divine lord realm in the blink of an eye, this was a war in the divine realm. Divine lord realm? That was just a joke. In that devouring just now, Yixian had devoured no less than 10 million divine beast corpses. But the enemies seemed to be endless, and they were still pouring in at a rapid pace. Divine Master Order. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yixian. All the guards around Yixian immediately knelt to the ground. Yixian naturally didn't dare hesitate. Yixian had already experienced Mi Yan's authority. Yixian believed that if he showed any signs of disobedience now, he would immediately be torn to shreds. Divine Realm Law Enforcer Yixian, heed my orders. I hereby confer upon you 9 regional commanders. You will be in charge of 60,000 territories in 9 directions. Within 1 month, you are ordered to gather 1 billion true God soldiers and 1,000 divine lord generals and above. You are also ordered to select capable commanders to lead reinforcements to the sovereign God battlefield. Yes, Yixian, heed my orders. At this moment, only he knew the shock in Yixian's heart. 1 billion soldiers at the true God realm and above, 1,000 generals at the divine lord realm and above. It was just a matter of a single sentence. Chapter 2352. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. 9 provincial governors were in charge of 60,000 territories, but they had to deploy so many people. And this was only the beginning of the war. Kunlun God domain had 3 million territories. Based on this ratio, wouldn't the first batch of 50 billion true God soldiers be deployed? 50 billion. Not 5,000, not 50,000, but a full 50 billion. But because of the difference in strength, these 50 billion true gods were just cannon fodder. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. In the Battle of the God Domain, on the battlefield of the Master Gods, the real battle still depended on the soldiers who had the power of laws. In other words, those powerhouses above the Divine Lord realm. Below the Divine Lord realm, because one didn't possess the power of laws, there wasn't much of a difference if one relied on special methods such as magic tools, runes or runes. If one had enough runes or runes, then it was possible for an inferior true divinity to kill a middle true divinity. But once one reached the Divine Lord realm, because of the existence of the power of laws, the difference in realms was very clear. In the Master God realm, whether it was Divine Lord, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Venerable, or even Divine Emperor, the division of each realm was very clear. Between each grade, each level, and each realm was very clear and distinct. At the Divine Lord realm, there was no chaos because of the power of laws. A high-level Divine Lord was a high-level Divine Lord. No matter how many Dharma treasures a low-level Divine Lord had or how strong the restrictions were, killing him was just a matter of waving his hand. A first-grade high-level Divine Lord realm powerhouse, even if he did not use Dharma treasures and only used his own power of laws, then even 100 low-level Divine Lords armed to the teeth would find it difficult to defeat him. As for a first-grade low-level Divine King, even if you had countless Divine Lords, it was impossible to defeat him. Because with the support of laws, unless it was a peak Divine Lord, a Divine Lord would not even be able to break through the defense of a Divine King. How could they win? Of course, having special Dharma treasures and special abilities was another matter. But to obtain a super Dharma treasure, how many people could encounter that kind of opportunity? Right now, Yi Xian hoped that his 9 directions 60,000 realms wasn't like the 100 realms of Mo and the 60 realms of Lin Feng. After all, transferring so many people wasn't a joke at all. Map! Yi Xian shouted loudly. Naturally, someone immediately brought the map to him. In the past, Yi Xian did not have any authority, so it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a map. But now, Yi Xian was a law enforcer of the God realm and also a provincial governor of the 9 regions. Thus, a map was just a matter of saying a word to him. Very soon Yi Xian received the map. Of course, Yi Xian directly allowed the system to receive the 9 directions and 60,000 realms map. System. Immediately come up with the most reasonable transfer plan. Ding. System notification calculating plan. Ding. Plan generated. Soon, a jade slip appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was the proposal order. Men. Present. One of them went straight to Yi Xian. Ding. Target is a 6th grade upper Divine King. In the past, Yi Xian would have immediately fled upon seeing a God King like this. But now, he was merely a messenger in front of Yi Xian. What is your name? I am Li Qing, the sect leader of the Huatian sect. All right, Li Qing. I command you as the provincial governor of the 9 directions to transfer the soldiers required by the Divine Master according to the military order in this jade slip. Yes, I will obey. After receiving the spiritual tablet, Li Qing did not dare to delay any further and left with his disciples. With Yi Xian's orders, he could be considered a person who could do whatever he wanted in the 9 directions and 60,000 realms. You come here. Yi Xian casually pointed and another God King expert came to Yi Xian's side. Go and inform Kuan Buyu of the Kunlun God realm to bring his clan's elites and report to me immediately. Also, ask him to select 1,000 disciples from the Kunlun God realm, who belong to the 9 directions and 60,000 realms. This, Lord Law Enforcer, the Divine Master has ordered that the Kunlun God realm disciples are not to be transferred unless absolutely necessary. What do you think? It doesn't matter. Kuan Buyu is my friend and I need his help. How about this? Tell Kuan Buyu to follow the principle of voluntary participation. As long as the Kunlun God realm disciples are willing to come, they can come. If they don't want to come, don't force them. Yes, I will obey. Yi Xian knew that he was not the clan leader of a big family, or the sect leader of a big sect. In the Kunlun God realm, he was just a small figure. The only reason he had his current position was because of a single sentence from Mi Yun. Although none of these generals dared to disobey Yi Xian's orders, they all looked down on Yi Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use a Kunlun God realm disciple like Kuan Buyu. These disciples might be young and might not even know how to lead troops, but Yi Xian could assign them deputy generals. Yi Xian wanted people who would listen to him. No matter how high their status was, these people did not have a military position. A military position in the Kunlun God realm was not something that could be obtained just because you were a disciple of a big family. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that they would definitely listen to his orders. Moreover, these disciples all had powerful factions behind them. With them indirectly commanding them, Yi Xian would be able to relax a lot. From today onwards, strictly speaking, Yi Xian could be considered a Lord God. Because with a single sentence from Mi Yun, Yi Xian was given command of the 60,000 territories. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not make any mistakes, once the war was over, the 60,000 territories would probably be given to Yi Xian directly. After all, Mi Yun was the Lord God of the Kunlun God realm. Her words were the highest law in the Kunlun God realm. No matter what Yi Xian's previous identity was, As long as he received Mi Yun's approval, he would be the legal Jiufang 60,000 territories military governor. Ri 1 are Jiufang 60,000 territories military governor. Heed my orders. Suddenly, another figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Didn't the order to mobilize troops just come? Why is there another order now? Yi Xian, heed my order. However, Yi Xian did not dare to disobey and hurriedly replied. God Realm's 10,000 Spirit Envoy Order. Jiufang Provincial Governor Yi Xian is to immediately dispatch troops to the Lord God Palace to receive military provisions, 1 billion totem beasts, and 1 trillion God crystals. Yes, Yi Xian, heed my order. Alright, so it was to receive military provisions this time. System, what's going on? Why are there military provisions? Ding! System notification. According to the Kunlun God Realm's military order, the various factions have dispatched troops. The various provincial governors are also in charge of providing military provisions, totem beasts, and treasures. It is recommended that the host immediately choose a suitable location to build his own God Realm's provincial governor palace. It is also recommended that the host set up the necessary equipment for crafting weapons and medicine sections. So that's how it is. That made sense. Yi Xian had no foundation. The other provincial governors had their own palaces. In the event of a war, they could naturally immediately mobilize troops. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have anything. The God Realm's 10,000 Spirit Envoy was giving Yi Xian some funds. 1 billion totem beasts and 1 trillion God crystals might sound like a lot, but this was for Yi Xian to build his own palace. It could be said that it was not enough at all. Not to mention other things, Yi Xian was going to mobilize 1 billion troops this time. At the very least, Yi Xian would have to send out 100 million totem beasts to support him, right? One had to know that the people sent out by Yi Xian would receive military merits from Yi Xian. If his people were all dead, he would have to ask Yi Xian for more. If he did not make his own troops stronger, how would he receive military merits? Fortunately, Yi Xian had been a monarch before. This kind of thing was not difficult for Yi Xian. Fian, take Great Elder Fu Yi and select 100,000 troops to receive the resources. Be careful on the road. Although this is the God Realm's war period, it is inevitable that there will be villains causing trouble. Yes, young master. I understand. This was Yi Xian's foundation for building his own palace. Of course, Yi Xian would send his most trusted people over. Yi Xian was constantly making arrangements while the battle outside was still going on in the dark. The Xian Divine Talisman clan had been rescued, but Yi Xian did not give them any time to rest. He could only make them start refining divine talismans on the spot. He had no one but the Xian Divine Talisman clan at his disposal. Thus, he could only refine a large number of restrictions. Although Yi Xian had the right to mobilize troops from all over the 60,000 territories, he could not ask them to donate their assets. As for taxes, it was still too early. He had only just taken over. How could he get taxes so quickly? A multitude of matters suddenly erupted in an instant. Chapter 2353. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Yi Xian was still very worried. 1357924? 6810 GGGGD. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to be the Jiufang provincial commander. The demon god domain was attacking him, and the Annihilation Organization was ready to make a move. How could Yi Xian have an easy time? His subordinates also needed to be integrated. Fortunately, the system was helping to formulate a plan, so Yi Xian's actions were not slow. Ding! System notification. Due to special events, the random chain mission, the mysterious strange tribe's trouble has been forcibly interrupted. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the Kunlun God domain, an official position in the Jiufang 60,000 realms, and automatically obtained the qualifications of a Lord God in the Jiufang 60,000 realms, and can directly extract faith points from the Jiufang 60,000 realms. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the God domain, rewarded 3 eternal points, a special military order, a special treasure, the rule divine bow, and fully unlocking the sex subsystem. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the Jiufang 60,000 realms, Rewarded 2 eternal points, a special military order, a special treasure, the God-slaying helmet, and automatically unlocking the military subsystem. A series of notifications burst out in an instant. He had obtained an official position and could also receive rewards. Yixian couldn't wait to hug the system and kiss it. The system's rewards were like timely rain. However, obtaining 2 official positions and commanding 60,000 realms only gave him 5 eternal points. How difficult was it to obtain eternal points? Fortunately, with the qualification to extract faith points from 60,000 realms, as long as Yixian worked hard, he would definitely reap a lot of benefits. However, what were special military orders and special military orders? Yixian brought up the panel and looked at it directly. Special military order. Hosts can use special military orders to summon 100 million true God soldiers, or 100 divine lord soldiers. Was this tailor-made for Yixian to transfer soldiers? However, Yixian had already sent Li Qing to buy it. It seemed that this thing could only be used to establish Yixian's personal guards. Special decree. Hosts can use the special decree to establish a special organization, including the crafting school, the forbidding school, and so on. After use, resources and manpower will be summoned. These 2 special tokens had come at just the right time. However, Yixian was not in a hurry to use them. He wanted to set up his sect system first. After all, he would be able to obtain more benefits from the sect system. Moreover, after establishing the sect, Yixian could very well use that place as his own God Realm Law Enforcer Palace, so there was no need to waste any extra resources. Now, if he could save a little, it would be better to save a little. Build it at this location? Of course Yixian wouldn't. After all, this was a battlefield. Since the initial arrangements had been made, it was time for Yixian to focus on dealing with these invaders. Follow me. At Yixian's command, everyone quickly followed Yixian into the sky. At this time, the war was still going on. It could be said that such a battle in the wild was basically a battle of people. Yixian had a steady stream of reinforcements coming in, but the enemy was also constantly coming in through the teleportation portals in the sky. Yixian knew that the first thing he had to do now was to destroy those teleportation portals. Men, pass down my orders. Attack the teleportation portals with all your might. Focus your attacks on them and destroy those teleportation portals. As long as the teleportation portals are gone, I want to see how the enemy reinforcements. Yes, sir. Yixian did not even know who his subordinates were, nor what their positions were. Fortunately, the system could help him organize, so there was no need for Yixian to worry too much. Yixian was not idle either. He naturally would not miss out on such a battle. Therefore, Yixian also charged into the battlefield at this time. The 2 god-slaying swords circled around Yixian. Meanwhile, Yixian took out the Rule God Bow that he had just obtained. Rule God Bow automatically generates different rule arrows according to the rule power used by the host. The power of the rule arrows depends on the host's mastery of the rule power. Rule God Bow's special attribute 1, automatic upgrade. Based on the number of times the Rule God Bow is used, the Rule God Palace's level will automatically increase. The higher the level, the more powerful and number of rule arrows it generates. Currently, the host can only generate 1 red Rule God arrow. The Rule God arrow's power is divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red is the least powerful, while purple is the most powerful. At the same time, at most, the Rule God Bow can generate 7 Rule God arrows at the same time. However, the 7 Rule God arrows cannot contain the same amount of rule power. Rule God Bow's special attribute 2, rule control. Every time the host uses the Rule God Bow, the host's mastery of the Rule God arrow will automatically increase according to the number of Rule God arrows that are generated. What an awesome Rule God Bow! Yixian liked it very much. This Rule God Bow was many times more powerful than the God-slaying swords. Even though there were only 2 special attributes, these 2 special attributes complemented each other perfectly. Moreover, their power was even more explosive. Now that Wei Zhentian could control the God-slaying swords, Yixian was worried about not having a suitable weapon. Now he could get whatever he wanted. Haha! Let me try out the power of my new treasure. Yixian suddenly pulled on the Rule God Bow and shouted at the same time. Devouring arrow. After all, Yixian was most familiar with the rule of devouring right now. A red arrow appeared on the Rule God Bow. Yi Xian could clearly feel the aura of the rule of devouring coming from it. However, before Yi Xian could attack, he heard the enemy's shouts. Quick, over here. There's a high-ranking official of the Kunlun God domain here. Kill him and you'll be rewarded greatly. Charge, charge. Holy shit. They could see through my identity. Yi Xian turned the rule god bow around and shot an arrow at those people. In an instant, a 1,000-meter-wide vortex appeared in the sky. Enemies were constantly being sucked into it, but at the same time, some of his own people were also being sucked in. Yi Xian could feel the anger of the warriors beside him. However, because of Yi Xian's special identity, no one dared to complain. Moreover, Yi Xian's arrow had indeed wiped out hundreds of enemies. Holy shit. I forgot that this devouring arrow doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Yi Xian said softly, annoyed. However, the power of this rule god arrow made Yi Xian very happy. Even the god-slaying sword could not achieve this kind of attack power. Of course, this was also because the people in front of Yi Xian were just profound God Realm and true God Realm shrimps. Perhaps it would not be so easy to deal with enemies with higher cultivation bases. Chapter 2354. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the law of divine talismans. He wondered what would happen if he used the law of divine talismans. 1357924? 6810. Yi Xian drew his bow once again. Re-1 our law of divine talisman arrow. Ding! System notification. If you want to use law of divine talisman or law of restriction arrows, please add a specific law of divine talisman. Ding! The more powerful the law of divine talisman is, the more powerful the arrow will be. There was such a restriction. However, this was still within common sense. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Yi Xian to refine law of divine talismans. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then made a forbidden flight talisman. A forbidden flight talisman had a similar effect as a forbidden flight talisman. It used a special power to suppress a certain area, so that no one could fly within that area. This time Yi Xian had the experience of the first arrow. He shot an arrow directly into the enemy's crowd. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached the enemy's crowd. In an instant, the law of divine talisman arrow exploded, causing hundreds of enemies to fall. Good. Yi Xian could not help but applaud the law of divine talisman arrow. However, after shooting those two arrows, Yi Xian changed all of them to healing talismans. All injured, fall back and gather. Yi Xian shouted. Although they did not know what Yi Xian was going to do, many of his subordinates obeyed his order. Yi Xian suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow. The soldiers' eyes were filled with fear. Even many of the surrounding people looked at Yi Xian with anger. They thought that Yi Xian was going to kill the injured. However, a moment later, a divine power erupted and the injured soldiers quickly recovered. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked at Yi Xian. What was going on? What kind of treasure did their law enforcers use? One moment, they devoured everyone without distinguishing between friend and foe. The next moment they restricted the air. And now they even healed everyone within range? How did they do it? Those who have recovered continue to kill the enemy. Those who are injured come and assemble. Yi Xian could only take care of a small part of the battlefield. However, he was currently leading a team to attack the enemy's teleportation portal. It could be said that every healing session gave Yi Xian a slight advantage. The continuous accumulation of advantages would naturally have a huge impact on the battlefield. Be careful, my lord. Suddenly, a god king beside Yi Xian roared and appeared beside Yi Xian. Along with his shout, an incomparably sharp tail suddenly attacked. Ding! Target has been identified. 3rd grade lower divine king realm demon celestial. Sting demon celestial. Ding! The wasp stinger demon god can augment its tail with a special ability that allows it to shoot its target at an extremely fast speed, dealing extremely high critical damage. Boom! With a loud explosion, the God King expert standing beside Yi Xian was knocked back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, isn't this wasp stinger demon celestial a little too overbearing? That attack is simply too strong. Yi Xian teleported to the God King's side, and a ball of light gathered in his hand. It was the healing ability of the Divine Blossom Sword Servants. The light circled around the God King, allowing him to recover quickly. Thank you, Lord Provincial Governor. Yi Xian was a God Realm law enforcer and a provincial governor of Jiufeng. Logically speaking, a God realm law enforcer had a higher status. However, most people were more used to calling Yixian a provincial governor. This was because the provincial governor represented the authority of the overgod of Jufang. Of course, once they acknowledged Yixian, they would directly address Yixian as Lord Divine Master. It was just like how the people of Kunlun would directly address Mimu as Lord Divine Master. In fact, in other places, if they had an official position, they would also address the overgod as Lord Divine Master. However, Yixian still had a long way to go before he could gain the acknowledgement of the 60,000 territories of Jufang. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have died without a doubt. Yixian said sincerely. After all, a battlefield was a battlefield. This was a God realm war, not a small skirmish like Yixian's. A single person's strength would appear so weak. Even if you were a god king and had the battle strength to kill tens of thousands of ordinary mystic gods in a single move, you would still be a god king. However, even if you were a god king, the enemy also had god kings. Therefore, if a single god king went out, the enemy could very well have a whole bunch of god kings rushing over. A god realm war wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few high-level combatants. Even a god king like Mimu didn't have the ability to resolve a war by herself. It could even be said that if Mimu really joined the war without the support of her subordinates, she would only be ground to death alive. This was a god realm war. Of course, a battle between experts would still have a huge effect on morale. Thus, one-on-one duels were a common occurrence in God's domain's wars. For example, at this moment, an enemy from the demon god realm stood out and said loudly to Yixian, "Who dares to fight with me?" Obviously, he saw Yixian and deliberately came to provoke him. System, detect that person's strength. Ding. System notification, target is a third-grade mid-god king. A third-grade mid-god king. System, detect the experts around me and choose an expert above the third-grade mid-god king realm to come out. Ding. System notification, detecting target. Ding. A suitable target has been detected. After the system notification, Yixian immediately looked at that person. "Do you dare to fight?" Yixian didn't hesitate and directly asked that person. "Why wouldn't I dare?" That person stood out and flew forward for a distance. Then he said to the expert from the demon god realm, "I am the city lord of Dongfeng City, Lu Hanshan. A mere demon god dares to challenge me. Tell me your name." "Humph, puny human, you overestimate yourself. I am the chief of the Sangha tribe, Sangha. Despicable humans, die." Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he felt that this kind of one-on-one battle was really boring. However, this was the rule of the God Realm War after all, so he couldn't say anything. "Retreat. Make space." An expert from the demon god realm shouted loudly. At the same time, Yixian waved his hand. Both sides immediately leaped into the air. Lu Hanshan and Sangha had already started fighting. Cloud movement, cloud separation. Lu Hanshan punched out, and in an instant he transformed into thousands of people. The sky was densely filled with people, and they attacked Sangha. "Just the law of clouds? What can you do to me?" Thousand lightning soul lock. In an instant, thousands of divine lightning suddenly appeared. But these divine lightning balls were in the shape of balls and had the ability to judge the soul. Therefore, they directly ignored Lu Hanshan's clones and attacked the real body. Cloud movement gather. Lu Hanshan gave up on attacking, and suddenly countless clones gathered around him, forming a divine shield. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions sounded. Chapter 2355. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Hanshan was actually being suppressed. However, Yixian was not worried at all. Perhaps Sangha's lightning law could suppress Lu Hanshan's cloud law. 1357924? 6810 J. However, since Yixian had sent Lu Hanshan out, he must have his reasons. Through the system, Yixian could clearly see the difference in realm between himself and his opponent. Therefore, since Yixian had sent Lu Hanshan out, it must be because Lu Hanshan's realm was higher than his opponent's. Apart from Yixian, no one else could have such an ability. Once one had the power of the laws, no matter who it was, they would find a way to hide their true cultivation. Therefore, generally speaking, they could only see the approximate realm of each other. For example, Lu Hansan and Sang Ha, who were both divine kings, could roughly see that they were both mid-level divine kings. However, it was impossible to tell which realm they were at. This was because neither of them had any special ability to hide their cultivation. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to guess. However, Yi Xian could clearly see the realm of both sides through the system. Therefore, Yi Xian could almost be said to be in an invincible position. For example, Lu Hansan was actually a mid-level divine king. A 5th level against a 3rd level, 2 levels higher suppression. Even if the nomological attribute was slightly inferior, it was still a great advantage. A powerful explosion sounded, and Lu Hansan was surrounded by the lightning, and his entire figure disappeared. Mighty! 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 Behind Sang Ha, a group of demon god soldiers roared and cheered for Sang Ha's victory. Although Sang Ha still maintained a defensive posture, he had relaxed a little. At this time he had a look of disdain as he said proudly to Lu Hansan, who was surrounded by lightning. "Humph, human die." A huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Sang Ha's hand as he prepared to attack. "Sai, looks like Lu Hansan is going to lose this time. It's a pity that the cloud law is not as good as the lightning law. Their mastery of the laws is about the same. It will be difficult for Lu Hansan to defeat his opponent." Isn't that so? Both of them are mid-level divine kings, but Lu Hansan's nomological attribute is at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that his nomological attribute was suppressed, he might still have a chance. Yi Xian could hear some of the experts on his side whispering about this. The divine domain war had its own rules. If it was a one-on-one challenge from the very beginning, then during the battle between the two of them, even if one side knew that they would lose, his comrades would not be allowed to interfere. That was the default rule. Otherwise, a single ultimate god could easily slaughter millions of low-level cannon fodders if he were to intervene at will. Even in a god-in-god war, under normal circumstances there were rules war. After all, a war was translation of war. Of course, that was the default. Comxian translation was the. However, at this moment Lu Hansan, who was completely surrounded by lightning, suddenly spoke out. "The power of the lightning law? Not bad. Unfortunately, do you really think that you can suppress me?" Boom! A white light appeared and bounced off the countless lightning bolts. At the same time, a domain was quickly formed and wrapped around Sang Ha. Sang Ha looked at the scene and said proudly, "Haha, domain power? So what? Could it be that your mere cloud laws want to suppress my lightning laws? Lightning domain, open for me." All of a sudden, Sang Ha also activated his own domain. It could be said that if he really succeeded in activating it, Lu Hanchuang's cloud domain would definitely be riddled with holes. However, right at this moment, Sang Ha's expression changed drastically because he suddenly realized that his domain was actually unable to form at all. The cloud law. A mysterious law. What was the cloud? It was illusory. Generally speaking, it seemed that the power of Yun was not very strong. However, if clouds could contain rain, they could also contain thunder and lightning. When the power of the cloud reached a certain level, even the destructive power of lightning could be completely engulfed and contained by the cloud. At this moment, Sanha discovered this strange phenomenon. Although his lightning power was constantly being released, it seemed to be slowed down countless times and put into an endless space. Even though he was releasing his own domain power, it was like water being absorbed by a sponge. It was constantly being absorbed and disintegrated into Lu Hanchuang's cloud law domain. This was a feeling that made Sang Ha extremely flustered. His opponent did not use any strong power, but any of Sang Ha's attacks were like punches into thin air, powerless. In the distance, Yi Xian watched this scene quietly. The rest of the powerhouses also watched quietly. The people from the demon divine realm stopped clamoring because they had discovered something unusual. Lu Hanchuang's comrades had regained their confidence because they saw a possibility of victory. In the sky, a bright ball of light was constantly emitting lightning. That was Lu Hanchuang using his own domain to suppress Sang Ha. The lightning in the ball of light became more and more obvious, so much so that no one could see what was going on. Yi Xian was very confident, so he was not worried at all. Suddenly, the ball of light began to shrink violently. Then, in the blink of an eye, the huge ball of light disappeared and two figures appeared directly in front of everyone. It was Lu Hanshuang and Sang Ha. Lu Hanshuang had a cold smile on his face, while Sang Ha's eyes were filled with horror. This can't be real. This is impossible. Sang Ha repeated this sentence blankly. When he said it for the third time, his entire figure collapsed like quicksand. At the last moment, Lu Hanshuang compressed his domain directly into Sang Ha's body. He used his own domain power to completely destroy Sang Ha. Even his soul was destroyed. Great! Yixian clapped his hands and said softly. In an instant, the crowd behind Yixian burst into enthusiastic cheers. Well done, Lu Hanshuang is just like him. Aha, damn foreign tribes, how is it? Is there anyone else who wants to die? Go back to your homes. The Kunlun Divine Realm is not a place you can come and go as you please. When the people from the Demon Divine Realm heard the clamor from the Kunlun Divine Realm, their expressions changed drastically. All of a sudden, a figure rushed out. Chapter 2356. Yixian couldn't figure out what this guy's true form was. However, Yixian didn't need to figure it out. In Yixian's heart, no matter what he wasn't worth paying attention to. System. Detect this person's cultivation. Ding. System notification target, 8th grade Mid-Divine King. 8th grade Mid-Divine King. Is he trying to crush Lu Hanshan? Sure enough, when Yixian was checking the person's cultivation, the person said to Lu Hanshan, Do you dare to fight with me? Lu Hanshan was about to speak when Yixian's voice sounded. Come back. Lu Hanshan's body stiffened. It was a humiliation to retreat when the enemy challenged him. He didn't want to retreat, but he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the provincial governor. 1357924? 6810. My lord, I am willing to fight to the death. Yixian looked at this guy. From his words, he could tell that he knew that he wasn't a match for the enemy. However, he didn't want to lose face, so he didn't want to retreat. Alright, the enemy is despicable and shameless. He wants to kill you by taking turns. However, I have other plans for you, so you don't have to rush to your death. Alright, retreat. Yixian's words were very clever. Even if he left Lu Hanshan in front of him, it was also a reward for him. Lu Hanshan couldn't say no. At this moment, many people were looking at Lu Hanshan with envious gazes. The provincial governor had said that he would have other arrangements for him. One had to know that this provincial governor had come from nowhere. How could the various forces in the 9 directions 60,000 territories not know about this? However, the provincial governor brought 10,000 divine palace guards with him. This proved that the divine master valued him highly. In other words, as long as he hugged the provincial governor's thigh, it would be hard for him not to prosper. At this time, everyone was nervously waiting for Yixian to send them to fight. Suddenly, Yixian pointed at an old man. Do you dare to fight? I am willing to serve the regional commander. The old man was extremely excited, as if he had instantly become a few thousand years younger. His face actually glowed. It's actually him. Someone muttered softly. It turned out that the old man's original sect was almost completely destroyed because of a mystic realm exploration. At this time, he didn't even have more than 100 disciples. Strictly speaking, he was already considered a cripple. But who would have thought that the provincial governor would take a fancy to him? In an instant, countless people were extremely envious. The old man naturally knew that this was a rare opportunity. He had already decided that even if he had to die, he would take down the enemy. Of course, Yixian had only chosen him because he was coincidentally a 9th grade mid-tier divine realm cultivator. He had no other intentions. The battle erupted once again. But this time, the duration of the battle was unexpectedly short. It was only one move, but the result was already decided. As soon as the old man came out, his whole body suddenly emitted a strong flame. Then he roared, "Divine power, heavenly fire annihilation." This guy had actually used all his strength in the first move. This move, heavenly fire annihilation, was to condense all the nomological power on his fist, using this one punch to decide the outcome. It could be said that the old man only had this one chance to attack, because if this punch didn't take down the enemy, he was equivalent to waiting for death. However, the person opposite him was actually a guy who used ice element nomological laws. Then from the beginning he was destined to be a tragedy. With a punch the sky changed color. The entire sky seemed to be completely dyed red. and a huge fireball exploded from the old man's hand. Although the enemy immediately put up a defense, and even released his strongest defense, it was still useless. Numerous ice shields appeared in an instant. There were tens of thousands of ice shields, and each ice shield was like a mirror. Moreover, that person could pass through these ice shields at will. With this move, even if he had to exhaust himself, he could exhaust countless opponents to death, and even fight above his level. Unfortunately, he had met Yi Xian, who could see through everything. Yi Xian. Therefore, when the tens of thousands of ice shields appeared, they were surrounded by countless flames, and almost all of them melted at the same time. One punch, just one punch, and the old man had killed his enemy. Even he couldn't believe such a result. Humph, human race official, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Suddenly a voice rang out. Along with this voice, countless Yao gods quickly opened up a path. A young man walked out from among them. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness is eternal. Clearly, this Yao god status was extraordinary. From the moment he appeared, even the people in the demon god realm in this area were extremely respectful. Your Highness, could it be the prince of the demon god realm? Yi Xian frowned slightly, a little puzzled. However, since this guy had come to challenge him, then Yi Xian had to take a good look. System, give me a deep scan of this person. I want to know his true identity and strength. Ding. System notification. Scanning data, analyzing character. Ding. System notification. Target specified. Demon God Clan's 8 Heavenly Kings. 7th son of Heavenly King Kuan Peng. 7th Prince of Kuan Peng. 2nd grade Lower Godly King. 2nd grade Lower Godly King? Yi Xian smirked. Was this guy looking for death? Did he really think that just because Yi Xian was a peak godly monarch, he couldn't do anything to a godly king? He was Yi Xian, the one and only Yi Xian. Even if his strength was higher, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid, let alone a mere 2nd grade godly king. The son of a heavenly king? Did that mean that he was even higher than Yi Xian? However, since he was looking for death, then Yi Xian would fulfill his wish. Suddenly, the system notification rang again. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Had a powerful innate divine ability? However, so what? Even so, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. Yi Xian now had 5 eternal points, which gave Yi Xian the confidence to speak. With 5 eternal points, as long as his opponent didn't surpass the godly king realm, Yi Xian would be invincible. Don't forget, the eternal domain of the eternal bloodline. 5 eternal points was just enough to use the eternal domain. His strength would increase by 100 times in an instant. Not only his realm, but also Yi Xian's strength, agility, mastery of laws, and everything else. As long as he used the eternal domain, his strength would increase by 100 times. This was enough for Yi Xian to ignore any godly king realm, godly monarch realm. Chapter 2357. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. You want to challenge me? Yi Xian asked calmly. 1357924? 6810. Yes, it's you. You and I are the supreme commanders of this battlefield. Let's fight to determine the outcome of this war. If I win, you hand over the divine talisman race and I win. Then we'll take a step back. What do you think? So they want to decide the outcome of this battle? However, why do these guys want the divine talisman race so badly? What kind of secret is the divine talisman race hiding? Alright, I agree. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. Let's fight one-on-one. Yi Xian replied calmly. Regional Governor, please reconsider. Sir, you mustn't. That's right, sir. The enemy is a divine king. And he's from the special Kuan Peng race. Sir, please reconsider. Many people were worried when they heard that Yi Xian had actually agreed to the challenge. No matter what, they were all Yi Xian's subordinates now. If Yi Xian were to die in battle, they would definitely be severely punished. In fact, almost all of the people by Yi Xian's side would be exterminated. The Kunlun Divine Domain had a clear rule. If an official like the regional governor died, the people around him would be exterminated for failing to protect him. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry. Yi Xian waved his hand and said calmly, It's fine. I don't care about a mere Kuan Peng. The experts were extremely anxious. Even though Yi Xian had already said so, they were still afraid that something might happen. However, they had no right to refuse Yi Xian's order. Disobeying Yixian's order was also a serious crime. In an instant, the experts on the human side were extremely worried. On the other hand, the people from the demon god domain were all delighted. This human race official is really stupid. He actually wants to fight with the seventh prince. The seventh prince has the Kuan-Peng body. He can erupt with the battle strength of a mid-divine king. I think this human race official is courting death. Isn't that so? Can't you see that this human race official is still very young? However, if we can kill him, I'm sure we'll be rewarded greatly. Haha, the seventh prince is mighty. In the blink of an eye, the morale of the demon god realm was completely restored. Yixian smiled faintly. Of course, he could hear the discussions around him. However, so what if he was the Kuan-Peng or the seventh prince? He was Yixian. Could it be that he was afraid of a mere seventh prince? Yixian moved and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such guts. Don't worry, I'll spare your life because I suddenly feel that capturing you alive might be more useful. The seventh prince said with a smile. Is that so? That's exactly what I was thinking. If I capture you alive, I might be able to exchange it for some good stuff. As he said this, Wei Zhentian transformed into the Godslayer. The two Godslayer swords hovered around Yixian, ready to charge out at any time. Haha, human race brat. You're really arrogant. Suddenly, the seventh prince waved his hand, creating countless phantoms that attacked Yixian. Yixian did not hesitate. He summoned the Thousand Beast Sword Servants and the Deity Flower Sword Servants and charged forward as well. However, what happened next was beyond Yixian's expectations. Before Yixian could use the Thousand Beasts Feast, the phantoms suddenly rushed into the bodies of the Thousand Beast Sword Servants, the Deity Flower Sword Servants, and the Deity Flower Sword Servants. Although the seventh prince couldn't control them because they were all summoned by Yixian, he still caused the Thousand Beast Sword Attendants and the others to instantly lose their ability to move. Kuan-Peng Transformation, Divine Soul Devour. Someone exclaimed in shock. This was a special ability of the Kuan-Peng race. They used the phantoms to devour the enemy's divine soul. Although it did not really destroy the enemy, it could imprison the enemy's divine soul, and then control the enemy's physical body. What's going on? Why can't these puppets be controlled? The seventh prince was slightly astonished. He had always been able to control the soul, but he had failed. Facing the Thousand Beast Sword Attendants, although he could control the soul, he could not control the physical body. This was something that he had never encountered before. Even so, it was beyond Yixian's expectations. Yixian already knew that he couldn't underestimate this seventh prince the first time they'd fought. Otherwise, Yixian would probably suffer a huge loss this time. Wei Zhentian attack. Yixian waved his hand, and Wei Zhentian controlled the two Godslayer swords to charge forward. At this moment, the power of the Godslayer swords finally exploded. The special attribute of the Godslayer swords was that when facing the demon gods and other mutated tribes, it would definitely be a critical hit. Under Wei Zhentian's control, the two Godslayer swords always attacked the seventh prince from tricky angles. Although this could not play a decisive role, it was definitely a good support for Yixian's actions. At this moment, Yixian was going to use the special ability of the Wings of Gods. Fury of the Gods. System, check the power of the Wings of Gods that I have now. I want to use the Fury of the Gods. Yixian stared at the seventh prince. He wanted to see how the seventh prince would handle the Fury of the Gods. Ding! System notification. The host currently has 131% of the Wings of God's power. The host can use 31% of the Fury of the God's power. 31% of the power. That was enough. Yixian suddenly stood still, but his hands abruptly clasped together. The seventh prince was slightly surprised that his move had failed. He suddenly looked at Yixian and said arrogantly, "Kid, you're not bad. You can actually break my Kuan-Peng's first change. Let's see how you defend against the next move." Kuan-Peng's 3-change Heaven Stealing. Suddenly, the seventh prince did not even have time to use his special ability. A vast and mighty aura suddenly burst forth. With Yixian as the center, the powerful aura continuously spread out. Yixian's lips curled into a faint smile. Go to hell. Damn you. Fury of the Gods. Following Yixian's roar, the entire battlefield froze in an instant. This was because at this moment, Waves of powerful aura were emitted from the heavens and the earth. Mysterious Dharma figures kept appearing one after another. No one knew who these people were, but everyone knew that they were not ordinary people. What are these? Could it be a fragment of his soul? Who the hell are these people? Regardless of whether they were from the Kunlun god domain or the demon god domain at this moment, all of their attention was focused on Yixian. This was because countless Dharma figures kept appearing and disappearing. Moreover, most of them were rushing towards Yixian. These countless Dharma figures filled the entire sky. But their final destination was to become the ball of light in Yixian's hand. Chapter 2358. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Your Highness, be careful. A person from the demon god's domain shouted. However, his reminder wouldn't be of any help to the seventh prince's current situation. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with shock. Even without anyone's reminder, he could already see how powerful the ball of light in Yixian's hand was. Kuanpeng's 18 changes. Kuanpeng's true form. Suddenly, the seventh prince's body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a super divine beast that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. This was the seventh prince's true form, the Kuanpeng divine beast. However, this Kuanpeng was different from the real Kuanpeng. First of all, it was not as big as the real Kuanpeng. Secondly, there were countless black light screens around it, and many black balls were circling around it. 1357924? 6810D. There were even many imprisoned souls that were constantly struggling around his body in an attempt to escape. Go to hell. Fury of the gods. Finally, the light ball in Yixian's hand was completed. Then Yixian opened his hands and a pillar of light appeared. This pillar of light expanded continuously. At first it was less than a meter thick. However, it grew to 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The entire sky seemed to be covered by this pillar of light. The soul-stirring power caused countless people to tremble incessantly. What kind of power was this? Was this really a power that a mere divine Lord Realm fellow could possess? Perhaps even a superior divine king would not be able to do this. The most important thing was the range of this attack. This was a powerful attack that covered half the sky. The powerful beings of the Kunlun god domain could not help but take a few steps back. If they were to stay within that light, they would feel as though they were about to be melted away. This was an extremely mystical feeling. It was as though everything from their flesh to their godheads were being melted away. This strong discomfort forced them to retreat again and again. And this was only the feeling they felt. Then, as the core of the attack, how uncomfortable would the seventh prince be? After revealing his true form, the seventh prince's strength had undoubtedly skyrocketed. However, in the face of Yixian's fury of the gods, he could only barely resist. He couldn't even protect his entire body. Around the seventh prince, countless shields of law quickly condensed and then disappeared. They were actually melted by the powerful attack of the wrath of the gods. The seventh prince continued to wail in agony as the air around his body continued to evaporate. His huge body was actually shrinking at this moment. The wrath of the gods was so strong that once the seventh prince's defense failed, it would immediately take away a part of his body. Is this the fusion law? It wasn't just the spectators who were confused. Even Yixian couldn't understand why the wrath of the gods' attack would melt the enemy. Fortunately, the system gave Yixian an answer. Ding! System notification. Every time the wrath of the gods attacks, it will produce a random attribute. This is because the wrath of the gods is a combination of the power of countless powerful ancient gods. The system notification let Yixian know why the fury of the gods was like this. It turned out that this mystique was a random mystique to begin with. The damage it could cause was fixed, but the way it caused the damage was random. Just like what was happening now, it was actually using the melting method to wear down the enemy. The seventh prince was still persisting in using defensive means. Even though the shields of law would disappear soon after they appeared, the seventh prince had no choice but to continue. After all, once he gave up, he would be melted very quickly. His huge body, which was originally hundreds of thousands of miles long, kept shrinking like a fat man trying to lose weight. The 90,000 characters in his body were constantly being melted away. However, the ninth prince had the Kuanpeng body after all. Therefore, the damage was evenly distributed to various parts of his body, resulting in the current situation. Damn it, human, I want you dead. I will definitely make you die a horrible death. The extreme pain almost made the seventh prince lose his mind. After all, this powerful melting was simply causing him extreme pain. Ding! Warning! 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 An unknown change has been detected. Host, please be careful. The system notification suddenly sounded out, causing Yixian to frown. An unknown great change? What unknown change? What was the seventh prince trying to do? At this moment, the seventh prince's body was condensing at an extremely fast speed, and the nomological aura around him was becoming stronger and stronger. Kuan-Peng 62 Transformations, Ultimate Body, 62 Transformations. The seventh prince has actually cultivated the Kuan-Peng transformation to the 62 transformations. Legend has it that the ultimate body can condense a special physique that can ignore all nomological attacks. It seems to be called the eternal body. This physique can completely nullify all nomological powers. Could it be that the legends are true? In ancient times, there really was such a physique that could ignore nomological powers? The people of the demon god domain were boiling with excitement. Even in the history of the demon god domain, there weren't many Kuan-Peng clansmen who had successfully cultivated the Kuan-Peng 62 transformations. But now, their seventh prince had actually succeeded. This undoubtedly showed how talented the seventh prince was. However, upon hearing this, the first person to be stunned was Yixian. After all, Yixian now had the eternal bloodline. Eternal bloodline, eternal body. No matter what, this made Yixian think of many things. Could it be that the final result of the Kuan-Peng 62 transformations was to become a bloodline like Yixian's? However, although Yixian's eternal bloodline had the special ability to swallow all nomological powers, it did not have the special ability to ignore nomological attacks. At this moment, Yixian actually did not have much of an effect on reducing nomological attacks. But why was the seventh prince's eternal body able to ignore nomological powers? Yixian was extremely puzzled. However, there was no other way. At this moment, Yixian's Wrath of the Gods attack was about to end. Hence, he could only look helplessly at the seventh prince. Human, you deserve to die. I will definitely kill you. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with rage. It turned out that although he had resisted Yixian's attack, he had actually paid a heavy price. It turned out that he could only use the 60 transformations at most. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to successfully cultivate the 62 transformations. However, it was definitely not now. However, being forced by Yifeng, the seventh prince could only use a secret technique and activate the 62 transformations in advance. Chapter 2359. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In other words, the seventh prince would forever remain at the level of the 62 transformations if he did not encounter any special opportunities. Of course, Yixian did not know this. Even if Yixian knew, he would not care. 1357924? 6810 GGGD. However, at this moment, Yixian had no choice but to be cautious. Even the Wrath of the Gods couldn't defeat this guy. Wasn't this guy too strong? The battle between Yixian and the seventh prince had long since surpassed everyone's understanding. One had to know that in the eyes of the crowd, these two people were merely a battle between a peak divine lord and a low-level divine king. However, the power that erupted from them was simply incomparably shocking. The first two battles were between divine kings. However, compared to the battle between Yixian and the seventh prince, these two battles were insignificant. It was only now that the experts from the 9 directions and 60,000 domains finally understood why the divine master thought so highly of Yixian, and even made him a provincial governor. This was because Yixian was a genius, a monstrous genius that was hard to find in 10,000 years. Even a high-level divine king expert could not arouse suspicion. If he encountered Yixian, he would not be able to defeat him. Of course, they did not know that Yixian had paid a heavy price for this outburst. The Divine Wing's energy had been completely depleted this time. It would be a long time before they could be used again. Next, Yixian had to consider how to continue the battle. Eternal points were too difficult to obtain. Yixian could not bear to use them. It seems that I can only use divine talismans and restrictions. I hope these will have some effect on him, Yixian said in his heart. At the same time, he ordered the system to start refining restrictions and divine talismans. This time Yixian only had one request. The greater the power, the better. The stronger the attack, the better. However, even if the system were to refine the restriction, it would still take time. Therefore, Yixian could only rely on himself to buy as much time as possible. Human. I want you dead. I want you dead. At this time, the seventh prince had already sunk into extreme anger. His body was now condensed to a mere dozen meters in size. After all, he was from the Kuanpeng clan. What the rock race was most proud of was their enormous size. And now, the seventh prince was only a dozen meters tall. If he was placed in the race, even a newborn baby would be a dozen times bigger than him. How could he accept this? More importantly, he would never have the chance to grow in size in the future, because he had already forcefully used the 62 transformations. Die! Suddenly, the 70,000 character mouth spat out a huge beam of light. Unlike Yixian's fury of the gods, Yixian's attack was constantly spreading out, while the seventh prince's attack was condensed and didn't dissipate. Boom! The attack was extremely fast. Yixian didn't even have the time to use it before he was hit directly. In midair, Yixian's blood sprayed like rain as he was blasted into the ground. Boom! A huge crater with a radius of 1,000 miles and a depth of 100 meters appeared. This attack left many people on tenterhooks. This was because many people were wondering if Yixian would be killed by this attack. However, a figure quickly soared into the sky again. That figure was a bloody mess. At this time he didn't look like a person at all. He was just a lump of flesh. It was obvious how strong the seventh prince's attack was. However, people didn't even have time to be surprised by Yixian's wretched state, before they were shocked by Yixian's terrifying recovery ability. When Yixian flew up, he was still a lump of flesh. However, when he stood in front of the seventh prince again, he had already recovered to his original state. It was as if he hadn't been injured at all. The eternal body's recovery ability was no joke. At the very least, external injuries couldn't be seen at all. Of course, Yixian wasn't completely unaffected. In fact, he was still greatly affected. However, these were all internal injuries that couldn't be seen. Damn you, human. Go to hell. Boom! Another pillar of light, one that was even more powerful than the previous one, struck Yixian once again. Yixian was extremely vexed. In fact, he had already noticed it. However, the seventh prince's attack was too fast. By the time Yixian realized it, he had already been hit. This speed was faster than Yixian's spiritual will reaction speed. Boom! In a radius of 10,000 miles, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless rocks flew and countless mountains collapsed. Some of the true immortal realm and mystic god realm ordinary disciples who were too close to Yixian's landing were actually killed by the aftershock of Yixian's landing. Walala! Countless canyons were left behind on the ground. There was even magma that spewed out. Everyone's attention was focused on where Yixian had landed. Whether it was those from the Kunlun Divine Domain or those from the Demon Divine Domain, they were all extremely shocked. They didn't know what the outcome would be. This time, would Yixian fly out like the previous time? Or could it be that this time Yixian would be directly defeated? Quick look. What's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Following that, everyone saw another bloody figure shoot up into the sky. Moreover, just like the previous time, his body was rapidly recovering. How was this possible? Everyone from the Demon Divine Domain was extremely shocked. Every one of them had the ability to recover. However, this was like Yixian's strong recovery ability. They had never even seen it before, much less possessed it. How could he have such strong recovery ability? He was simply a monster. And the one who was most shocked was the seventh prince. Only he knew the power of his own attack best. Although it looked like two simple light beam attacks, they were, in fact, the Kuanpeng tribe's innate attack technique. They were so strong that they could kill enemies above their level. But now, he was facing someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Furthermore, he didn't use any defensive treasures or mystiques. He was actually able to withstand it with just his physical body. Was this mystique really the Kuan-Peng tribe's strongest attack mystique? Why did it give off such a weak feeling? The seventh prince couldn't help but start to doubt his own life and his own tribe. Why aren't you dead yet? This is impossible. I'll definitely kill you. The seventh prince saw Yixian standing in front of him again and shouted furiously. He was about to launch another attack. At this time, Yixian's expression changed drastically. You damned brat, how dare you make me feel so much pain? It seems like there's no need for me to keep you alive. I was going to keep you alive in exchange for some resources from the demon divine domain, but it seems like there's no need for that. This time, I'll kill you with my own hands and devour your body. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Wei Zhentian moved again, but this was just the beginning. 6-syllable mantra, compound. It was the 6-syllable mantra. Compound word mantra. The mystique that required countless resources to use. Re-1R. Chapter 2360. Of course Yixian had the right to use it now. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD on the battlefield, be it those from the demon god domain or the Kunlun god domain, it was impossible for them to bring much resources with them. But Yixian had devoured millions of corpses and obtained countless Qin Kuan rings. He could still scrape together enough resources to use a mirror image mystique. In an instant, an identical seventh prince appeared on the battlefield. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what trick Yixian had used to summon another seventh prince. Clearly, it was summoned by Yixian. Kill him. At Yixian's command, the mirror image charged towards the seventh prince. But was this the end? No, how could that be? How could Yixian only have so few tricks up his sleeve? Was Yixian really unprepared after being injured by this guy twice? Was he really going to take the beating for nothing? No, of course not. Yixian's goal from the start was to buy time for the system to create seals and talismans. And now it was time to reap the rewards. Yixian waved his hand, and countless seals and talismans appeared beside Yixian. Then they charged towards the seventh prince. Seal talisman formation. Yes, it was a special formation made of seals and talismans. A trick that normal people would not even dare to think about. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as though the sky had been lit up. A circular formation trapped the seventh prince. The periphery of the formation was a super defense made of countless seals, while the interior of the formation was a super attack made of countless talismans. Of course, it was not just an attack but also a support technique. It could provide support to the mirror image summoned by the 6 syllables mantra. At the same time, it could weaken the real seventh prince's attributes. This was the terrifying talisman seal formation, a super existence that only Yixian dared to use casually. After doing all this, Yixian pulled out his rule bow. This seal talisman seal formation could attack from the outside, but the inside could not do anything to the outside. Therefore, Yixian wanted to let the seventh prince have a taste of what it meant to be hurt. Rule of devouring arrow. Yixian did not hold back. This time he did not have to worry about accidentally injuring anyone. After all, there was only one enemy in the seal talisman formation, and that was the seventh prince. Therefore, no matter what attack Yixian used, there would be no accidental injuries. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying swords, the seventh prince's weakness. Mirror image could withstand all of seventh prince's attacks, and could even counterattack with attack. Therefore, the seventh prince was in a hopeless situation. It was not a predicament, but a hopeless situation. The mirror image suddenly slammed into the seventh prince's huge body. You're not afraid of the power of laws, right? Then are you afraid of physical attacks? Before the seventh prince could react, he found Wei Zhentian and launched a surprise attack without hesitation. With a swoosh, the sword left a bloody wound on the seventh prince's body. The sharpness of the god-slaying swords was enough to injure the seventh prince. At the same time, Yixian's devouring arrow flew out. Although the seventh prince would not be hurt by the rule of devouring, the new gravity of the devouring arrow was enough to affect him, and this effect was to immobilize him. The seventh prince continued to roar in anger and struggle. Unfortunately, this was a battle in the divine dominion. This was a one-on-one battle. This was a one-on-one battle between the commanders of two armies. Therefore, no one dared to step forward to help. Tens of millions of people from both sides watched the battle between Yixian and the seventh prince in silence. No, this was no longer a battle but a humiliation. Yi Xian was coming up with ways to humiliate the seventh prince. At this moment, the seventh prince was completely defenseless against Yi Xian's multiple attacks. Didn't you have a good time hitting me just now? Come on, continue hitting me. Where's your light beam? Come on, attack me. Yi Xian shot another arrow, trapping the seventh prince in place. Two god-slaying swords quickly left two bloody wounds on his body. Then, another divine talisman exploded beside the seventh prince, propelling his body forward. In front of him, the mirror image was already waiting. When it saw the seventh prince approaching, it whipped its tail. Human, go to hell. The seventh prince condensed another pillar of light and directly attacked in Yi Xian's direction. However, this attention was blocked by the restriction talisman array. Then it kept bouncing back in the array. In the end, it actually returned to the seventh prince. The seventh prince had no choice but to stop his attack because his attack was basically hitting himself. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he watched the seventh prince struggle. So this guy only had this little trick up his sleeve. Then he could go die. Wei Zhentian, kill him for me. Suddenly Yi Xian roared. At the same time he shot out several arrows. Each arrow was infused with the divine talisman law of support divine talismans. Sharp, critical hit, strengthen, penetrate, break. Several divine talismans were infused into the two god-slaying swords. Then the two god-slaying swords charged forward. Four holes appeared on the seventh prince's body. Re-1 turned out that the two swords had pierced through the seventh prince's body. However, this was just the beginning. Under Yi Xian's command, Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaying swords and shuttled back and forth, leaving holes in the 70,000-word figure's body. In an instant, the seventh prince's body was covered in blood. The mirror image was not idle either. It kept attacking, biting, and whipping its tail. All of them were physical attacks. Do you think you can do anything to me like this? No, I am the great Kuanpeng tribe. You can't do anything to me. The seventh prince was covered in blood, but he was still shouting. Following the seventh prince's words, countless halos appeared around him. These halos were like the support divine talismans that Yi Xian had used. They could enhance all kinds of support statuses. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that the only way to deal with this guy was to use the Eternal Zone? Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! Ancient Demon God's blessing detected. Ding! System notification. The host's purple blood ability has been activated. Ding! Purple blood is the blood of the ancient demon god. The host can use the purple blood to break any ancient demon god's blessing. At the same time, the host can use special methods to enhance himself with the purple blood. Chapter 2361. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation wasn't the purple blood that Yi Xian had obtained from the mysterious lake? Besides the purple blood, Yi Xian also had the golden blood. Of course, Yi Xian had only found one way to use the purple blood, but even so it was enough. Since he knew that the purple blood could break the ancient Fey god's blessing. What was Yi Xian waiting for? System. Use the purple blood to break that guy's blessing. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully used the purple blood's special ability. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and 3 drops of purple blood flew directly towards the seventh prince. Present. Super devouring system. Countless doubts lingered in Yi Xian's heart. However, Yi Xian had no way of answering these questions, because Yi Xian himself didn't know what was going on. Re-1 Arcer. What should we do next? Finally, a powerhouse reacted and asked Yi Xian. In everyone's eyes, the reason why they were able to defeat the enemy this time was because of this Divine Lord Region Commander. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yi Xian because of his low cultivation level. Chapter 2362. This was a scene that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. 1357924? 6810 GGGD. Not to mention the people of the Jufang 60,000 territories, even the high and mighty Divine Palace Imperial Guards looked at Yi Xian in a different light. At the beginning, people were only respectful to Yi Xian because he was the Jufang provincial governor and a law enforcer of the Divine Territory. But now, people had started to acknowledge Yi Xian's strength. Those endless methods, those incomparably powerful methods, caused people to be unable to help but wonder how strong Yi Xian's combat strength was. Some people said that Yi Xian had the fighting strength of a mid-level divine king, while others said that Yi Xian could defeat a high-level divine king. However, people were very clear that Yi Xian was only a peak high-level divine lord. Strange methods, strange magical treasures, and strange abilities. Yi Xian was filled with endless mysteries. Yi Xian looked at the battlefield and with a wave of his hand, he devoured all the high-level corpses that he could. Cleaning up the battlefield was the full strength of the victor. Yi Xian was no longer alone, so he couldn't take all the corpses for himself. After all, these corpses were actually a fortune in the eyes of the various factions. Alright, leave some people to clean up the battlefield. The rest of you return to your positions and wait for my call. Yi Xian said casually. Yes, Lord Provincial Governor. My lord, although the Tianhua Divine Sect isn't considered a big sect, we occupy a good location. Why don't you set up the palace in the Tianhua Divine Sect? The Tianhua Divine Sect is willing to contribute to the sect. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? Lu Hanshan didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Ri-1R, yes, my lord, you need a provincial governor palace now. With the start of the Divine Territory War, there will be more and more battles in the future. Moreover, it's very likely that the Divine Master will let the provincial governor personally lead people into the Master God battlefield. The Lin family is willing to contribute resources to build a provincial governor palace for my lord. Another person stood out to show his loyalty. Yi Xian actually knew why they were doing this, because Yi Xian now had power in his hands. Once his regional commander palace was built, it was inevitable that he would need to select a large number of officials. These people were all eagerly looking at Yi Xian, hoping that he would be given an official position. Within the military strength system, the soldiers that were produced possessed the strength of laws. In other words, the lowest level was at the low first-grade Divine Lord realm. As for producing low-level first-grade Divine Lord soldiers, each day, the military force subsystem could only produce 100. Of course, they could also use resources to exchange for them. 100 low-level first-grade Divine Lord realm soldiers seemed to be quite a bit. But this was the Divine Realm's war stage. What use could 100 soldiers have? Perhaps before becoming a law envoy of the realm of the gods, if Yi Xian knew that he could summon 100 incomparably loyal Divine Lords as his subordinates in a single day, he probably would have been incomparably happy. Unfortunately, their statuses were different, so their horizons were naturally different. Chapter 2363. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System Notification. Please take note, host. The military subsystem can be upgraded using conviction points and other special methods. The system notification said, upgrade conviction points? However, Yi Xian did not even bother to check. He knew that the amount of conviction points required would be terrifying. However, since he could use conviction points to upgrade the military subsystem, he could also use conviction points to exchange for soldiers. In that case, this could be considered as a way to urge Yi Xian to complete the mission of rebuilding conviction points. 1357924? 6810. Of course, Yi Xian had never relaxed. He had always been serious about completing the mission. Since he could not count on the military subsystem, Yi Xian might as well set up the sect first. Yi Xian had obtained a sect card. Now was the time to set up the sect. After all, Yi Xian had wanted to use this sect as his temporary provincial commander palace from the start. 2614. http://www.banfushing.com/read/14311/6907938. HTML. If the chapter display is incomplete, please wait a few seconds or refresh. Chapter 2364. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, what conditions? Qisong looked into the distance and slowly said, do not let the White Dragon Palace obtain it. Although he didn't understand why, Yi Xian replied solemnly, this junior will definitely complete it. All right. Qisong nodded in satisfaction and continued, as far as I know, the White Dragon Palace has recently refined something called the Purification Pool. It can purify the World Annihilation Dragon scales and allow them to be absorbed by the White Dragons. I estimate that the current strength of the White Dragon Palace has already surpassed that of our Four Directions Pavilion and the Thousand Mountains sect. Just now, Chan Xian died at the hands of the wind, thunder, rain and lightning generals. When the news reaches the White Dragon Palace, they will definitely take action. Then what should we do? Yi Xian frowned. Although the Four Directions Pavilion and the remnants of the Black Dragon sect are not as strong as the White Dragon Palace, they are not to be trifled with. After Qi Song finished speaking, he called someone over and had him arrange a residence for Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian stayed in the Four Directions Pavilion. Indeed, within a few days, the people from the White Dragon Palace came looking for him. Qi Song, come out. An explosive shout resounded in the sky above the Four Directions Pavilion. Chapter 2365. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qi Song nodded and said, however, the White Dragon Palace still has an old fellow, Cui Ming. He is the alliance leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. I wonder if he has broken through to the 4th rank of Saint. A 4th rank Saint was one realm higher than him. Coupled with the physique of a demon cultivator, even with the 10,000 beast diagram, Qi Song might not be able to defeat the other party. Then why don't we wait for a while? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Right now, he was at the true sovereign realm. As long as he broke through again, a 4th rank Saint would not be a problem. Alright, I also need to organize some people. Qi Song nodded. However, now that the White Dragon Palace's palace master was dead, the White Dragon Palace's life jade pendant shattered. The White Dragon Palace would probably make a big move next. Yi Xian didn't care about that and continued to cultivate. During this time, people from the 4 pavilions would occasionally come to report on the situation of the White Dragon Palace. What people could not understand was that the White Dragon Palace's palace master had died, but the White Dragon Palace did not come looking for them. It was very strange that they were calm and peaceful. Could it be that they were afraid that there were experts in the 4 pavilions, or that the old man was in seclusion and no one was in charge? Ding, host has broken through. Current level: 6th grade True Sovereign. Ding, Ghost Lord Yanming, World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current level: 1st grade Half-Step True Emperor. More than 10 days later, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon finally broke through to Half-Step True Emperor. Right now, if Yi Xian were to fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and go all out, his strength should have already reached the Saint level, right? If that was the case, he could go to the White Dragon Palace alone to provoke them. The Hall Master of the White Dragon Palace has been dead for so long, but the White Dragon Palace still hasn't made any moves. Why don't we take the initiative to attack? Yi Xian thought. If he were to join forces with the 4 pavilions, then the spoils would have to be divided among the 4 pavilions, so he might as well act alone. Let's go. Without saying anything further, Yi Xian directly tore through the void and left. Long ago, Old Shu had already left the 4 pavilions, and Yi Xian had also left before locating them in the void. Now, he had directly left the 4 pavilions, and he was even under the protection of so many people. White Dragon Palace, I'm coming. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the last wishes of the Supreme Dragon Soul. Destroy the White Dragon Palace. After a few teleportations in the city, Yi Xian finally arrived at the territory of the White Dragon Palace. Fortunately, he had the highest grade pearl of concealment in his body. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the White Dragon Palace. Flowing light invisibility cloak. Yi Xian concealed himself and headed towards the White Dragon Palace. After a while, he stood outside the White Dragon Palace and felt the powerful auras inside. This White Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Black Dragon sect. Even though they had lost a Hall Master and 4 first-grade saints, they were still as powerful as ever. Today, I'll give you an appetizer. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He directly merged together and charged in. The appearance of this aura immediately alarmed the experts in the White Dragon Palace. Yi Xian's target was also these saint-level experts. He didn't wait for them to react before opening his mouth. World Annihilation Roar. Boom! The power of this attack wasn't any weaker than Qi Song's Wind Lightning Claw. With just a single strike, it pierced through the heart of a saint from the White Dragon Hall. Die! Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out in Yixian's mind. This wasn't the end. Immortal slaughter puppet. Immortal extinguishing arrow. Yixian's continuous summoning instantly increased his strength by quite a bit. At the same time, the experts from the White Dragon Palace also charged out. Unfortunately, Yixian's current strength wasn't weak. He could even fight against a third-grade saint, let alone them. World Annihilation Roar. Yixian didn't care about them and continued to attack. One by one, the corpses of the saints fell from the sky. Impudent. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out. This aura caused Yixian's heart to palpitate. Rank 4 saint? The old fellow from the White Dragon Hall had come out. Today is the day that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon is about to unleash its world-destroying might. I'll use you guys as an example. Yixian glared and directly used the assassination eye to flash to the center of the White Dragon Hall. Then, World Annihilation Divine Might. Boom! A dazzling black light bloomed, and nearly half of the White Dragon Hall was instantly enveloped. Although the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's current cultivation level was low, it had so many enhancements, as well as the state of slaughter. The power this time was probably no weaker than what the Black Destruction Dragon had unleashed in the past. Boom! In the blink of an eye, countless people in the White Dragon Hall were blasted into smithereens, and a huge hole appeared in the entire White Dragon Hall. Not only that, but even quite a few saints had died. Almost all the first-rank saints that got close were annihilated, and the second-rank saints suffered heavy casualties. However, the old hall master of the White Dragon Hall, Cui Ming, was completely unharmed. Is this the explosion of the World Annihilation imprint? Cui Ming immediately recognized it. After all, he was the alliance leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance back then. What a guy, he has some strength. Yixian noticed him as well and thought to himself. Right now, his priority was to destroy the White Dragon Hall because he didn't lack money. The things in the space were enough for him to break through 10 or 20 times. If he waited until he broke through, he wouldn't be interested in the things in the White Dragon Hall. Old man, let's fight, Yixian said to Cui Ming. Junior, you're courting death. Cui Ming was furious. After all, Yixian actually dared to charge into the White Dragon Hall and activate the World Extermination imprint. That attack just now had killed over 100,000 White Dragon Hall disciples, including his clan. How could he not take revenge? Swish! Cui Ming immediately charged towards Yixian, but he didn't transform into his original body. Yixian quickly used the Death Pursuit token to mark Cui Ming, then controlled the Immortal Slaughter Puppet and the Immortal Extinguishing Arrow to greet Cui Ming. At the same time, his original body opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. World Annihilation Roar. The power of the World Annihilation Roar that had fused with the World Annihilation imprint was astonishing. However, with Cui Ming's cultivation and strength, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Purifying Sacred Dragon Light. Facing this attack, Cui Ming punched out, directly colliding with the World Annihilation Roar. Although he hadn't transformed into his original body yet, he could use the holy energy in his body at any time. This strike had actually dispersed the World Annihilation Roar. It wasn't hard to imagine that if his main body had used the purifying Sacred Dragon Light, he would have been able to directly attack Yixian. However, Cui Ming was afraid that if he killed Yixian in a single strike, wouldn't the World Annihilation imprint be gone? This old fellow is indeed powerful. Even if I use all my firepower, it would still be difficult for me to be his match. I wonder if I can force him to reveal his true body. Yixian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. He didn't care too much and directly went forward to meet him. At the same time, he activated a formation. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Chapter 2366. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The attire of the guards of the Deity Palace was not something that anyone could imitate. The guards of the Deity Palace symbolized Misu's authority, and there was not a single person in the Kunlun Divine region who was unaware of this phenomenon. Being a guard of the Deity Palace was not only an honor, but also a symbol of status and authority. No one had ever dared to impersonate a guard of the Deity Palace. After all, they were the guards of the Deity Palace. The crime of impersonating them was not as simple as being executed and exterminated. Furthermore, it was impossible to impersonate them. Every guard of the deity palace had their own identity badge and unique set of treasures. When the 100 guards of the deity palace appeared, the people of the Liu family were all stunned. These people were not people that the Liu family could afford to offend. Even a single guard of the deity palace had the power to exterminate the Liu family thousands of times. Not to mention there were 100 of them. With the guards of the deity palace as his followers, Yi Xian's identity was obvious. 1357924? 6810 the provincial governor. The provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 territories. This was a man with unparalleled authority even in the Kunlun divine domain. Yet he had appeared in such a small place. The young master of the Liu family was completely scared out of his wits. He kept kowtowing on the ground. As for the guards around him, they didn't even have the heart to resist. At this point they couldn't even decide how they were going to die, let alone talk about anything else. Resist? A mere Liu family rebelling against the provincial governor? Wasn't that a joke? Lord Provincial Governor, please spare my life. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare this lowly one. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. It's all his fault. Yes, it's him. It's all Lu Laoer's fault. This lowly one really did not know anything. The young master wanted to push the blame to Lu Laoer in hopes of living. Unfortunately, Lu Laoer was already scared out of his wits. He didn't look like the mastermind at all. Yi Xian didn't even bother to deal with these people. He directly said to a guard of the divine palace, "I'll leave the matter here to you. Attacking a military commander and disobeying a military order, I'm sure you know what to do. But I don't want to make a big deal out of this, so I'll leave it to you." "Yes, sir." The guard of the divine palace answered. To the guards of the divine palace, Yi Xian was actually their only backer. According to the rules set by Mi Yan, once they were assigned to be Yi Xian's personal guards, all future transfers would have to go through Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian was their only superior. Mimi's management of the Kunlun divine realm was based on a system of enfeoffment. For example, Yi Xian was a military commander. Yi Xian himself was completely under Mi Yan's command. Mi Yan had the right to decide anything Yi Xian did. However, Yi Xian's subordinates could disobey Mi Yan's orders. This was because Yi Xian's subordinates only obeyed Yi Xian. Even on the battlefield of the sovereigns, every military commander's troops only obeyed their military commander. No one else had the right to interfere. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have the guts to disobey Mi Yan. But at least in terms of rules, Yi Xian's subordinates really only obeyed Yi Xian. Therefore, from the moment these 100 divine palace guards were assigned to Yi Xian, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they could only be loyal to Yi Xian. Even if they used the power of their families to help Yi Xian, it would be normal. Yi Xian didn't care much about small fries like the Liu family. What he cared about now was the destruction of the sect and Gou Zheng's father. If he wanted to fully understand the situation in the first secret realm, he would have to find Gou Zheng's father. That would be the best choice. Of course, before that, Yi Xian still wanted to take a look at the first secret realm. He wanted to see what the realm of death was. According to Gou Zheng, there were special divine beasts in this secret realm. However, Yi Xian didn't know what was so special about these divine beasts. "Wait for me outside. I'm going to take a look at the first secret realm." Yi Xian turned around and ordered the divine palace guards. "Lord Military Commander, let us follow you. After all, the realm of death is filled with endless dangers. With us around, we can help you if you encounter any danger." A divine palace guard stepped forward and said respectfully to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He knew that the divine palace guard meant well. However, in fact, they would be a burden if Yi Xian brought them along. Perhaps if he really encountered some danger, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy. However, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. "No need. I know that you mean well. However, don't forget that I'm a restriction master. Therefore, if I encounter any danger, I will naturally retreat immediately. If you follow me, it will be more troublesome." Yi Xian didn't care and directly expressed his doubts. Fortunately, the divine palace guards knew that Yi Xian was telling the truth, so they didn't care about Yi Xian's words. Soon Yixian walked directly into the portal in midair. It was different from ordinary portals. When Yixian walked into the portal, he clearly felt a huge pulling force. It even made Yixian feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, this pulling force lasted for a long time. It only stopped when a dark light appeared in front of Yixian's eyes. This was an extremely special world. What appeared in front of Yixian was a corridor. However, this corridor was hundreds of miles wide and had a special transformation. Behind Yixian, the portal that sent him in floated there quietly. Obviously, this was the only way to leave. Here Yixian's first feeling was a special aura of nomological laws. System, I feel a very special aura of nomological laws. This is something I have never felt before. What's going on? Ding. System notification. Scanning and detecting. Analyzing data. Ding. Analysis complete. Ding. Detected that the host is in a special space, the Middle Ages fault. What did the Middle Ages fault mean? Yixian was a little puzzled, so he continued to ask the system. System, what is the Middle Ages fault? Ding. System notification. The Middle Ages is equivalent to a special transition period after the end of the Ancient Age. It lasts for only 50,000 years. However, because of the Great War in the Ancient Age, the nomological laws of the realm of the gods were in chaos. Therefore, during the Middle Ages, the aura of the nomological laws was rather chaotic. Moreover, the chaos law appeared in large quantities. Chaos law? Although Yixian didn't know much about the chaos law, he wasn't unfamiliar with it either. However, the chaos law that the system was talking about now seemed a little different. As expected, just as Yixian was puzzled, the system continued to speak. Chapter 2367. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. The primal chaos laws of the Middle Ages is a temporary restoration law of nature created in response to the Middle Ages. It cannot be understood or controlled. Its only use is to adjust and restore other laws. Ding. System notification. Please take note that the host is currently in a special space belonging to the Middle Ages that is currently being restored. There will be some special opportunities within. It is recommended that the host explore on his own. 1357924? 6810 explore on his own? But why was there no random mission this time? Every random mission could bring Yixian unexpected benefits. However, Yixian had discovered this special area from the Middle Ages and had not triggered any random missions. This made Yixian feel a little uncomfortable. However, it was not up to Yixian to decide whether to issue a random mission. Hence, Yixian had no choice but to accept it. This was the first time Yixian had encountered a Middle Ages secret realm. Furthermore, the system had said that if he explored, he would definitely find some special opportunities. Unfortunately, this secret realm was not completely open. In fact, Yixian had only advanced for an hour before he reached the limit. In front of Yixian was an incomparably enormous black ball. One could vaguely see through some cracks that the interior of the black ball was actually a floating piece of land. There seemed to be a palace-like existence on the land, but the black ball couldn't pass through at all. This was because it was completely constructed from the primal chaos laws. It was as if the primal chaos laws were protecting or restoring the world within. Apart from that, there were also the divine beasts guarding the area. Yixian finally understood why Gozheng had said that the divine beasts here were unique to the first secret realm. This was because the divine beasts here were divine beasts of the primal chaos laws. Divine beasts of the primal chaos laws were much more difficult to deal with than any other divine beasts. These divine beasts could not be killed because they had the aura of the primal chaos laws. However, most of the primal chaos laws did not contain the aura of the primal chaos laws. Re-1 Ronli, some extremely special primal chaos laws contain divine beasts of the primal chaos laws. For example, the special divine beasts of the law of chaos in front of Yixian. Because these law divine beasts were nurtured by the law of chaos of the Middle Ages, they only had one mission, and that was to find possible loopholes in the law of chaos, void cracks, and so on. Then they would swallow them in one gulp and slowly digest them in their stomach. Their digestion process was actually a process of recovery. The law divine beasts here were all law divine beasts working hard to repair this space. For a moment, Yixian was unwilling to continue. This was because he did not want to disturb these law divine beasts who had been working for who knew how many years. Even though these law divine beasts clearly saw Yixian, because Yixian did not have any law loopholes, they did not pay any attention to Yixian. Even if Yixian walked to their side, they would not even look at Yixian. It could be said that these divine beasts were the most adorable divine beasts Yixian had encountered since he entered the God realm. Unfortunately, the law of chaos of the Middle Ages could not be controlled, so Yixian's forceful devouring was useless. Just as Yixian was admiring these divine beasts of the law of primal chaos, a divine sense suddenly shot out from the black ball. Although it was only for a short moment, it was captured by the law of primal chaos and quickly dispersed. However, Yixian sensed it. It's actually them. At this moment, Yixian was beyond shocked. This was because he had discovered a shocking secret, a possibility that Yixian had not even considered. Annihilation's headquarters. Annihilation's headquarters was actually inside that black sphere. Of course, it was not the current headquarters of Annihilation, but the headquarters of the Annihilation organization that had instigated the Great War of the Gods in ancient times. Even though this was just a fragment of Annihilation's headquarters, Yixian still felt a sense of horror. What kind of existence was the Annihilation organization? Why, everything from the ancient times had disappeared, but there was still a fragment of the Annihilation organization's headquarters, and it was actually hiding here. It was no wonder that Annihilation wanted to know the secret of this place. Once they knew the secret of this place, they would probably do everything in their power to enter this place. Although Yixian felt that Annihilation did not have the ability to destroy the law of chaos of the Middle Ages, it was better to be safe than sorry. It looked like Yixian had no choice this time. He had to build his sect here. Moreover, he had to protect this first mystery realm as a key location. Yixian was well aware of the dangers of Annihilation. However, Yixian did not expect that he would unwittingly discover the headquarters of the Annihilation organization that had almost destroyed the realm of the gods. Yixian knew very well that once he sealed off this place, he would only be met with a frenzied and unorganized attack. However, Yixian had no other choice. If he had not discovered it, that would have been a different matter. However, it seemed that the will of the heavens was guiding all of this. Since Yixian had discovered this place, he could not just leave it be. Let's go. Let's go. Yixian directly turned around and walked out of the first secret realm. Just as Yixian had expected, the Annihilation organization had indeed arranged for spies here. In fact, the Annihilation organization had only discovered this first secret realm more than 10 years ago. Moreover, they had only sensed a trace of abnormality. They were not as lucky as Yixian. They had actually sensed the explosion of divine consciousness from the black sphere. They had only seen the buildings inside the black sphere and were suspicious. If Annihilation had found out that this was the headquarters of the ancient Annihilation organization, not only would Annihilation from the Kunlun God domain set their sights on this place, but all the Annihilation organizations in the realm of the gods would gather here. The moment Yixian came out, he did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the system. System, this is the place. I want to build my sect here. Use the special order. The special order allowed Yixian to quickly build some special buildings. Moreover, the system's products must be of the highest quality. Ding! The host has used the special order. Confirm? Confirm. Following Yixian's order, palaces appeared out of thin air. In the sky, mysterious rays of light danced around. As the rays of light continued to condense, palaces rose from the ground. With Yixian as the center line, the sky, the earth, everything was suddenly undergoing a huge change. Even his divine power was rapidly converging towards this spot. Even those outside the Thousand Realms could clearly feel the abnormal fluctuations of divine power. Countless divine powers were actually gathering in one direction. Some of the elites could not help but look in that direction. When they saw the sacred palace guards guarding the surroundings, how could they not know that Yixian was building a new palace? It was the Provincial Commander Palace. Chapter 2368. Since that's the case, then I'll do it myself. The voice of the middle-aged man with horns sounded. Yixian coldly snorted in his heart. Go ahead and do it. I have the time reversal skill anyway, am I afraid of you? The reason he didn't use it was because he wanted to see what the middle-aged man with horns would say. After all, he might know the origins of the heaven-breaking divine ape. However, in the next moment Yixian's expression froze. Two rays of black light flashed and entered Yixian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's bodies. Immediately afterwards, Yixian heard two system notifications. Ding! The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon has forcefully terminated the contract with the host. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest to re-establish a contract with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. This middle-aged man with horns was actually powerful enough to forcefully remove the contract between Yixian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that when Yixian heard the notification, he subconsciously glanced back in time. F***ck, I can't use it? This time it was a tragedy. F***ck, this happened the last time I killed Zhang Tai in the Blood Flame Hall, and now it's happening again? Yixian's eyes widened as he cursed the middle-aged man with horns 1,000 times in his heart. If he couldn't use the time reversal skill, then he wouldn't be able to return to the past. This way, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's contract would be forcefully terminated. Before Yixian could speak, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon rapidly shrank with a dragon's roar, and was put into a bag by the middle-aged man with horns. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had disappeared. What are you doing? Give it back! Yixian shouted. Brat, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. I took him away for your own good. Do you know what will happen to you if some people meet it in the future? After the middle-aged man with horns finished coldly snorting, he turned his attention to the heaven-breaking divine ape and said, This little monkey, it's best to be careful when it appears in the future, lest it attracts a fatal disaster. Death calamity, kill your grandma. Yixian cursed again. Their ancestors were all palace masters of the 12 Divine Beast Palace, but they were all sealed. The reason I took away the World Annihilation Demon Dragon was to remove the seal on its ancestor. The middle-aged man with horns said. However, this time he used a sound transmission. Then why did you only take it away? Yixian couldn't help but ask. That stinky monkey from the Divine Monkey Palace doesn't have a good relationship with me. Why should I help it remove the seal? The middle-aged man with horns snorted. If you want to, go to the Immortal Treasure Mountain yourself. If you can help that stinky monkey escape, you will naturally be able to find me. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared, not even giving Yixian a chance to reply. F***ck. Yixian gritted his teeth and cursed. He remembered the names of the middle-aged man's words. 12 Divine Beast Palace, Immortal Treasure Mountain, Divine Monkey Palace, Demon Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, Yixian's expression suddenly changed. When the middle-aged man with horns appeared, he suppressed everyone, causing them to be unable to move. Now that he'd left and taken away the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, with Yixian's current strength, he probably couldn't even defeat a first-grade saint. One had to know that the current Yixian was unable to use the time reversal skill. If his clone died, it would be miserable. However, when Yixian turned his head in shock, he discovered that Cui Ming had already died. Not only that, the disciples of the White Dragon Hall were all the same. They all died from the pressure. Yixian couldn't help but shiver because he knew that if he didn't have the relationship between the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and the heaven-breaking Divine Ape, he probably would have died as well. You have horns, right? When I find you, I'll definitely tear off those horns of yours. Yixian gritted his teeth as he spoke. Originally, he'd relied on the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon to possess such strength. Now that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's contract had been forcefully terminated, Yixian was unable to fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, causing his strength to greatly decrease. Right now, he was a 7th-grade True Sovereign, while Old Shu and the Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape were 2nd-grade Half-Step True Emperors. At their current strength, they were at most at the True Emperor level. They probably couldn't even defeat a half-saint. What a dog! Yixian cursed in his heart once again. Fortunately, the bull-horned middle-aged man still had a death hunt on him. With this death warrant, it was still possible for Yixian to track down the bull-horned middle-aged man. However, strength was still the key. After all, that bull-horned middle-aged man was definitely stronger than a great sage. Whatever, damn it, I'll go back and go into seclusion. Yixian coldly snorted. After cleaning up the battlefield, he directly left the White Dragon Hall. The most important thing now was to break through and then investigate. Very quickly, Yixian returned to the Four Directions Pavilion and told Qisong what had happened. Then, he asked Qisong to help investigate the matter of the 12 Divine Beasts' Palace. Could it be that the 12 Divine Beasts' Palace is the 12 zodiac? Mouse, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig? When he returned to his residence, Yixian suddenly thought of this. The Demon Dragon Palace and the Divine Monkey Palace corresponded to a dragon and a monkey, and the bullhorn middle-aged man seemed to be a cow. Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Yixian raised his brows and directly began to cultivate in seclusion. Ding, host has broken through. Current rank 1 half-step true emperor. Ding, Ghost Lord Yanming, Wei Zhentian and Heaven-breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current rank 5 half-step true emperor. Somewhere in the Four Directions Pavilion, Yixian opened his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the notification in his mind. In fact, his seclusion this time didn't have much effect. He was completely resting with his eyes closed. However, Luo Luo and Black Horn relied on the large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures and the 1,000-year planting space to directly break through to the half-saint stage. Top-grade dragon scales were already useless to Yixian, but they were still useful to Black Horn. At this moment, Black Horn had actually transformed from a single-horned black python into a devouring black dragon. After his transformation, his devouring ability and combat strength had greatly increased. Unfortunately, he was a Zuyuist that signed a master-servant contract with Yixian, so he couldn't be considered Yixian's possession. He could only be considered a fighter. The strength of Luo Luo and Black Horn has already surpassed that of Old Shu and Patian. However, now that I have those undead creatures, their strength is still not weak. No, I don't have the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon anymore. I can't control those undead creatures at all. Yixian frowned as he thought to himself. At this moment, someone suddenly landed outside his courtyard and sent a sound transmission. Yixian, I have a beautiful eye for the matter you asked me to investigate. The one who came was the Four Pavilions Pavilion Master, Qisong. Previously, because the Thousand Mountain Sect's team was annihilated by Yixian, the Thousand Mountain Sect was a group of dragons without a leader. Regarding this, Qisong was extremely grateful to Yixian. Any clues? Yixian immediately opened the door and asked after hearing Qisong's words. You asked me to send people to inquire about the 12 Divine Beasts Palace, the Demon Dragon Palace, the Divine Monkey Palace, and so on. However, someone has heard of a power called the Divine Monkey Palace. Qisong replied. Chapter 2369. However, even if Yixian knew about this, what could he do? What could he do? After all, these factions had sent their troops according to the rules. 1357924? 6810 Furthermore, Yixian couldn't possibly force them to send more troops. Before the regional envoy court meeting was held, Yixian first sought out Kuan Buyu and the others. After all, there were very few people Yixian could trust at the moment. As for the sect masters and leaders of the large factions, Yixian knew very well that although these people obeyed him on the surface, it was unknown how much they knew about him on the inside. Perhaps the only thing Yixian could count on now was the military force distribution system. Ever since Yixian had obtained the military force distribution system, he had been accumulating manpower. Although the manpower that could be exchanged from the devouring space was limited, at least it could provide Yixian with a lot of support in the early stages. At the moment, Yixian could already summon 1,000 first-grade superior Divine Lord soldiers. It could be said that this was a relatively strong force, but it wouldn't be of much use in the Battle of the Masters of Gods. Although using faith points to exchange for soldiers could solve this urgent situation, Yixian wouldn't do so. First of all, he didn't have that many faith points at the moment, and the amount of faith points needed to exchange for soldiers would be astronomical. Rather than exchange for soldiers, it would be better to keep the military force distribution system. So how should he solve his current predicament? Kuan Buyu looked at Yixian in disgust. He had always thought that he was a genius, but compared to Yixian he felt so powerless. Yixian's cultivation speed had exceeded Kuan Buyu's expectations. It could be said that Kuan Buyu couldn't compare to him at all. And now Yixian's status was many times more respected than his. Kuan Buyu simply couldn't compare to him in any way. Unexpectedly, Yixian actually treated him as a friend. That's how it is. I have a huge headache right now. I have no idea how to deal with my loss in the overgod battlefield. Yixian briefly explained the situation to Kuan Buyu and Fian. Although Yixian didn't expect them to be able to help, at least one more person could think of countermeasures. But just as he finished speaking, he heard Flying Smoke reply, "Could it be that young master has forgotten your other identity?" Yixian frowned slightly. "Another identity? What are you talking about?" Fian faintly smiled and directly said to Yixian, "Why does young master think this little girl has always followed young master?" For a moment, Yixian couldn't answer at all. Thinking about it carefully, although Fian was indeed a slave bought by Yixian in the beginning, with Fian's ability and identity, how could she not abandon Yixian just because of this? In fact, even Fian becoming Yixian's slave was arranged by Fian. Or was it because of Yixian's space-devouring Feiyu? Of course this wasn't impossible. But if it was for Feiyu, there was no need for Fian to go to such an extent. Thinking of Feiyu, Yixian suddenly thought of Feiyu's other identity. In fact, Feiyu could be considered one of Yixian's senior brothers. He also inherited the inheritance of the God Emperor, but inexplicably died. Could it be because of this reason? Suddenly Yixian looked at Fian. It seems that young master has thought it through. That's right, this little girl is also from the ancient era. Ancient era. In an instant Yixian understood everything. He understood why Fian was so obedient to him. Fian was actually from the ancient era's inheritance. This was simply beyond Yixian's imagination. It could be said that all of this was something that Yixian could never have imagined. Fian was actually from the ancient era's inheritance. Then for such a long time wasn't Yixian kept in the dark? Yixian frowned. However, Fian continued to explain. "Young master, don't be angry. In fact, strictly speaking, I'm not considered to be from the ancient era's inheritance. I only joined the ancient era's inheritance for some reason. Moreover, this little girl approached young master without any ill intentions." "Yes, you don't have any ill intentions. After all, you're from the ancient era's inheritance. How could you have any ill intentions towards me?" However, this feeling of being deceived really made Yixian uncomfortable. "Young master, please listen to this little girl. From the moment this little girl discovered young master, I knew that young master might have fallen into some kind of danger. In fact, this Kunlun God domain is not as perfect as young master imagines. It can be said that any inheritance of the ancient era's inheritance will be secretly removed in the Kunlun God domain. This little girl has secretly investigated before. The one who did all this is not God Lord Mimu, but someone else. However, that person seems to have a power that surpasses God Lord Mimu's in the Kunlun God domain. It's as if he's a huge mastermind behind the scenes. From the moment this little girl discovered young master, I knew that young master seemed to have been targeted by that mysterious power. That's why I hid my identity and came to young master's side. In fact, if it weren't for this matter, this little girl definitely wouldn't have revealed my identity." Fian's tone was very calm, as if she was just telling a story. However, the more Yixian listened, the more alarmed he became. Fian's words reminded Yixian of his own doubts. Back then, that mysterious old man had suddenly brought Yixian to the Kunlun God domain, making it impossible for Yixian to continue investigating the ancient era's inheritance. This had already aroused Yixian's suspicions. However, Mimu had always been good to Yixian. In addition, there was nothing worthy of Yixian's suspicions after that, so Yixian relaxed for a moment. But now that he heard Fian's words, Yixian realized that perhaps he was just being careless. Yixian's initial guess was not wrong at all. His appearance here was not a coincidence. Someone wanted to prevent him from coming into contact with the ancient era's inheritance. As for what the reason was, Yixian did not know. He couldn't even be sure if it was really that old man. After all, if it was that old man, why would Mimu, as that old man's disciple, take care of Yixian so much? It could be said that with Yixian's current status, even if he obtained the ancient era's inheritance, would not be much better. Moreover, Yixian's status could continue to rise. If it was that old man, then why did Mimu do that? Could it be that Mimu and that old man were not in cahoots? But the two of them were master and disciple after all. In any case, all of this was full of doubts. and it also made Yixian unable to figure out what to do. Suddenly, Yixian was slightly stunned, because he realized that when Fian was talking to him just now, she had actually used some kind of secret technique. Yixian looked at Fian. Fian nodded silently, and Fian's voice rang out again. Chapter 2370. Sir, you may have a lot of questions, but I can't help you. All I can tell you is to be careful. 1357924? 6810 GGGD. However, since Divine Lord Miyu has given you this chance, I ask that you take full advantage of it. The legacy of an ancient god emperor is not as simple as you imagine it to be. I hope that you can quickly build up your strength before you alert the other factions. There is still a long way to go in the future. Now, I am willing to return to the Dao clan and gather my clansmen to serve you. Don't worry, sir. My clan is not under the enemy's surveillance. The enemy doesn't even know that my clan is an ancient lost clan. Fian finished in one breath. Perhaps she had wanted to tell Yixian for a long time, but hadn't found the right opportunity. But this time she had no choice but to expose herself. After all, Yixian was already in trouble. Yixian hesitated for a long time, then said, "All right, I believe you." Actually, Yixian didn't have anyone worth trusting now. Ever since he came to the Kunlun God domain, Fian had been by Yixian's side. If he couldn't trust Fian, then Yixian really didn't have anyone he could trust. Perhaps Fian really did hide it from Yixian, but so what? Fian didn't do anything bad to Yixian. In fact, she had always been extremely loyal. Moreover, from the way Fian used a voice transmission technique to tell Yixian, it was obvious that she was afraid of something. If Yixian still wanted to be calculative, then Yixian was too petty. After receiving Yixian's agreement, Fian got up and walked outside, preparing to return to her clan and ask for reinforcements for Yixian. One rat this time. Kuan-Buyu walked to Yixian's side. Yixian asked Kuan-Buyu, "What do you think? Do you have any good suggestions?" Kuan-Buyu understood what Yixian was asking. He pondered for a moment, then said to Yixian, "Based on the current situation, you have two choices. First, you can issue a conscription order. After all, you are the provincial governor of Jiufang and 60,000 territories. You can just issue a quota, and I believe that no one will dare to reject it. Secondly, through the people I brought back, according to your instructions, this time we brought back a total of 600 Kuan-Luan disciples from our Jiufang 60,000 territories. Moreover, many of them come from powerful families. If you can give them official positions, I believe that their families will be willing to help you." Yixian nodded. He understood Kuan-Buyu's words very well. Was he trying to enforce his regional commander authority? This method might be the simplest, but it was easy to offend people. Although he was the provincial governor, after all, Yixian still needed to rely on those big families. If he went overboard, it would be even more difficult for him as the provincial governor. Giving these people official positions was, in fact, an offending thing. Yixian's provincial governor palace had just been built, so it did need a large number of officials to supplement it in order to operate normally. However, the need to supplement didn't mean that this method had to be used. Suddenly, Yixian had a flash of inspiration. He said to Kuan-Buyu, "Say, if I directly use official positions as a lure to get everyone to work, would it be possible? I will directly link all official positions to military merits. As long as they can obtain enough military merits, I will give them the corresponding official position. Do you think this method will work?" Kuan-Buyu was slightly taken aback. Yixian's method was very novel. After all, in the Kunlun Divine Realm, every position below the regional governor was basically a position that rarely changed in hundreds of thousands of years. Other than Yixian, which other regional governor didn't receive the support of the entire region after receiving an order? During every overgod battle, the provincial governor didn't need to do anything. All the factions would send their elites to the battlefield. After all, they were bound to the provincial governor for good or ill. Yes, your method is feasible. However, it seems impossible to create a complete military merit system. After all, there are too many variables in the overgod battle. How can we create a complete military merit system? At least from what I know, no faction can do this. Moreover, there is no way to calculate military merits. Really? Others couldn't do it, but it didn't mean that Yixian couldn't do it. This was because Yixian had the system. Yixian himself was a master of seals and talismans. Since this method is feasible, then I know what to do. Unexpectedly, the problem that Yixian had been worrying about for a long time could be solved in an instant. System: I need to create a complete military merit reward and punishment system in the Overgod battle. At the same time, I need to create a suitable monitoring treasure. Can you do that? Ding! System notification. This calculation is too large. A large amount of faith points will be consumed. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Wasn't it just faith points? Yixian could afford it. Actually, Yixian also understood why the system said that the data was too large. After all, in the Overgod battle there were hundreds of millions of battles. To directly monitor the military merits of every soldier and every general was definitely not a simple task. This was also the reason why the other regional commanders were unable to do so. However, Yixian could do it. This was because Yixian had his own trump card. Ding! System notification. Plan successfully created. Ding! System notification. For the military merit plan, the host needs a large amount of resources, military merit rings. A military merit ring was a special ring that automatically recorded the battle situation of the wearer and gave a comprehensive evaluation. This ring was divided into 9 grades. The first grade was the lowest grade recording ring. After that, the second grade would calculate the military merits of the first grade at a fixed time. It would also supervise the battles of higher grades and so on. There was only one 9th grade military merit ring. It would automatically integrate with the host's universe ring. As long as the host's subordinates reached the required military merits, the system would automatically announce their official positions. It was that simple. With the system, the military merit system that other provincial governors couldn't do anything about was just a simple matter for Yixian. Of course, this time Yixian would have to spend a lot of money. After all, this was a military merit ring that was in the hundreds of millions. With such a large amount, even if the materials used were not very high grade, it would still be a huge expense. Yixian directly threw in all the resources that flying smoke brought back. At the same time, Chairman Ye's face equipment pavilion was fully activated. One ring after another was quickly produced. Chapter 2371. I don't care who you are. Die. Yixian's eyes flickered as he gave the order. In the next moment, Black Horn turned into a streak of black light and pierced through the chest of the little-eyed monkey soldier. Die. 2 second-grade saints had fallen just like that. Good, well done. After they died, Yixian couldn't help but praise them before quickly putting away the corpses of the 2 monkey soldiers. Wei Zhentian soul search. Yixian ordered again. After a while, these 2 monkey soldiers are indeed from the Divine Monkey Manor. They were ordered by the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord to expand their territory. Yixian thought to himself, these 2 monkey soldiers had already plundered a lot of resources from many forces before they met them, so they were quite valuable. However, what attracted Yixian's attention was that these 2 monkey soldiers each had a life monkey fur on their bodies. Yixian quickly found it, then looked at the 2 life monkey hairs and thought to himself, the aptitude of a monkey soldier that can condense life monkey hairs isn't bad, and this Divine Monkey Palace might be related to the Divine Monkey Palace. The Divine Monkey Palace's palace master is also Potion's ancestor, so giving these 2 life monkey hairs to Patian might have some effect. Then he tossed the 2 life-saving monkey hairs to Heaven Breaker. Patian received the 2 life monkey hairs and carefully played with them. In the end, what surprised Yixian was that the 2 life monkey hairs were refined by Patian and grew on his body. Patian, you've become stronger? Yixian raised his brows. Squeak! Patian nodded his head. These 2 life monkey hairs had directly doubled his strength. It was a pity that Potion's cultivation level was too low. Even if he were to double his strength and wear the profound god battle armor, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Luoluo. Not bad, not bad. If I had more life monkey hairs, Patian might be able to be like the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Thinking of this, Yixian's eyes lit up. However, there was still a fundamental difference between Patian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. That was fusion. Yixian could fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, but he could only fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Therefore, no matter how strong Patian was, he couldn't compare to the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. In the future, I will definitely be able to fuse with it. I just don't know how to do it. Could it be that I won a random reward? Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. He decided not to think about this anymore and continued on his way. From the two monkey soldiers, one could tell that the Divine Monkey Mansion's mansion master was extremely ambitious and wholeheartedly wanted to expand his territory. His strength was indeed very strong, but if he did so, it would only arouse the dissatisfaction of the surrounding forces. After all, there were still a few forces around the same strength as the Divine Monkey Mansion. However, this was a good thing for Yixian. After all, he needed some life monkey hairs to strengthen the heaven-breaking Divine Ape. What Yixian didn't expect was that the heaven-breaking Divine Ape could actually sense the location of these monkey soldiers. This was another piece of great news for Yixian. Previously, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon could sense the aura of the World Annihilation Dragon scale. But now the heaven-breaking Divine Ape could sense the aura of the surrounding monkey soldiers. Relying on Patian, Yixian quickly rushed towards the monkey soldiers. These monkey soldiers that were sent out by the Divine Monkey Mansion's mansion master were at least at the saint level. However, with Yixian's current situation, it was best to find trouble with the low-level saint-level monkey soldiers. In just a few days, Yixian had obtained more than 10 life monkey hairs. As for those monkey soldiers, some were killed, some were suppressed, and some were swallowed by Black Horn, which meant that they were stored in the planting space. Potion strength began to increase rapidly. The current Yixian had no way to investigate the matter of the middle-aged man with bull horns. At this moment, the distance between him and Yixian was like a human looking up at the sun. Right now, it was still best to increase his strength. Ding, host has broken through. Current rank, 3rd grade True Emperor. Ding, Ghost Lord Yanming, Wei Zhentian and Heaven-breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current rank, 7th grade True Emperor. Right now, Old Shu's strength could no longer keep up. Only the heaven-breaking Divine Ape could. With its strength, if it were to wear the 3rd grade Profound God battle armor, it would have already reached the half-saint realm. However, there were still 2 generals above it, Luo Luo and Black Horn. If it wanted to surpass them, it still needed a lot of life monkey hairs. The reason why the monkey soldiers of the Divine Monkey Mansion were stronger than human geniuses was because of this life monkey hairs. Moreover, each monkey soldier didn't necessarily have only one. The more life monkey hairs they had, the better their aptitude was. Yixian had previously encountered a powerful monkey soldier with 3 life monkey hairs. At that time he had the 10,000 beast diagram to suppress him, but he was still able to fight Black Horn to a draw. But in the end, he still couldn't defeat Yixian and the others and was killed on the spot. At this rate, potion strength will be able to catch up to the much higher realms of Luo Luo and Black Horn in a month. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. After all, the heaven-breaking Divine Ape was only a 7th grade True Emperor, while Luo Luo was already a 7th grade half-saint. The difference between the two was an entire realm. However, just as Yixian was rushing along, a powerful aura suddenly chased after him. Patian sensed that it was at least a 4th grade saint. If it was before, Yixian might have been afraid, but now that Black Horn had broken through to the 8th grade half-saint, as long as a 5th grade saint didn't come, everything would be fine. Very quickly, the monkey soldier arrived in front of Yixian. Then, he looked at the miniature Patian and raised his brows. A mere True Emperor actually has more than 10 life monkey hairs? How is this possible? The monkey soldier was terrified. Just now he was far away, and he suspected that he had sensed wrongly. Now that he had found his way here, he was sure that his senses were correct. He wasn't even a half-saint, yet he was able to condense more than 10 life monkey hairs. His aptitude was truly explosive. My lord, may I know your name? The monkey soldier couldn't help but ask. Name? When Patian, who was standing on Gu Tao's back, heard this, he couldn't help but look at Yixian. Just say that your name is Sun Patian. Yixian hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Patian. The heaven-breaking Divine Ape originally didn't have a name. At that time, the people of the Dragon Territory called it Little Monkey. Later on, after being tamed by Yixian, it was given the name Patian. However, at that time, the middle-aged man had also mentioned the heaven-breaking Divine Ape bloodline, so Yixian hurriedly added the word Sun. In Yixian's memories, whenever a monkey was mentioned, he would think of a classic character. Adding the word Sun was very appropriate. Squeak! Patian said. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand these words, but the monkey soldier in front of Patian did. What? His surname is Sun? The 5th grade Saint Monkey Soldier was extremely shocked. Chapter 2372. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Among them, one of them was the leader. He did not participate in the battle, but was responsible for dispatching the troops. 1357924? 6810 GGGD. Without exception, all the people leading the team were guards of the Divine Palace. What surprised Yixian was that the leader of Yixian's side was someone who had followed Yixian to defeat the demon race's invasion. At this moment, that person smiled and nodded at Yixian, but did not say anything. He didn't expect that Yixian would be the one leading him a while ago, but now he was the one leading Yixian. There was no opening ceremony. When the 10 experts stood in the air, it meant that the battle had officially begun. You go first. The leader of Yixian's side pointed at a person and said, Mu-chan is the first to go. Someone muttered softly, but immediately shut his mouth. This was not a place to talk casually. System, detect the strength of those two people. Yixian wouldn't ask too much, but he was able to find out the strength of the two through the system. Ding. Target set, Mu-chan, rank 1 lower divine king. Ding. Target set, MOCU, rank 1 lower divine king. Who would have thought that the two of them were both kings? This battle was going to be interesting. Human brat, tell me your name. MOCU will not kill a nameless person. The names of the people from the demon god domain were very different from those from the Kunlun god domain. Perhaps only the people from the demon god domain would know the meaning of these awkward names. At this moment, MOCU from the demon god domain said proudly to Mu-chan. Unfortunately, Mu-chan did not seem to care about him at all. Mu-chan waved his hand and immediately, dozens of divine swords appeared beside him. These divine swords circled around Mu-chan, flying up and down. This Mu-chan had mastered the law of the sword. Re-1R the sword Dao law was a relatively common law. This law was only useful for divine swords. It could effectively enhance the offensive and defensive abilities of divine swords. Moreover, it also had some special functions. Of course, every cultivator of the sword Dao law would have different special abilities. Yixian wanted to see what kind of special sword Dao law Mu-chan possessed. Whoosh! Suddenly a divine sword flew out. It was clearly just a divine sword, but in an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows. 1 into 10,000? A conventional method of using sword Dao laws was nothing special. Mo-chu curled his lips disdainfully and waved his hand. Immediately, 10,000 phantoms of divine beasts appeared in the sky. These phantoms didn't care about anything else and directly charged at the sword phantoms. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Unfortunately, no one on either side would care about such a battle. Suddenly, the 10,000 sword silhouettes that were exploding suddenly split into countless sword silhouettes. Each sword shadow actually split into 5 at the same time. The 5 different colors represented the intangible elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 6 types of laws. Mu-chan had actually mastered 6 types of laws. Moreover, it included an entire set of attribute laws. Yixian was slightly moved. Mu-chan could be considered a genius to be able to control 6 types of laws. After the sword phantoms split apart, they were immediately guided by the invisible attribute and erupted with a powerful might. They actually directly resisted the attacks of the mythological beast phantoms. Even after killing the mythological beast phantoms, they didn't suffer any losses. One had to know that Mu-chan had only released 1 divine sword, yet there were already so many changes. It could be said that this was enough to make people raise their eyebrows. If this wasn't the Overgod battle ring, Mu-chan's performance would definitely be exchanged for countless cheers. However, in this place, Mu-chan's performance could only be described as ordinary. Not bad. You actually control 6 types of laws. Looks like I have to use some strength. The corners of Mo-chu's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in his hand. That ray of light was actually formed by countless divine beasts. What kind of technique was this? Those divine beasts had clearly condensed into a standard military formation. Could it be that Mo Chu had actually summoned divine beasts that had already been trained into an army? Most importantly, those divine beasts were actually able to achieve perfect coordination. In an instant, all the divine beasts and divine sword silhouettes clashed again. Mu Chun waited for a moment. When he saw that his divine sword silhouettes couldn't gain the upper hand, he waved his hand and another divine sword flew out. After this divine sword flew out, it immediately turned into a long dragon and rushed towards the dark divine beast army formation. Boom! The long dragon directly knocked the army formation apart. One had to know that the long dragon was formed by countless divine sword silhouettes. Those divine sword silhouettes each had a powerful attack power. Not bad, not bad. Human, you're quite capable. Then, I'll let you experience my self-created mystique. Self-created mystique. This time, even Yi Xian couldn't remain calm. One had to know that self-created mystique wasn't as simple as just saying one sentence. The current mystiques were basically passed down from ancient times. Even if one could self-create a mystique, it could be said that only people at Mi Yan's level could do it. Regardless of how powerful it was, the fact that this person could self-create a mystique was already enough to prove that he was a genius. In fact, even Yi Xian couldn't self-create a mystique. This was because Yi Xian's mystiques all came from the system. In an instant, even the powerhouses who were acting as judges looked over. Following Mo Chu's words, a faint light emitted from his body. That light didn't seem to be threatening at all, but it gave off an unimaginable pressure. Moreover, this pressure grew stronger and stronger. After a moment, this pressure actually surrounded Mu Chun as if it was solid. Using pressure as a means of attack wasn't a rare thing. However, this person's next move shocked everyone. Pressure self-explosion. Boom! With a loud bang, Mu Chun was blown up until blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Pressure sword form. In an instant, the powerful pressure condensed into a divine sword and pierced through Mu Chun's body. After a moment, Mu Chun fell straight to the ground. There wasn't even a wound on his body. Everyone was flabbergasted, and some were even dumbfounded. Even Yi Xian was a little flustered at this moment. Pressure could self-explode? And it could even transform into a divine sword. What was going on? Not to mention seeing it, almost no one had heard of such a technique. What was pressure? It was nothing more than an aura. It could be said that this thing was completely useless against someone who was stronger than him. Chapter 2373. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however, it was this kind of illusory pressure that someone was actually able to turn it into a physical attack. Furthermore, it could be controlled at will. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. This time, even in the Overgods Arena, everyone was talking about it. Clearly, even the Overgods Arena could not suppress the curiosity of the crowd. The Demon God's domain wins. An elite from the Demon God's domain announced the result. Mu Chen's corpse was also brought back. Mo Chu walked down the arena casually, as if he had done something insignificant. The first battle. Just the first battle was enough to show Yi Xian the cruelty of the Overgods Arena. Moreover, Mu Chun wasn't a nobody. From the whispers of the crowd, Yi Xian knew that Mu Chun was probably a famous genius in the Kunlun domain. Who would have thought that he would be defeated so easily? Left with no choice, Yi Xian began to consider his own strength. Eternal points could give Yi Xian a sure win opportunity, because the eternal field could definitely allow Yi Xian to crush any opponent. However, this was not a one-off battle. Yi Xian had to consider his conventional strength. It was obviously not feasible to raise his cultivation level now. After all, Yi Xian was representing a first-grade lower divine king. If Yi Xian devoured resources to raise his cultivation level now, he would only be eliminated. In the Overgods Arena, it was not allowed to hide one's cultivation level or make a sudden breakthrough. Therefore, what could Yi Xian do? Mystique. Indeed, Yi Xian needed an effective mystique now. System, I want to exchange for mystiques with resources and faith points. Give me a list of the strongest mystiques that I can exchange for now. The system could exchange for items, but Yi Xian had not used it before. Firstly, it was not worth it. Secondly, Yi Xian did not have so many resources in the past. However, it was different now. Yi Xian had accumulated a lot of resources from the devouring space. Moreover, he could exchange for faith points. Ding! According to the host's current resources and faith points, the system will automatically choose 3 mystiques that the host can exchange for at most. What did Yixian mean by at most? It meant that he could exchange for mystiques by emptying all his resources and faith points. 3 choices, huh? That was not bad. Alright, I'd like to see what they are. Yixian didn't hesitate and directly checked. Ding! Choice 1, Infinite Critical Strike, is a supportive mystique. Once it is activated, any attack of the host will have infinite critical strike. However, the higher the critical strike, the higher the chance, the rate. Yixian shook his head. This divine ability didn't seem to be of any use to him. One had to know that Yixian's attack already had a one-hit kill effect. Although the chances were small, it still existed, not to mention that it was far inferior to this boundless critical strike. Translation is translation. Once this ability is used, it can create an absolute ice domain with a radius of 100 miles. Within this domain, even time can be frozen. Absolute Zero seemed like a good choice, but Yixian did not choose it immediately. The reason was simple. The range of this mystique was too small. It was only a radius of 100 miles. In such a small range, the enemy would be able to dodge it easily. Could it be that before Yixian used this mystique, he would need to discuss with the enemy beforehand so that the enemy would not move recklessly? Therefore, he could only give up on this ability for now. Ding! Choice 3, Inaction Divine Ability. Wu Wei Divine Art. You can use a special divine soul chain to link yourself and the enemy together. After that, any damage suffered by both sides will be shared equally between both sides. What kind of divine ability was this? Yixian blinked a few times, unable to react. However, he quickly understood. In this game, it seemed like it was a competition of who could recover faster and who could last longer. If the two of them were linked together, the damage would be shared equally. Even if the enemy could insta-kill Yixian, they would not be able to do so. This was because half of the damage would be shared with the enemy. When the time came, it would be a competition of who could recover first. The key was that this mystique was controlled by Yixian. Therefore, Yixian could choose to buff or cancel it in time. What a shameless mystique! It could be said that this was the most shameless mystique that Yixian had ever seen. This mystique was indeed a good choice for tricking others, especially those who were stronger than oneself. In an instant, Yixian found it difficult to choose. He did not expect that the 3 choices given to him by the system would be such oddities. Absolute Zero was powerful, but its range was too small. Infinite critical hits could be ignored. However, this inaction divine ability was a double-edged sword. How should Yixian choose? Or should he give up on these 3 choices and choose again? However, after some hesitation, Yixian finally chose Absolute Zero. Don't forget Yixian's spiritual sense control and the 6 syllables of Sanskrit. He even had restrictions and talismans to assist him. Although Absolute Zero had a small range, it was powerful enough. As for Yixian, he had many ways to prevent the enemy from reacting when Yixian used Absolute Zero. System, I choose Absolute Zero Mystique. Ding! The host has successfully exchanged for Absolute Zero Mystique. All of the host's belief points and resources have been cleared. The belief points and resources that he had saved up for so long were cleared just like that. If Yixian could not recoup his investment this time, he would probably suffer a huge loss. However, after Yixian obtained Absolute Zero and read its detailed description, he felt slightly relieved. Absolute Zero could be upgraded. After upgrading, the attack range would be even larger. At the very least, this did give Yixian some relief. While Yixian was exchanging for a divine ability, another battle had already ended. And at this moment, the team leader finally pointed to Yixian. This time, Yixian would be taking the field. Yixian did not hesitate and immediately flew over. Soon, the opponents from the demon god domain also rushed over. System, detect the opponent's strength. Ding! System notification. Target is a first-grade general divine king. Was this the title of a general? Yixian's 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra could decide life and death with a single word. However, it could only be used against those with lower realms than him. Strictly speaking, the death symbol mantra of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was already at a higher cultivation level than Yixian. Therefore, the death symbol mantra of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was completely ineffective against him. Otherwise, Yixian would not have considered so much. He would have just used the 6-syllable mantra and killed whoever he was facing. Unfortunately, although the 6-syllable mantra was powerful, it had many restrictions. Tell me your name, human. That guy from the demon god domain was actually playing the same game with Yixian. Unfortunately, Yixian had no intention of paying attention to him. A mere title of a general was nothing to Yixian. Chapter 2374. Squeak? What's your name? Padian called out. Sun Lei, a monkey general under the blazing sun sage. The monkey general introduced himself. Yixian had once searched the souls of 2 monkey soldiers, so he knew that the divine monkey mansion had 4 great sages and a mansion lord. This blazing sun sage was one of the great sages, so there was no need to talk about his realm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Padian continued. This was what Yixian wanted him to say. He wanted the monkey general to not tell the higher-ups about him. Otherwise, yes, this subordinate understands. Sun Lei hurriedly nodded. This subordinate is willing to follow my lord. Squeak. Padian nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, Yixian's team had another super combat strength. With him around, as long as he didn't encounter a great sage expert, Yixian could do whatever he wanted. After all, he still had the mystic divine battle armor. However, things weren't that simple. Although Sun Lei said that he wouldn't tell the higher-ups, he felt that Potion's status was too high to let anything happen to him. Thus, he risked the danger of Padian punishing him to secretly send a message to the higher-ups. However, what surprised him was, after the blazing sun sage found out, he informed the mansion lord of the divine monkey mansion about this matter. However, the mansion lord said that there was no such person as Sun Padian. There was no name, nor was there a super genius who could condense dozens of life monkey hairs at the level of a first-grade half-sage. Sun Padian was actually not a member of the divine monkey mansion. Due to Sun Lei's high cultivation level, Yixian didn't notice that Sun Lei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked at the sky-splitting divine ape in front of him, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, and hesitated. Just now the blazing sun sage had sent a message to him, asking him to capture the heaven-breaking divine ape and bring it back to the divine monkey mansion. However, what made him hesitate was that Padian had actually broken through to the second-grade half-sage realm at this time. Padian, who was a first-grade half-sage, had killed a 6th-grade sage and could fight head-on against a 7th-grade sage. Even the mansion lord of the divine monkey mansion was shocked by his aptitude. Therefore, Sun Lei wasn't confident that he could capture Padian. Thus, he secretly contacted the 2 monkey generals nearby. Lord Sun, I found 2 more monkey generals nearby. They're rushing over. At this time, Sun Lei suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully, Squeak. Well done. Heavenbreaker grinned and jumped onto Sun Lei's shoulder. Soon the 2 monkey generals arrived. Both of them were 7th-grade monkey generals who had condensed more than 15 strands of natal monkey fur. Their strength was comparable to the 8th-grade saints of the Green Rock Pavilion. Greetings, Lord Sun. The 2 monkey generals said respectfully. However, they had already found out about this matter. Therefore, they wanted to get close to Padian first before working together with Sun Lei to capture Padian. Since nothing unexpected had happened before, Yixian didn't think too much about it and accepted the 2 of them. While Heavenbreaker was still rejoicing over the fact that he had gained 2 new generals, Sun Lei and the 2 new monkey generals suddenly surrounded him. What are you doing? Yixian couldn't help but ask. He was only in the true emperor realm. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't care about him at all. What? Padian was shocked. He didn't expect Sun Lei to collude with these 2 to capture him. No way. In an instant, Padian erupted with a powerful force. However, his strongest move was the heaven-shocking 36 staves. Now that he was being controlled, he couldn't attack. Squeak. What are you doing? Padian asked in surprise. When Sun Lei heard this, he replied, Lord Sun, I'm sorry. The Manor Lord has invited you back. Manor Lord. When Yixian and Padian heard this, they understood that the matter had been exposed. How could they possibly know the Manor Lord of the Divine Monkey Manor? It seems like someone secretly reported it. It should be Sun Lei. Yixian immediately reacted. He had been fine before, but after Sun Lei arrived, an accident occurred. Of course, it was also possible that someone else had reported it. Sun Lei had also snuck in like the other two. No matter what, the matter had been exposed. Even if Patian was a second-grade half-saint, he wasn't a match for 3 seventh-grade saints, not to mention that he was being restrained now. Although Yixian could directly put Patian away and escape, these 3 monkey generals each had more than 10 life monkey hairs. How could he let them go just like that? Time reversal. Yixian had no choice but to use time reversal to return to the day before he met Sun Lei. Today, Monkey King hadn't been chased by the experts of the Green Rock Pavilion, so it was enough for the time reversal skill to cool down. Next, the matter will repeat itself. At that time, I can't let Sun Lei report it. I have to send it into the planting space. Yixian thought to himself. He was wondering if Sun Lei already knew about it when he met him. If he didn't know, then it meant that Sun Lei had reported to the Divine Monkey Mansion. At that time, Sun Lei would probably listen to Potion's words. As long as he entered the planting space, Yixian would be able to restrain him and lure out the other 2 monkey generals. Of course, if Sun Lei already knew that Patian was a fake when he met Patian, then he would probably have to fight him directly. No matter what, Yixian wanted to give this situation a try first. He wanted to see if Sun Lei already knew that Patian was a fake when he met Patian. Lord Yixian, this is bad. The Green Rock Pavilion has organized a large group of people to hunt us down. Monkey King sent another message. Prior to this, Yixian had already asked Wei Zhenqian to search the souls of all the monkey soldiers in the planting space. These people all obeyed his orders and did not report this matter. Immediately, Yixian once again tore through the void and killed all of the pursuers from the Green Rock Pavilion. Then, the 8th grade saint from the Green Rock Pavilion descended and violently beat up Patian. Then, Sun Lei appeared and used the mystic divine armor to instantly kill the 8th grade saint. Squeak 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 squeak. I think you're not bad. Be my follower. Patian said to Sun Lei. Sun Lei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate is willing to serve Lord Sun." Squeak squeak squeak. If that's the case, then don't resist. As Patian spoke, a wave of energy enveloped Sun Lei. When Sun Lei saw this, he resisted at first, but he gave up in the end. In the next moment, he appeared in the planting space. Here, even if he was a 7th grade saint, he was at Yixian's mercy. At this moment, Yixian had already taken Monkey King and the others in and started searching their souls one by one. However, he didn't find anything. I didn't find anything. Looks like Sun Lei reported it later. Yixian thought to himself. Lord, what is this place? Sun Lei asked curiously. Chapter 2375. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The system alarm sounded continuously. That person was simply floating in the air, not moving at all. However, Yixian was constantly being attacked. What an amazing shadow assault. This skill was actually so powerful. At this moment, Yixian finally understood why the leader wanted him to face this person. It was obvious that the leader had some understanding of Yixian's strength. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGDN. This person was obviously a genius from the demon god's domain that was being watched closely. The leader wanted to hand this difficult match to Yixian because if it were anyone else, unless they had some special detection technique, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. This leader had fought alongside Yixian before. Perhaps he had already seen some clues about Yixian. Of course, it was also possible that he had made this decision because of Mi Yan's suggestion. Yixian was constantly dodging on the stage, but the enemy's attacks did not stop at all. Even now, Yixian did not know what kind of attack the enemy was using. System, can you analyze the enemy's attack method and see what it is? Yixian asked the system as he dodged. If he could figure out what kind of attack method the enemy was using, then he would undoubtedly be able to come up with a plan to counter it. Ding! System notification. Analyzing target's data. Ding! Analysis complete. Target is using the law of shadows. The law of shadows borrowed the power of shadows. It was incomparably strange. Furthermore, every person who had mastered the law of shadows would have their own understanding of it and use certain special abilities. The law of shadows. Yixian should have guessed that it was the law of shadows. After all, wasn't this guy's ability called Shadow Assault? After knowing that the opponent was using the law of shadows, Yixian began to silently observe while dodging. There were many restrictions to the law of shadows. Yixian believed that this person would definitely leave behind some flaws. Even though his attacks were powerful now, he was definitely not invincible. Wei Zhentian test the attack. Yixian waved his hand and the two god-slaying swords flew out at the same time. Boom! 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 The two god-slaying swords simultaneously launched the deity-slaying slash. That was 14 deity-vanquishing slashes. Moreover, because the opponent was a demon god, it was an absolute critical hit. However, the result left Yixian flabbergasted. That was because the 14 attacks did not hurt the enemy at all. As the 14 attacks were unleashed, a faint barrier appeared around the enemy. This barrier even blocked the deity-slaying slash. Was it the power of the law of darkness again? How was he supposed to break it? Boom! Suddenly, Yixian made a mistake in dodging and was hit by an invisible attack. His figure was knocked back in an instant. However, Yixian quickly steadied himself. The law of shadows. Could it be that he was borrowing shadows? No, there was no such thing as a shadow in this arena. Even if there was a shadow, it could only be the enemy or the shadow beside Yixian. Suddenly, Yixian had a flash of inspiration. Yes, it was the shadow. The law of shadows. The method of borrowing attacks should be the shadow. However, the enemy was very likely using some mysterious law power to control Yixian's shadow. Why did Yixian not notice the enemy's attack at all? That was because these attacks were launched by Yixian's shadow. In other words, Yixian was attacking himself. What a terrifying method. This mystique was simply impossible to defend against. If Yixian had not reacted in time, he would have been dragged to death by himself. The law of shadows mystique to control the opponent's shadow? Since Yixian knew, then it was easy to explain. Since he was attacking himself through his own shadow, then all he had to do was prevent his own shadow from appearing. Wouldn't that be enough? Others might not be able to do it, but Yixian had countless ways to do it. Actually, this guy's greatest strength did not lie in his mastery of the law of shadows. It was his attacks. If one could not see through them, there was no way to counter them. And during a battle, who could be like Yixian and have the leisure to think? After understanding this, Yixian's body suddenly erupted with a powerful light. This was just a simple use of God power. It was just gathering God power around his body to form a light circle. Of course, this did not mean that there was no shadow. However, due to the obstruction of God power, the enemy could not use his mysterious power to control Yixian's shadow. As expected, following Yixian's actions, that person was clearly stunned. Boom! This was a high-level battle. How could Yixian be stunned? How could he miss such a good opportunity? Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow was completed in an instant. In an instant, that person was sent flying. However, the enemy's body was protected by a shadow, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Human, you can actually see through the mystery of my shadow attack. It looks like you will definitely die today. That person looked at Yixian, his tone clearly a little agitated. After all, once his mystique was seen through, it was worthless. It could even be said that even a low-level first-grade divine lord could use God power to render his mystique ineffective. That person quickly rushed over again, his eyes cold as he looked at Yixian. Human brat, you force me to do this. Then, I will let you know what it means to be in endless darkness. Domain Eternal Night. In an instant, Yixian lost the ability to see, whether it was his divine will or his eyes. At this moment, Yixian was completely enveloped in darkness. However, in the eyes of others, Yixian did not seem to have any abnormalities around him. The Eternal Night domain plunged people into absolute darkness forever. This guy actually mastered such a domain. It could be said that this domain was not an ability that a divine king should have. Who exactly was he? Why did he have so many mysterious techniques? However, Yixian's lips curled up slightly. Yixian was actually smiling. Yes, Yixian was smiling. He was lamenting the enemy's ignorance. Did the enemy not know that Yixian relied on the system? Even if his divine will was sealed, even if his eyes could not see, so what? Yixian had the system. Of course, the enemy could not possibly know this. Re1R ding. System notification. Detected the ability to forcibly devour the power of the laws. Does the host wish to devour it? Devour. If that person found out that his ultimate move had become Yixian's method to increase his strength, would he be angered to death? Forcibly devour the power of the laws directly. It was that capricious. Although the triggering conditions were uncontrollable, at least he would not drop the ball at critical moments. Chapter 2376. Law being in an instant. A mysterious power erupted from Yixian's body. 1357924? 6810 The others might not know about this power, but how could the enemy, who had also mastered the law of shadows, not know? At this moment he was completely stunned. Impossible, how can you also master the law of shadows? That person looked at Yixian in horror. After all, Yixian didn't have the aura of the law of shadows at all. Most importantly, the aura of the law of shadows that Yixian was displaying now was very similar to his own. It was almost identical. One had to know that the law of shadows was considered a system of laws, but very few people had mastered it. Now, not only did Yixian master the law of shadows, but he also mastered a similar ability. How could he accept this? Eternal Night Domain. The corner of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up as he directly used this domain. This time, the devouring had made Yixian a huge profit. Ding! System notification. Host's forced devouring has succeeded. Ding! Congratulations to host for mastering the law of shadows. Ding! Congratulations to host for mastering the Eternal Night Domain. Ding! Congratulations to host for mastering the shadow manipulation mystique. When he heard these notifications from the system, it was already destined that the enemy was going to be in for a tragedy. As Yixian used the Eternal Night Domain, that person fell into his own domain in an instant. Unfortunately, this Eternal Night Domain was used by Yixian, so he couldn't withdraw it at all. Perhaps if he was given time, even if it was just a few minutes, he could break it. But how could Yixian give him that much time? Shadow manipulation, shadow assault, attack. At Yixian's command, that person instantly tasted the attack from his own shadow. So what if he knew? The enemy had no way of breaking it because he was running out of time. Just as the enemy was preparing to release his divine power to block the attack like Yixian, Yixian's voice rang out again. Absolute zero. In an instant, that person was frozen in place, and Wei Tian, who was already on standby, directly controlled the two Godslayer swords to attack. He was killed without any suspense. In absolute zero, the enemy couldn't do anything, let alone resist. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Knight Heavenly King, 5th Prince of the Demon God Realm. The host has devoured the shadow of the 5th Prince and leveled up. Ding! System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the level has been automatically locked. The host can choose to activate it at any time. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a special Yao Celestial, the 5th Prince of the Dark Knight Heavenly King. Reward: 3 random draws. Leveled up? Furthermore, he even won a lottery. This time even Yixian was caught off guard. It seemed like he had not devoured the 5th Prince, nor had he devoured any resources. So what exactly was it that made Yixian upgrade? Ding! System notification. Dark Knight Heavenly King's 5th Prince belongs to a special race, the Dark Knight Divine Spirit race. This race has no physical body and is a special race of laws. As for the body that others see, it is merely a puppet. As for the power of laws that the host forcibly devours, it is the enemy's body. A creature of laws? There was actually such a mysterious race. Yixian found it hard to understand the existence of such a race. A race of laws. In other words, they themselves were the power of laws. This was simply the best food prepared for Yixian to forcibly devour. Yixian even hoped that there would be more of such races of laws. However, the system also said that this was an extremely special race, which proved that they were extremely rare. No wonder there was such a generous reward this time. Not only did it increase his level, but there were also 3 random draws. That was because this guy was a super rare existence. As Yixian devoured this race of laws, his puppet body naturally turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. At this time, the people of the Demon God Realm, including the experts who were the judges, were all shocked. Someone had actually killed the 5th Prince of the Dark Knight. One had to know that this fifth prince of the Dark Night was in existence with an immortal body. No matter the person or the attack method, they would not be a threat to him at all. But how did Yi Xian do it? Of course, Yi Xian himself was also a little confused. When he devoured the power of laws, this guy was fine, but when the god-slaying sword killed him, this guy was considered dead. Logically speaking, he was a race of laws. Then, when Yi Xian devoured the power of laws, he should have been dead. However, this was not the case. He only died after Wei Zhentian killed him. Yes, it was the Godhead. No matter what, this guy still had the Godhead. As long as the Godhead was not destroyed, even if Yi Xian devoured the power of laws, it would not be a fatal threat to him. Therefore, the real fatal blow was still Wei Zhentian's attack. It was Wei Zhentian's attack that shattered this guy's Godhead and killed him. Re1R, what a strange race, what a strange race. In the realm of gods, who knew how many other strange races like this existed? Yi Xian did not care about the strange gazes of the people of the demon god realm. He directly returned to the Kunlun god realm. Many people of the demon god realm were still shocked by this guy's death. It was obvious how popular this guy was. The fifth prince could be said to be the biggest dark horse of the demon god divine domain in the first grade divine king realm. But now, the black horse didn't even have the time to use his abilities before he was killed by Yi Xian. This naturally attracted the attention of the people of the demon god realm. The people of the demon god realm, who did not react when so many people were killed this time because of the death of the fifth prince, their morale was greatly damaged. As for Yi Xian, he'd finally become their greatest enemy. The second round of battle ended quickly. However, this time the demon god realm was clearly in an advantageous position, but the Kunlun god realm equalized. At this time, both sides were left with 50 people. In other words, in this round the Kunlun god realm lost 34 people, while the enemy lost 50 people. However, in this round, it was rare to see a heavily injured person who was defeated but did not die. Without a moment's rest, the third round began. However, it was obvious that in this round, the enemy had already placed their focus on Yi Xian. Even when their leader was fighting, he was still carefully observing Yi Xian. When Yi Xian entered the field, the enemy sent out a guy with the title of a warrior. Moreover, he had a special ability to strengthen his physique, and he had mastered some kind of law power that was beneficial for defense. This showed that they wanted to use this opportunity to observe Yi Xian. Chapter 2377. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The final round. Yi Xian's mastery of the power of laws was beyond the imagination of the people from the demon god's domain. Moreover, Yi Xian had only used the devouring power of law and the godly bow to kill his enemies. 1357924? 6810 GGG. What could they possibly find out? In the next few rounds, the enemies were clearly testing Yi Xian. Those who fought against Yi Xian were not strong at all. Until the fifth round. In the fifth round, there were only 6 people left from the demon god's domain, and 4 from the Kunlun god's domain. After all, there was only one Yi Xian. Overall, it was a battle between first-grade godly kings. In the end, the people from the demon god's domain had the upper hand. Those who failed once would not have a second chance. After all, even if they survived, they would be severely injured and would not be able to fight at all. 4 against 6. How could the people from the demon god's domain shamelessly suggest a battle royale? Yi Xian's team leader was not stupid. Naturally, he did not agree. Re1R, however. What Yi Xian did not expect was that the enemies would use some kind of secret technique to swap out 3 people from Yi Xian's team. Exchanging injuries for death. Exchanging mutual destruction. There were many elixirs and secret techniques that could temporarily increase one's battle strength. The demon god's domain had them as well. However, even the lowest level of true god realm would not use it casually. Because once they use such elixirs or secret techniques, it would be equivalent to destroying their own future. This was the main reason why almost no one in the realm of the gods used elixirs or secret techniques that could increase one's strength. But this time, the people from the demon god's domain used them. They chose 3 people and used some kind of secret technique that neither Yi Xian nor the people from the Kunlun god's domain knew about. At the cost of heavy injuries, they exchanged for the last 3 people from the Kunlun god's domain. As a result, in the final round, Yi Xian had no choice but to face 3 opponents alone. It was obvious that these three people were the strongest experts that the demon god's domain had deliberately left behind. These three people had been left behind by the demon god's domain until now specifically to deal with Yixian. Such an action was perhaps a little illogical and incomprehensible in the Kunlun divine region. But in the demon god domain it was nothing. Everything was for the sake of victory. As long as they could achieve victory in the end, the people of the demon god domain did not care what methods they used. Lord Law Envoy, are you confident? Why don't we just give up? Suddenly, the leader said to Yixian. Yixian frowned slightly. This was the main god's battle ring. How could the leader say that he was going to give up? Did Yixian mishear? What do you mean? Yixian asked the leader. In reply to Lord Law Envoy, Lord Divine Master has said that if there is no chance of victory, you are to give up. Lord Divine Master will pardon you. After all, you are a law envoy of the Kunlun divine region. You have limitless room for growth. There is no need for you to risk your life against these low-rank one-god kings. Meili actually said something like that? Yixian was stunned. In Yixian's heart, although Meili had always taken good care of him, for the sake of the Kunlun divine region, Meili was someone who would sacrifice anyone. Forget Yixian, even for Miyu or for the Kunlun divine region, Meili would choose to give up. Could it be that Yixian was mistaken? Meili was actually someone who cared about others? Otherwise, why would she say that Yixian should give up if he was no match for them? Yixian did not know and had no way of knowing. How could Yixian guess Meili's thoughts? But at least Yixian was very satisfied that Meili could say something like that. Who was Meili? She was the divine master of the Kunlun divine region. A single word from her could cause the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. In the Kunlun divine region, she had absolute authority and was the strongest person in the Kunlun divine region. Yet, she was taking such special care of Yixian. If Yixian was still not satisfied, then he was not content. No need. I am willing to fight. Of course, if I really can't win, I will choose to give up. Yixian said directly to the leader. Since Meili was treating Yixian with sincerity, Yixian would naturally use his own actions to prove that Meili had not misjudged him. 5 eternal points were Yixian's trump card. In front of an absolute domain, none of these people were a match for Yixian. Therefore, Yixian was not afraid. Yixian had plenty of options. Hearing Yixian's words, the leader naturally did not insist. After all, the Master God's arena was equally important. If he could win, that would be the best choice. Yixian walked directly into the arena. This time he would face 3 super geniuses in turns. These 3 geniuses from the demon god's domain had been chosen to face Yixian from the very beginning. Human brat, remember my name. The person who will kill you is Myriad Demon Valley's Guku. Yixian's first opponent went up. This person showed incomparable confidence the moment he came up. Of course, he did have the qualifications to be so confident, because this guy was actually a supreme genius who had the title of supremacy. Moreover, he had mastered a special law, the Eternal Life Law. The Eternal Life Law was a law power that was rarer than the Dark Night Law, the Time Law, and other laws. It could be said that if someone were to calculate the rarity of laws, the Eternal Life Law would be ranked in the top 100 rare laws at the very least. Mastering the Eternal Life Law was equivalent to mastering immortality. There was almost no power that could kill such a person because the power of his laws was immortality. At the same time, once one mastered this law, regardless of their aptitude, they would be considered an absolute genius. This was because they had a lot of time. What others spent 10,000 years to do, they could spend 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. This was because they were immortal. To them, there was no need to pay attention to time. Of course, the law of immortality was not really that easy to grasp. It was simply impossible to truly achieve immortality. The Eternal Life Law meant that almost no power could kill him, but it did not mean that there was absolutely no power that could kill him. Human brat, die. Guku attacked Yixian as soon as he entered the arena. He did not use any power. It was purely a physical attack. Boom! Yixian waved his hand casually and sent Guku flying. It could be said that he could not withstand a single blow. However, Guku quickly got up and appeared in front of Yixian in an instant. This guy did not only possess the Eternal Life Law, but also the Space Law. Every time Yixian attacked, he would be repelled. However, this guy did not care at all. After all, he was immortal. Sometimes he would even commit suicide and immediately return to his peak state. The shameless eternal life law coupled with the space law was simply shameless to the extreme. He could grind his opponent to death. Chapter 2378. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation unable to devour. Moreover, Goku's attack power was also quite strong because he had completely given up on defense. It could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Therefore, each of his attacks could be said to be an all-out attack. Naturally, its power was not weak. 1357924? 6810 G. For a moment, Yi Xian was also a little flustered. When faced with such a helpless combination of laws, it could be said that even those who were at a higher level than him would be helpless. Wei Zhentian controlled the two Godslayer swords to revolve around Yi Xian. It could be said that he was in a constant state of battle. This was because Goku's attacks did not give him any time to react. In an instant, in the eyes of an outsider, Yi Xian was surrounded by countless attacks. It was as if Goku had turned into thousands of incarnations and completely surrounded Yi Xian. Damn it, this guy is too difficult to deal with. I can't let this go on. I have to think of a way to get out. In the beginning, Yi Xian had continuously used his spiritual sense to control and the 6 syllables mantra to kill Goku. However, Yi Xian had already given up. This was because even if he killed this guy, it would be useless. With the law of immortality, Goku would not need too long to resurrect immediately, and then attack Yi Xian with full strength. Therefore, Yi Xian was now coordinating with the Godslayer swords and directly entering a defensive state. System, can I devour the law of immortality? Yi Xian was quite envious of the law of immortality. If Yi Xian had such a law, wouldn't he be invincible? Unfortunately, the system's answer made Yi Xian feel quite disappointed. Ding! System notification. The host currently does not meet the requirements to forcibly devour the law of immortality. Therefore, the host cannot forcibly devour it. Of course, although he was a little disappointed, Yi Xian had also guessed that this would be the result. After all, the law of immortality was too rare. Obviously, forcibly devouring it was not omnipotent. Yi Xian had encountered all kinds of law powers before, but there were not many that could be forcibly devoured. Then system, if I want to forcibly devour this law of immortality, what are the conditions? Ding! System notification. If the host wishes to forcibly devour a rare law of nature, the host must already possess a similar law of nature. At the same time, the target's law proficiency must also reach a certain level before forcibly devouring can be activated. So that was how it was. Perhaps for Yi Xian, he could find a so-called similar law power on his own, but Yi Xian could not control the law proficiency of his enemies. Re-1R, however, this also indirectly showed how powerful and rare the law of immortality was. Since it was impossible to forcefully devour him, Yi Xian could only think of a way to get rid of this guy. System, analyze the weakness of the law of immortality. I need an effective plan to deal with this guy. Ding! System notification. Host does not have enough resources, unable to analyze the plan. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He had forgotten that he had just cleared all his resources. It seemed that he could not rely on the system this time. Goku had the law of immortality, so it was impossible to effectively kill him. Moreover, this guy also had the law of space, so he could attack quickly. It could be said that his attacks were endless. If Yi Xian ignored him, he would continue to attack Yi Xian. However, if Yi Xian killed him, he would immediately revive and attack again, controlling Goku's injuries and making him lose his ability to fight? On the surface, this seemed to be a solution, but Yi Xian had already tried it, and it did not work. This guy did not have to worry about death, so he would even kill himself to recover his strength. Therefore, restricting his ability to move was not a solution. Moreover, this was an arena battle. Even if Yi Xian used his spiritual sense to temporarily control him, it would not solve the problem. After all, even if he controlled him, it would be useless if he could not kill him. Permanent control seemed to be a solution, but to permanently control Goku, because of Goku's special law ability, he would need a terrifying 100 Devour points. Where would Yi Xian get 100 Devour points from? This was 100 Devour points, not 100 Faith points. It was not an exaggeration to say that 100 Devour points was an astronomical figure to Yi Xian. Yixian could not do anything about it. Therefore, the idea of permanent control was not feasible at all. What other solutions were there? Absolute Zero? Absolute Zero could seal Goku in ice, but it couldn't seal him in ice forever. Once the time was up, he would be able to jump around again. Therefore, Absolute Zero was not a solution. What should he do? How could he deal with this guy? Could it be that Yixian could only use that move? The Devour Space. That's right, this guy had a special ability. He could not kill or control him, but once Yixian absorbed him into the Devour Space, no matter how many tricks he had, he would not be able to do anything. However, directly absorbing him into the Devour Space would undoubtedly cause great damage to the Devour Space. Yixian did not want the Devour Space to be damaged. After all, the Devour Space was damaged the last time and had not fully recovered yet. Suddenly, Yixian had a flash of inspiration. The Devour Space was Yixian's dominion over everything. And with the Law ability, he could use the ability of a domain. Yixian did not have a fixed domain that he could use now. However, if the Demon God clan could create their own divine ability domain, why couldn't Yixian create something of his own? Eternal Night Domain. Suddenly, Yixian used the Eternal Night Domain that he had just devoured not long ago. With Goku's ability, he could indeed commit suicide and ask the Eternal Night Domain for help. However, suicide was not a joke, so Goku would not commit suicide for no reason. Yixian had enough time to execute his plan. The Law Divine Bow suddenly appeared in Yixian's hands. What was Yixian trying to do? Even if he used the Law Divine Bow, he would not be able to kill Goku. In that case, what was the use of Yixian taking out the Law Divine Bow? 6 syllables mantra compound. The compound mantra copied a specific target. Yixian had used this move before and even obtained a law. However, this time Yixian was not using it to devour the law because he could not devour it either. However, a mirror image that also had the ability to revive infinitely could buy time for Yixian. What was Yixian trying to do? System, begin refining one of the 10 great ancient talismans, the Divine Puppet Talisman. It was actually refining one of the 10 great ancient talismans. Chapter 2379. The Green Rock Pavilion no longer existed. When the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion heard this, he was slightly shocked. However, the Divine Monkey Mansion could also destroy the Green Rock Pavilion, so this wasn't much. However, Yixian and the others weren't even great saints. What qualifications did they have to destroy the Green Rock Pavilion? How did you do it? The Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion couldn't help but ask. You don't need to know how we did it. The reason I helped you was because I didn't want your Divine Monkey Mansion to be destroyed. I have some things to ask you. As Yixian spoke, he glanced at Patian and said, I wonder if you've heard of the Divine Monkey Palace of the 12 Divine Beasts Palace? 12 Divine Beasts Palace. Divine Monkey Palace. Hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion trembled and said, I've never heard of it. Of course he'd heard of it, but Yixian's origins were unknown, so he wouldn't tell Yixian. Yixian's eyes lit up as he looked at the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion's minute movements. It seemed that the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion knew something. Divine Monkey Palace, Divine Monkey Mansion. These names were very similar. In addition, the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion also knew the Heaven Shocking Rod technique. So Yixian guessed that the other party had a 90% chance of knowing about the Divine Monkey Palace. Mansion Lord, you're not being kind. I helped you resolve the crisis and only asked you about one thing, but you're not willing to tell me? Yixian narrowed his eyes. I didn't ask you for help. Moreover, I don't know what the 12 Divine Beasts Palace and the Divine Monkey Palace are. The Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion shook his head. Is that so? The corner of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up as he said, Mansion Lord, don't blame me for not reminding you. If I can destroy the Green Rock Pavilion, then I can naturally destroy your Divine Monkey Mansion. Don't make a mistake. With just you? The expression of the Divine Monkey Mansion's Mansion Lord suddenly turned cold. The Divine Monkey Mansion was the strongest in this area. Only they could bully others, so how could anyone else dare to threaten him? Even when facing the Green Rock Pavilion, the Rainbow Sect, and the Extreme City, the Divine Monkey Mansion's Mansion Lord didn't show any signs of fear. What's more, Yixian and the others weren't even at the saint level. However, his intuition told him that Yixian and the others weren't simple. After all, the one who spoke was Yixian and not the Black Horn Saint. What the Divine Monkey Mansion Lord cared about the most was the armored mini monkey on Yixian's shoulder. Blazing Sun Sage, go up and meet them, the Divine Monkey Mansion Lord suddenly said. Yes, sir. A red-haired monkey answered and walked out. Patian also understood that it was time for him to appear, so he walked out. Are you sure you want to fight me? I'm afraid I'll beat you to death with a single strike, the Blazing Sun Sage said. Squeak, squeak. Then try smashing me to death. Seeing the mocking expression on Potion's face, the Scorching Sun Sage brandished his long red stick and mercilessly swung it at Patian. Crack! This attack landed accurately on Potion's body. However, it was blocked by the Mystic Divine Battle Armor first. It only caused the Mystic Divine Battle Armor to crack. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor was formed by Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was now an 8th grade half-saint like Patian. Plus, it was a 3rd grade magical treasure, so its defense was very strong. The attack of the Blazing Sun Sage couldn't even break the defense of the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, let alone Patian. What? How is this possible? My attack couldn't even break his armor? The Scorching Sun Great Sage was shocked. Among the 4 great saints of the Divine Monkey Mansion, his attack power was the strongest. Plus, he had condensed hundreds of vital monkey hairs. His strength was even stronger than a 2nd grade great saint. However, this was... Squeak! It's my turn. Just as the Blazing Sun Great Sage was overwhelmed with shock, Patian made his move at lightning speed. 36 staff strikes. Pung! The strike landed on the body of the Blazing Sun Sage, causing his shoulder to collapse. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Patian didn't use his full strength. He only used about 30% of his strength. Even if it was only 30% of his strength, it was enough to kill the Blazing Sun Sage in a second. If it hit his chest just now, his heart would definitely burst. So strong. The whole crowd was shocked. The Blazing Sun Sage's eyes widened. He had smelled the aura of death just now. He didn't expect death to be so close to him. He knew that Patian had held back. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into minced meat. Terrifying. This was simply too terrifying. Was he really just an 8th-stage half-saint? Gulp. The other 3 great sages, as well as the Lord of the Divine Monkey Clan, gulped. This strength was probably even stronger than the Mansion Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture. Where did this little monkey come from? The Mansion Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture was stunned. He estimated his opponent's strength. If they attacked together, they might stand a chance. Go. Capture him. The Mansion Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture shouted. In the next moment, the other 3 great sages joined forces with the Mansion Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture and charged toward Patian. You overestimate yourself. Yixian snorted coldly and gave an order to Patian. Patian, who was already an 8th-stage saint, had even killed the Pavilion Master of the Green Rock Pavilion. Moreover, when he arrived at the Divine Monkey Prefecture, his cultivation level had increased once again. In front of him, these people were no different from the Pavilion Master of the Green Rock Pavilion. 36 strikes of the heavens. Soon the battle was over. Including the Mansion Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture, they were all defeated. Black Horn Devour. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian quickly gave the order. The Mansion Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Before he could react, the monkey soldiers and generals were devoured by Black Horn and sent to the cultivation space. This was a huge fortune. With so many monkey soldiers and generals, there was at least a strand of monkey hair. Who are you? The Mansion Master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture couldn't help but ask as he watched the monkey soldiers and generals that he had painstakingly nurtured being devoured by Black Horn. If you had answered my question earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But don't worry, these people are not dead. They are very safe. Yixian grinned. The cultivation space was indeed very safe. However, after those monkey soldiers and generals were sent in, their life monkey hairs were directly plucked out. At the same time, Patian was also taken in by Yixian, then quickly summoned out. At this moment, the number of life monkey hairs on Potion's body had already reached 1,000. Although Yixian had obtained far more than 1,000 life monkey hairs, Potion's current realm wasn't high enough. At most he could refine 1,000. As long as he continued to break through, he could continue refining them. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that these monkey soldiers and generals would be Potion's backyard army in the future. Yixian had them continuously condense life monkey hairs and then give them to Potion. Since that's the case, then take me in as well, the Divine Monkey Prefecture Master said. Alright, as you wish. Chapter 2380. In this way, these people would be at Yixian's mercy, and there wouldn't be a Divine Monkey Palace in the future. Immediately, Yixian projected himself into the cultivation space and appeared in front of the Divine Monkey Palace Lord. Now, can we have a good chat? Yixian said to the Divine Monkey Palace Lord. I have indeed heard of the Divine Monkey Palace you mentioned. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord nodded and said, However, I heard it from my father. Your father is? Yixian asked. This Divine Monkey Palace was established by my father, and it is said that my father was once a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord replied. Your father is a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace. Then why did he leave the Divine Monkey Palace? Yixian asked again. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord said. That's because the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were destroyed. The 12 Palace Masters either died in battle, disappeared, or were sealed. As a result, the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were also disbanded. Was it destroyed? Yixian muttered in his heart. Then what about your father? My father's life was once saved by the Divine Monkey Palace Lord. So he wanted to go to the Immortal Treasure Mountain to save the Divine Monkey Palace Lord. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord said. Immortal Treasure Mountain? Hearing this name, Yixian suddenly thought of a person. It was the middle-aged man with horns who forcefully took away the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. The other party had also mentioned the Immortal Treasure Mountain. So that was the place where the Divine Monkey Palace Lord was sealed. Then where is this Immortal Treasure Mountain? Yixian asked curiously. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. Perhaps the mysterious Great Sage will know. Great Sage, who is it? Yixian asked. The Great Sage is said to be a person of great status in the Divine Monkey Palace. After the 12 Divine Beasts Palace was disbanded, he hid in the Thousand Spiders Mountain as a hidden expert. My father found out the location of the Immortal Treasure Mountain from him. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord paused for a moment, then said, I don't know the location of the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but I do know where the Thousand Spiders Mountain is. With that, he took out a map and handed it to Yixian, pointing out the location of the Thousand Spiders Mountain. Thousand Spiders Mountain? Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. This place was quite a distance away from him. Even if he used the teleportation formation continuously, it would still take him more than 10 days. However, this was nothing. At least he found a clue. Immediately, Yixian directly set off for the Thousand Spiders Mountain. This journey was extremely boring. They didn't encounter anything special. Only a few groups of bandits who thought that Yixian was easy to bully. These people were either dead or sent into the cultivation space by Yixian. About half a month later, Yixian arrived at the foot of the Thousand Spiders Mountain. During this period of time, Yixian broke through to the 7th level of the Half-Saint Realm, and Patian broke through from the 8th level of the Half-Saint Realm to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. Yixian had already learned of the dangers of the Thousand Spiders Mountain on the way here. It was said that even a mid-level Great Saint would be in danger of dying there. As for the master of the Thousand Spiders Mountain, she was called Madame Thousand Spiders. She was the wife of the Great Saint. Rumor had it that if someone could find the Thousand Spiders Hall, they would be able to obtain the legacy of the Great Saint. This staff technique was extremely powerful, so it attracted many people to climb the mountain. Yixian looked at the Thousand Spiders Mountain that was constantly emitting a terrifying aura. After taking a deep breath of air, he ascended the mountain. It was impossible to fly on the Thousand Spiders Mountain because there were a large number of Great Saint-level flying thunder spiders in the air. Once they flew, they would be attacked by these flying thunder spiders. Therefore, they had to go up on foot. Yixian brought Black Horn and walked in. Black Horn was now a 9th stage saint. His strength had already surpassed the Mansion Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion. He was roughly at the 5th grade Great Saint level. With him leading the way, there wouldn't be any small problems. These people who ascended the mountain were at least intermediate saint level. However, it was rare for them to bring a burden like Black Horn up. The Thousand Spiders Mountain is filled with spider-type saint beasts. With the 10,000 beasts diagram and the heaven splitter, the chances of reaching the top are very high. Yixian thought. Even if he couldn't, he could just use time to go back and wait for a while to come in. Brat, a mere 9th grade saint dares to come in? You're really impatient. Not long after Yixian and Blackhorn left, a discordant voice sounded. They turned their heads and saw a few 4th grade great saints. Swallow it, Yixian said directly when he saw that the other party had ill intentions. The next moment Blackhorn turned into a devouring black dragon. He opened his big mouth and sucked the few 4th grade great saints into the planting space. Overestimating themselves. Yixian wasn't surprised by this kind of people. Blackhorn was already used to it. They continued to climb the mountain. Along the way, many great saint-level saint beasts attacked them, but they were all devoured by Blackhorn without exception. As they continued to climb the Thousand Spiders Mountain, the realm of the saint beasts they encountered also increased. In less than 2 days, they came to the mountainside of the Thousand Spiders Mountain. They were almost halfway up the mountain. Next, we may encounter high-level saint beasts. We have to be careful, Yixian thought. However, just as they continued to move forward, a figure suddenly flew up to the sky. There was actually someone who wanted to fly to the top of the mountain. He was really courting death. Zizizi. When the flying thunder spiders in the sky discovered the figure, they immediately released countless lightning bolts and attacked this person. To everyone's surprise, this figure's speed was quite fast, and he actually dodged this batch of attacks. Yixian hurriedly looked and found that it was a girl in her teens. Her strength had already reached the 5th grade great saint level. However, the flying thunder spiders in the sky were basically in groups, and they constantly attacked this girl. Although the girl's speed was fast, she couldn't dodge so many attacks. In the end, she was still hit, but she didn't die. Instead, she fell from the sky. However, those flying thunder spiders didn't intend to let her go. They immediately took advantage of the situation and attacked. What a blessing, Blackhorn swallowed her, Yixian immediately said. When Blackhorn heard this, he immediately transformed into his original body. He opened his mouth and a wave of power enveloped the girl, then swallowed her. The Thousand Spider Mountain had already been climbed by countless people. Although these flying thunder spiders were terrifying, as long as they didn't exceed a certain distance from the ground, they wouldn't attack. After Blackhorn swallowed the girl into the planting space, those flying thunder spiders lost their target and gave up on chasing. Hey, where is this? In the planting space, the girl turned her head and looked around. She couldn't help but ask. This is my space, I saved you. Yixian suddenly appeared in front of the girl. Of course, it was just a projection. Chapter 2381. However, just as the Myriad Sun sword attendant appeared, he was struck by a ray of light. If Yixian hadn't reacted in time and helped him withstand a portion of the damage, it could be said that this little fellow would have already been killed. Damn it! Yixian had no choice but to recall sword attendant Wan Sun. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. This was because even if sword attendant Wan Sun appeared, it would not be able to do anything to Yixian. Absolute Zero. Yixian activated Absolute Zero several times based on his intuition. Unfortunately, it was useless. The enemy's strange attack was not interrupted at all. Human brat, do you think you can find me? Accept your death obediently. Accept your death obediently under my dance of troubled times. A voice sounded. The enemy had finally spoken, but Yixian could not sense where the enemy was speaking. It was as if the enemy was everywhere. The law bow appeared in Yixian's hands. Yixian continuously shot law arrows, but unfortunately they were useless. These law arrows were shot randomly. How could they be a threat to the enemy? Eternal Night Domain. Yixian activated the Eternal Night Domain several times, but it was still useless. To think that the enemy this time was so strange. What kind of special law power did he control? Or did he have some special treasure? Why could not even Yixian discover his position? It was not only Yixian but also the system. Yixian had ordered the system to detect him, but it kept failing. Ding! System notification. Target detection failed. Ding! System notification. Target detection failed. Only the sound of failure could be heard. Yixian was attacked time and time again. If not for Yixian's eternal body's powerful recovery ability, Yixian would have been defeated. However, even so, the clothes rack on Yixian's body had already been scrapped. At this moment, Yixian actually appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. This was something that had never happened before. But there was nothing Yixian could do. No matter what, if Yixian wanted to defeat the enemy, the biggest prerequisite was to find the enemy. Otherwise, if he couldn't even attack, how could he defeat the enemy? Was he going to use his eternal domain now? No, he couldn't use it. From the enemy's abilities, Yixian already knew that the last 3 enemies would only get stronger and stronger. Those from the demon god's domain were also determined to win the Master God battle ring. Therefore, the final enemy was the final trump card that the people of the demon god domain had prepared. The eternal domain had to be kept. It was Yixian's last and greatest trump card. Damn it! Yixian felt like he was at his wit's end. All of his attacks were completely useless because he couldn't find the enemy. On the other hand, the enemy was able to continuously attack Yixian. They were simply taking a beating. The wings of gods didn't have the power of the wings of gods, so Yixian couldn't enter stealth mode. At this moment, Yixian even missed the ancient Zither Dharma power. Back then, Yixian had directly used the ancient Zither Dharma power against that person from the Li family in the Divine Master Palace. Yixian couldn't wait to have another Dharma power. Unfortunately, although the bloodline of Wan Zun could contain countless Dharma powers, Yixian only had the ancient Zither Dharma power. What could he do to force the enemy out? Yixian's mind raced as he dodged without stopping for a moment. But even as he dodged, he would still be attacked from time to time. Outside the battle ring, the team leader and the others were paying close attention to Yixian. Yixian's victory or defeat was the final result of this first-grade Divine King battle ring. Once Yixian lost, the Kunlun God domain would announce their defeat. Was Yixian's attack power weak? Not at all. It could be said that if this enemy dared to appear in front of Yixian, even if it was just a second, Yixian would be able to kill him in a second. But now, Yixian couldn't even find the enemy, so how could he kill him in a second? 1,000 vines! Yixian roared again. 1,000 vines exploded instantly, and countless vines grew crazily. This time, Yixian wanted to use the endless growth of 1,000 vines to find the enemy. Unfortunately, 1,000 vines' defense was too weak. Every single ray of light that appeared would sever countless vines. Even Qiantang could not hold on for long. How could Qiantang possibly endure the endless cutting of his vines? Hence, Qiantang helplessly retreated after a short while. Looking at the scattered vines on the ground, Yixian was filled with helplessness. Suddenly, Yixian's gaze stopped on those scattered vines. Re-1R because Yixian's sharp senses told him that there was an area with a lot more vines. Why would there be so many vines in a single area? There was no doubt that this was the enemy's position. Yixian didn't believe that this guy could control space after mastering the 3 major abilities of concealment, music, and summoning. Megatron's strongest attack mode. Yixian thought, and Megatron launched a frenzied attack in that direction. Yixian didn't stay idle either. With the Godslayer in hand, he also launched countless attacks. Violent and concentrated attacks were launched in that direction. In an instant, those rays of light stopped attacking. It's there. The enemy is there. Yixian drew his bowstring even faster, and from time to time he would use various abilities, such as the Eternal Night Domain and Absolute Zero. Yixian couldn't determine the enemy's exact position, but he could at least estimate the approximate range. Hence, Yixian launched a saturation attack in that direction. In an instant, that area within a 10,000-mile radius was engulfed by Yixian's frenzied attacks. Within a 10,000-mile radius, there were countless attacks. Yixian didn't hesitate at all. As long as he sensed something, Yixian didn't hesitate or pause, even if it seemed like all his attacks had missed. A voice sounded and a figure appeared. How did you discover me? At this moment, that person was in an incomparably sorry state. After all, his defense was simply insufficient. Adding on the fact that he didn't grasp the space laws or the speed laws, it was impossible for him to dodge Yixian's saturated attacks. Hence, he revealed his true form under the attack of the deicide slash. Since he had appeared, Yixian wouldn't hold back. All of his attacks were launched in that person's direction. This time it was a clear kill. This guy's fate was sealed when Yixian forced him to reveal his true form. How did he discover him? Yixian could only say that it was a fluke. Furthermore, he had to thank his enemy for revealing himself. Yixian had discovered his enemy because of the countless vines on the ground. This guy had exposed himself when he cut the vines. It wasn't Yixian who had discovered him. Chapter 2382. Yixian won another round, but it was by sheer luck. 1357924? 6810 GGGD. It could be said that whether it was Yixian himself or the other spectators, they all felt that Yixian's victory this time was not due to strength, but due to luck. This was because anyone could tell that Yixian had not actually gained the upper hand all this while. It was the enemy who gave Yixian the chance to win. Of course, no matter what, a win was a win. Even if it was luck, luck was still a part of strength. Re-1 rat this time. Yixian was defending the arena alone. There was still one last battle left. The final battle would determine the final result of this battle. Clearly, that person from the demon god domain was not going to give Yixian any time to rest. With a leap, that person had already arrived at the arena. Yixian silently looked at that person. From this person, Yixian could feel a strong pressure. Yixian understood that this person was no ordinary person. They were merely divine kings, and the most they could do was to borrow the power of laws. However, this person was able to emit the pressure of laws. This was enough to prove that he was special. Of course, no matter how strong he was, only death awaited him today. Because Yixian had left the eternal domain behind for so long. Wasn't it all for now? No matter how strong he was, Yixian would definitely crush him. That person walked into the arena with a cold expression. He looked at Yixian indifferently and said, "I'll give you a chance to understand it yourself." Yixian raised his eyebrows slightly. This person was very confident, but he didn't know where his confidence came from. System. Detect this person's strength. Ding. System notification. Target is a first-grade Venerable Realm Divine King. Ding. Warning. 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 Host, please take note. The designated target possesses a special ability. Divine ability augmentation? What did that mean? However, Yixian couldn't be bothered to care so much. This guy had the title of venerable rank, so he was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, he was able to emit the pressure of laws, which was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. But so what? Is that so? In that case, I'll return those words back to you. Kill yourself. Perhaps you'll suffer less. Yixian said to that person with a faint smile on his face. Human brat, you are very arrogant. Has no one ever told you that being too arrogant will result in a miserable death? That person still had a cold expression on his face, but Yixian scoffed at his words. The current situation was that guy being arrogant, not Yixian. As he spoke, he began to condense a black ball in his hand. However, lightning constantly flashed around the black ball. The laws of Devour and Lightning. He was actually able to perfectly fuse the power of the two laws together to form a new form of attack. Yixian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This person was very strong. Even though Yixian had many different laws, he had always used one law at a time as a means of attack. Yixian had never seen someone like this, who was actually able to fuse two laws together to attack. That person casually waved his hand, and the black ball suddenly rushed towards Yixian. Yixian had no choice but to use the power of the space law to continuously dodge. Yixian was extremely fast. After all, the speed of unlimited teleportation allowed him to travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, even with such a fast speed, Yixian still couldn't escape the attack of the black ball. At that moment, Yixian could clearly feel a strong suction force coming from beside him. Yixian, who also possessed the law of Devour, naturally knew what kind of power this was. In the distance, bolts of powerful lightning continuously bombarded Yixian. In other words, if Yixian was attracted by this suction force, he would definitely die. Stop struggling, human brat. Accept your death obediently. You are no match for me. The genius from the demon race's celestial realm said faintly, as if everything was already under his control. Yixian frowned slightly but didn't hesitate. Since he knew that he couldn't do anything to this person using conventional methods, there was no need for Yixian to waste any more time. System. What if I use 5 eternal points to activate the eternal domain? Ding. System notification. Exchange successful. Following the system's words, a ray of light suddenly erupted from Yixian's body and spread out in an instant. Then, a huge sphere appeared in the middle of the arena. This sphere was so huge that it directly enveloped all the geniuses from the demon race's celestial realm. A strong power instantly entered Yixian's body, increasing all his attributes by 100 times. This made Yixian feel as if he had the power to dominate everything. At the very least, this genius from the demon race's celestial realm could no longer threaten Yixian. That strong suction force continued, but Yixian didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and allowed his body to be attracted to it. The lightning surrounded Yixian in an instant and bombarded him continuously. The strong light made Yixian completely disappear. After a moment, the genius from the demon race's celestial realm actually said to the referee in the sky, "Why? Are you guys still not going to decide the result?" The underlying meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. He was certain that Yixian had been killed by his lightning. However, none of the powerhouses paid any attention to him. Instead, they all looked at the center of the lightning with fear in their eyes. It was fear. These powerhouses saw a scene that they couldn't comprehend. At this moment, Yixian was indeed being attacked by countless lightning bolts. Some of these lightning bolts had the power to instantly kill a first-grade divine king. However, all of these lightning bolts didn't threaten Yixian in the slightest. In defense, Yixian seemed to be immune to the lightning bolts. No, it wasn't as simple as being immune. Yixian actually waved his hand casually and caught one of the lightning bolts in his hand. Then he studied it with great interest. He had actually forcefully taken the enemy's attack technique into his own hands. Furthermore, he didn't care about it at all. What's wrong? The genius from the demon race's celestial realm naturally knew what had happened when he saw the reaction of the judges. Therefore, he subconsciously looked in Yixian's direction. But then he saw a scene that terrified him to the core. The black sphere that he had just thrown out was actually being rapidly restored by Yixian. Furthermore, as the process continued, the genius from the demon race's celestial realm could clearly sense that the black sphere was completely out of his control. A moment later, the black sphere was floating in Yixian's hand. Meanwhile, Yixian was still studying it. Chapter 2383. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The genius from the demon god realm was horrified. How was this possible? His attack had been played around with by his opponent. One had to know that that was his most powerful attack. Not only had it failed to hurt Yixian, but it had also been tamed by Yixian. 1357924? 6810 GGGGG. That was the power of two different laws. How could it have been tamed? For a time, that person was in disarray because such a strange scene had exceeded the limits of his imagination. How did you do it? The genius from the demon god realm asked Yixian subconsciously. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't have any intention of paying attention to him. Instead, he casually waved his hand. The black ball that had combined the power of the devouring and lightning laws disappeared. No, this is impossible. This is an illusion. This must be an illusion. No one can break my devouring lightning ball. Impossible, impossible. Yixian repeated the word impossible several times in a row, which undoubtedly revealed the fear and shock in his heart. As he cried out in alarm, a new attack was formed in his hand. However, before he could attack, Yixian had already appeared beside him. Yixian waved his hand casually and the law attack that the genius had been forming was snatched away by Yixian. That's right, it was snatched away. With a wave of his hand, the law attack that the genius from the demon god realm had used fell into Yixian's hand like a well-behaved baby. The genius from the demon god realm hurriedly retreated in horror. However, no matter how fast he was, Yixian would always appear beside him. Yixian just looked at him indifferently, but his attention was focused on the power of his laws. System, can I devour the power of the lightning laws? Ding! System notification. The host is currently in a special space. Forced devouring is not allowed. Yixian was slightly disappointed, but he had guessed that this was possible. All of a sudden, Yixian raised his head and looked at the genius from the demon god domain. Although it was just a casual glance, the genius from the demon celestial realm felt as if he had been completely locked onto by Yixian. It was as if his every move and action were clearly under Yixian's control. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Unfortunately, whether it felt good or not, this guy couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence and arrogance from before. The demon god domain genius's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, he was extremely afraid of Yixian. Alright, let's end this. Although the Eternal Territory was extremely powerful, it had a limited duration. Yixian naturally wouldn't waste any time. For Yixian, he had spent a total of 5 Eternal Points to exchange for the Eternal Domain. Wasn't it all to defeat this person? Pa! A slap in the face. It was actually a slap. This was a battle between godly monarchs. It was normal to use mystiques or nomological powers, but to use a slap to hit the enemy, how much pressure did it take to do so? The most important thing was the result of this slap. Yixian's slap had actually shattered the demon god domain genius's godhead. A slap could actually shatter the opponent's godhead. Who had ever seen such a powerful force? This was especially so for the demon god domain genius. After being slapped by Yixian, he felt as if all the power that belonged to him was rapidly disappearing. To be more precise, Yixian had stripped him of all his power in the time it took to slap him. Whether it was nomological powers or the divine power in his body, everything had disappeared. At this moment, that person was actually a cripple. After pausing in midair for a short second, the demon god domain genius fell to the ground. The feeling of falling infinitely made the demon god realm genius scream hysterically and hysterically. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention to him anymore. Bam! Finally, he made intimate contact with the ground and fell to his death instantly. At the same time, the Eternal Domain's time was finally up. That violent power instantly returned to Yixian's body. At this moment, Yixian looked no different from before. However, even the referee was stunned for a moment before announcing the result. After all, the power that Yixian had displayed was too strong. It was so strong that even the powerful referees couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of power was this? What kind of method was this? A super genius from the demon god domain was actually like a child in front of Yixian. He was so powerless and so pitiful. When the result was announced, even the people fighting in the other arenas subconsciously stopped fighting. This was because the strange and powerful power that had erupted from Yixian had actually penetrated the space of the arena and made them feel it. Re-1R, especially those who were also lower divine kings, they were already trembling because they knew that even if they were of a higher cultivation level than Yixian, if Yixian had really fought with them, they would definitely die if Yixian unleashed that power just now. While Yixian was killing the geniuses of the demon god domain, he naturally wouldn't let go of their Qian Kuan rings. When the result was announced and confirmed that he had won, Yixian didn't hesitate to devour the resources in those Qian Kuan rings. Yixian's intention was clear. If there was a need, he would continue to fight in the next arena. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level is Lower Divine King Realm. He actually rose 3 levels. He was indeed a genius from the demon god domain. The resources in his hands were indeed abundant. However, Yixian didn't show it at all. This was the Overgod arena and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. The powerhouses who noticed these changes also shut their mouths silently. Needless to say, the experts from the Kunlun divine domain weren't stupid enough to cause trouble for themselves. As for the experts from the demon god domain, they could only keep quiet because all of their lower divine king realm geniuses had been defeated. No one could fight with Yixian anymore. Besides, Yixian's sudden burst of power just now was just a level up. It couldn't be compared to the power he had just displayed. The Kunlun divine domain had won the lower divine king realm arena. After that, Yixian didn't have to wait for too long. The battles in the other arenas had all ended. Of course, the battle that left the deepest impression on people was Yixian's battle. How could they not remember that kind of overwhelming power? No one knew whether it was Yixian's victory that caused the other lower divine kings to feel uneasy. In short, the Kunlun divine domain had won 7 out of the 9 lower divine kings' battles. Chapter 2384. After that, the crowd was led out of the Overgod arena once more. What awaited them was Meili's reward. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. As for what the Overgod arena was about, Yixian and the others didn't know, nor did they have the right to ask. Their mission was simply to obtain victory. However, these geniuses could be said to have suffered an incomparably heavy loss. Those who could return in 100 people less than one person. From this, one could see just how cruel the Overgod arena was. When they returned to the Overgod palace, they didn't receive the grand welcome they'd expected. Mealy merely spoke a few words, and after discovering some rewards, she left it at that. Of course, these rewards were nothing to scoff at. Furthermore, the geniuses who participated in the Overgod arena would receive special nurturing from the Overgod realm. As long as they returned alive from the Overgod arena, they would receive benefits they couldn't even dream of and reach the heavens in a single bound. While the others quietly retreated to celebrate, Yixian was summoned by Meili alone. This wasn't the first time Yixian had been summoned by Meili alone. But this time Yixian was a little more reserved. Yixian already had a clear understanding of Meili's authority. This was a Overgod who could send trillions of experts to their deaths with a single word. She was the undisputed #1 expert of the Kunlun God realm. Greetings, Overgod, Overgod. Yixian bowed slightly and stood respectfully in front of Meili. Mi looked at Yixian, then lightly smiled and said, "This time you did well. Go back and prepare well. I'm afraid the next Lord God's arena won't be far away." There was another Overgod arena? Yixian was already scared out of his wits after playing the Overgod arena once. If he played it again, wouldn't Yixian lose his life? Although Yixian only had a slight change in his emotions, how could it possibly escape Meili's notice? Don't worry, the next Master God Challenge ring won't be so cruel. I called you here this time because I have a reward for you alone. I've already heard that your performance this time was the most outstanding, so you deserve this reward. At the same time, she handed a treasure box to Yixian. Yixian subconsciously took it, but he didn't know what it was. Of course, now that he was in the Divine Master Palace, he could not open it directly. Yixian, although your performance in the Overgod's battle arena was not bad, your expeditionary army of 9 directions and 60,000 realms was not very satisfactory. Last time, I mobilized the armies of the other regional commanders to help you. However, this does not conform to the rules of the Overgod's battle arena. You still have to work hard. Yes, Divine Master. Alright, you can leave now. Yixian acknowledged and left. Yixian didn't feel anything when he faced Meili before, but recently, he clearly felt that something was different. Meili's aura was simply too strong, and it wasn't just her aura, but also her temperament. It was just that before, Yixian didn't have an official position, so Meili only thought of him as her master's disciple or friend. Now that Yixian had an official position, he finally understood Meili's strength. After walking out of the Divine Master Palace, Yixian immediately opened the box. After all, this was what he obtained after risking his life in the Overgod's battle arena. Yixian wanted to see what was inside the box. A token. A token that emitted a strange light. Could this be Meili's reward? What was the use of this thing? But soon, the moment Yixian opened the box, a message came out of the box and directly into Yixian's head. In an instant, Yixian understood what it was. This was the qualification token for the Kunlun God Domain's Ancestral Land Secret Realm. What was the Ancestral Land Secret Realm? When every God Domain was born, there would be a place of origin, and usually it would be a secret realm. This secret realm would be constantly reinforced by successive divine masters, and if the super experts of the God Domain were to die, they would automatically choose to die there. It could be said that the Ancestral Land Secret Realm was the graveyard of the God Domain. It was the collective grave of the super experts of the God Domain. The experts who could walk in by themselves would naturally pass away in there. And if the experts who died in battle could be found, they would be sent in as well. It could be said that the Ancestral Land Secret Realm was the core and most mysterious place of the God Domain. And there was no need to mention the opportunities and dangers inside. Most of the experts, if they didn't have a successor in the outside world, would leave their legacy in the ancestral land. After all, only true geniuses were qualified to enter the rented land. The reason why these experts left their legacy was because they hoped that one day, their legacy would be inherited by a genius and continue to be passed down. What were the experts of the God Domain? That was the strongest power in a God Domain. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the level of Master God Emperor could enter that place. In other words, it wouldn't be too much to call the ancestral land secret realm the graveyard of the God Emperors. Now Yixian was holding a token to enter the graveyard of the God Emperors. It was a special token that could only be used once. Using this token, Yixian could be directly transported in. When he wanted to leave, he only needed to activate the token and he would be able to leave. Although the treasure hunt in the ancestral land secret realm could not be called the best reward in the God domain, it was still one of the top few rewards. What one could obtain would depend on one's luck. What should he do? Should he use it? Yixian had doubts in his heart. He didn't know how many people had obtained the qualifications to enter the ancestral land secret realm. But he believed that there wouldn't be many. In that case, should he enter now? Rai Xian looked into the distance. In the end, he decided to enter now. Power. Yixian was in desperate need of power now. In the past, a 4th-grade Divine King Realm cultivator was considered pretty good. Unfortunately, he was now the provincial governor who was in charge of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories. A mere lower-grade Divine King Realm cultivator was nothing compared to him. Those big families under Yixian, although they didn't say anything on the surface, would definitely slander Yixian in secret. After all, the God domain was also a world where power was respected. Only the strong had the right to be respected by others. Since that was the case, then he would use it now. Yixian wanted to see what was so special about the ancestral land secret realm of the Kunlun God domain. Yixian held the token in his hand and instantly activated the teleportation. After a while, Yixian's figure appeared at the entrance of a secret realm. What a strange space. This was Yixian's first reaction. In this secret realm there was no sunlight at all. There was only a kind of dark light. In layman's terms, it was a ghost fire. Chapter 2385. After all, those who were buried here, even the weakest ones, were low-level God Emperors. 1357924? 6810G, not to mention inferior God Emperors. Even those with divine sparks would find it difficult to destroy their corpses even if they died. Without tens of millions of years, the corpses of these experts would not decay at all. Of course, there was something special about this secret realm. There was a strange power of law everywhere in this secret realm. This power of law was completely useless because its only use was to accelerate the decay of the corpses. Of course, there were other things in the secret realm that would accelerate the decay of the corpses. At this moment, Yixian was standing on a circular platform. This was the reception platform. Those who entered the ancestral land secret realm using a token would appear on a platform similar to the one Yixian was standing on. This was because this secret realm did not have any entrances or exits. If one wanted to enter, they had to use a teleportation token. If anyone were to accidentally lose the token, they would be trapped inside and die. Yixian did not move. He stood silently on the reception platform and carefully observed his surroundings. Before entering this place, there was no map or any information about this secret realm. If Yixian wanted to explore this place, he would have to choose his own route. With the reception platform as the center, broken pieces of land could be seen everywhere. Perhaps this secret realm used to be a complete piece of land, but it was now divided into countless small pieces. These broken pieces of land were what Yixian wanted to explore this time. This was because some of the broken pieces of land were the tombs of the experts who entered. Not far in front of Yixian was a piece of land. On this land there was a majestic palace. However, Yixian had no intention of exploring this place. He was so close to the reception platform. Yixian would not believe that there would be any inheritance left. Yixian did not observe for too long. No matter how he observed, he would not be able to see anything without experiencing it himself. With a leap, Yixian was already high up in the air. Yixian didn't have a specific goal in mind. Right now, he was just randomly choosing a direction. Pieces of broken land retreated from Yixian's side. Meanwhile, Yixian was constantly choosing his targets. Finally, a broken piece of land caught the attention of Yixian. There were no palaces on this broken continent, but there was a mysterious plant growing on it. There was not even any sunlight in the ancestral land Mystery Land, but there was still a plant, which was a little strange. Yixian landed on the broken piece of land and said to the system, "System, scan this thing. I want to see what it is." Ding! System notification. Scan successful. Target set Ghost Vine. Ding! System notification. A special plant, Ghost Vine, has been detected. The host can find the heart of the Ghost Vine to upgrade the 1,000 vines. Ding! System notification. The Ghost Vine is formed from the divine power and precepts of a fallen elite. It is said to be a plant, but it has its own instincts. The preliminary assessment is that it is dangerous. Please be careful. Dangerous? This was the ancestral land, the graveyard of countless elites. It would be strange if there was no danger. However, he did not expect to find something that could be used to upgrade the 1,000 vines as soon as he arrived. Naturally, Yixian would not miss this opportunity. The heart of the Ghost Vine? No matter what it was, as long as he killed the Ghost Vine, he would be able to find it soon. Yixian pulled out the Godslayer. At the same time, he let Wei Zhentian transform into a magic treasure. Then the two Godslayer swords circled around Yixian, ready to defend at any time. At the same time, Yixian took out the rule Heavenly Bow and held it in his hand. 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. Yixian immediately summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. He wanted to use the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant to test the strength of the Ghost Vine. Following Yixian's order, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants summoned their divine beast mounts and rushed over without hesitation. Yixian stood in place and did not make any unnecessary movements. He just waited silently. The 1,000 Beast Sword Servant led the divine beast mounts and charged continuously. The Ghost Vine seemed to be really ordinary plants at this time. There was no reaction at all. Of course, the system notification said that the Ghost Vine was a dangerous existence. Therefore, Yixian did not believe that this thing was that simple. Suddenly, a section of the Ghost Vine moved. Speed was incomparably fast. Even though Yixian had used his divine sense to completely envelop the area, the only thing he could sense was that the Ghost Vine had moved a little. However, he couldn't sense what it had done because its speed was simply too fast. However, at least 10 divine beast mounts had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yixian immediately gathered his divine consciousness there. After a while, he discovered that the divine beast mounts had been completely surrounded by the Ghost Vine. The Ghost Vine was like a divine snake, tightly wrapping around the Lord Divine Beast mounts. After a while, it strangled the divine beast mounts to death. As for the leveled-up mounts, they could not resist at all. What a strong defense! Yixian clearly saw one of the divine beast mounts viciously bite the Ghost Vine before it died. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. This Ghost Vine actually had an incomparably strong defense. System, detect the strength of this Ghost Vine. Why is its defense so strong? Ding! System notification. Detection successful. Host, please note that the Ghost Vine has a special ability. All the Ghost Vines here are actually just one stalk. The Ghost Vine can gather the power of all its branches at any location according to its will. Yixian was slightly shocked. One had to know that in front of Yixian, the Ghost Vine covered every corner of this broken continent. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a forest. However, he did not expect that this was just one stalk. Super Devouring System also. Its special ability to gather power made Yixian's eyes light up as he was shocked. One had to know that, for example, Yixian's 1,000 vines, every single one of them had an average defense and attack power. But what if they could gather strength? In that case, the increase in combat prowess would not be just a little bit. Whether it was used in a direct battle or a sneak attack, it would definitely produce unexpected results. Imagine that Yixian was using the 1,000 vines to fight an enemy. The 1,000 vines, which did not seem to be a threat at first, suddenly gathered power as it approached the enemy, causing one of the vines to suddenly possess super strength. Any enemy would be caught off guard. Good stuff. Good ability.